Good morning and welcome to day 2 from the Seat Unique Stadium, where Surrey will resume on 294 for 4. My name's Dan Whiting. I'm delighted to be joined this morning by Ian Randall. And Ian, it was Surrey looked like setting an imposing total here today.
Morning, Dan. Good batting conditions, you'd say, again today. Clouds a little bit higher, a bit more broken. And the talk on the way into the ground today was, would Surrey try and bat for 2 sessions? And I think that if they do that, then they are batting Gloucestershire out of winning the game.
Yeah.
And they're therefore batting themselves out of losing it. And if bear in mind that they have won 2 matches already, they might look at the flat nature of this pitch and think, you know what, it's going to be really hard to take 20 wickets on here. We might try. If we've got 500 on the board, we might give ourselves a chance, but at least we're not going to lose. And I think that the way the pitch flattened out yesterday, and the fact that Surrey have got power to add with their batting, that tactically is the dream situation for them. The dream situation for Gloucestershire, could they take 6 wickets for 60 on this pitch? Doesn't look like it, does it? So
unlikely.
You'd have to say that the opinion wandering around the ground this morning seemed to be that Gloucestershire are facing a fairly sizable chunk of the day in the field, and then they're going to have a lot of runs against them when they come to bat with Surrey bowlers who've had their feet up for the best part of 2 days.
Yeah, I think, I can't see how Gloucestershire win the game from this situation. So I think what they'll be hoping for is they've got 14 overs until the cut-off point to 110 overs. I think they need 2 wickets in those 14 overs, so they'll hope to get them 6 down, and that will give them 2 bowling points. If they can get 350 in their 110 in response, that will give them 4 batting points. And then if they can get a draw, they end up with 14 points out of it, which isn't the end of the world, is it?
No.
And I think you're right. I think Surrey will be looking to... They're top of the table. They're going to be in with a shout. Lancashire look like they're doing very well in their league, who look like they're going to be their closest rivals for the title. And I think Surrey will have one eye on that. They'll also have one eye on the weather on Sunday morning, where we're due a few showers here. And I wonder if they might be a bit more of a funky declaration than we think.
If indeed they decide they want to bat again. But the key point about batting on today, particularly till tea, if they get that far or somewhere close to it, is how much time they're taking out of the game.
Yeah.
Because as we've mentioned on several occasions during this match, and indeed during the Yorkshire game, wickets tend not to fall in clumps. Here on this Bristol pitch, it tends to be patience and trying to build the dots and force a mistake. Now, yesterday, Gloucestershire did not excel themselves with their catching. Admittedly, the 2 opener misses were not that costly, but the Jamie Smith one certainly was. He was dropped on 48, and he went on to make an unbeaten century. And for all that was well compiled, you do wonder whether just that extra sharpness that the established Division 1 sides have had over recent seasons is just something that Gloucestershire are still getting to. They're still trying to find that level in some of their core skills. They're being competitive, but the other sides have got a bit more cutting edge about them, if you like, with their bowling, and they've got a bit more about them with their batting as well. And that's just something that they're just adjusting to after a long spell in Division 2.
Yeah, I think is a huge difference between, and no disrespect to the likes of Leicestershire, when you get to playing the likes of Yorkshire or Surrey, it's a huge jump up. They've got that little bit more depth and that little bit more quality as well. And a warm welcome to everyone listening from South London or Surrey into the stream this morning, and wherever you are in the world, good morning and welcome. And drop us a line to commentators at glossccc.co.uk, as the umpires Hassan Adnan and Mike Burns just are about to step onto the pitch and get things underway for the day. A little handshake between them.
Yeah, there are those things in cricket which it's just that etiquette of the game, isn't it? It's a bit like clapping a batsman when they come in. I don't think I've ever played in a game where, even though I'm number 11 in the second team, the opposition doesn't clap you when you arrive at the crease. They probably know you're not going to stay very long, but they're still polite enough to do that.
Yeah, I don't think that happens so much these days, but it should do. It's part of the game. But we always have a handshake post-play, don't we, Ian?
Yeah.
After a day's, it's part of the game. So, so we're about to get underway, and the Surrey batsmen are just stepping onto the pitch now. Jamie Smith resumes on 111. He's on Nelson. And Sam Curran, who's on 57, and I thought he batted very well last night. But Jamie Smith's innings, I thought yesterday was absolutely superb. I know he's dropped on 48, but he had a point to prove. He wasn't in the original squad of 14, and he had a point to prove, and boy, did he make it.
Yeah, Mohammed Amir, I think he's coming down to the Ashdown Road end, so one assumes he may get first use of the ball from this end, but really Ryan Higgins to open from the pavilion. And I think there's almost a subplot here, as you say, Dan, with 14 overs to go for Surrey until their over allocation for bonus points is out. So let's be reasonable. 350 is a very attainable target in that time, and that's probably the one that they will go for once these two have just tried to get their eye in again after their good stand last night. Remember, they've already added 106 together for this fifth wicket, and they've got de Grandhomme and Jacks and Jordan Clark still to come. So there are more runs potentially there if Surrey want to really force the pace, and there will come a point where they do today.
Yeah, I think they'll have a little look this morning. I think they'll, as you say, get their eye in and start again. And I wouldn't bet against Jamie Smith going really big here. So, anyway, Ryan Higgins is going to take us away from the pavilion end, first over today. And it's going to be Sam Curran to face. And
that cloud cover is much lighter than yesterday, isn't it?
Yeah, it's warmer. It's warmer. Here's Higgins into the crease, and Curran defends that out too. Graham Van Buren there, cover the Gloucestershire captain.
So we've got a ball that's 16 overs old here, which means there'll be a little, there'll be some shine left on it, and they might get some reverse out of it actually before too long.
It did start to reverse yesterday as Higgins approaches the crease. Oh, and that's well bowled. Squares Sam Curran up a little, and he prods that out into the offside.
Hope James Bracey's got a good set of Velcro on his pads after yesterday. He ruined one pad yesterday with a sliding stop, and the Velcro came away completely. But they're very light, those now, aren't they? Really?
Yeah, they are. We've got Hammond at first, Chris Dent at second, and Marcus Harris as Higgins there comes in and punched off the back foot. That's going to be the first runs of the morning. The outfield's quick there, and he's going to get 4 runs. That was nothing more than a push, and beautiful timing there from Sam Curran.
Raced away.
Yeah, and he's away, and that's the first runs and the first boundary of the morning.
Interesting that I know you were stopped by a couple of spectators on the way round to our commentary point this morning, and they said that they were very clear where they were going to watch the cricket from, in the stands in front of the apartments, because I think in the lady called Ruth's words, we're 4 degrees warmer.
Higgins, and that's a no ball. We've had a few of these from Ryan Higgins all season actually, and that's the 300 up for Surrey, and well batted. They were 37 for 3 yesterday and 300 for 4. And they look like setting Gloucestershire a really tough total here to, look like they're going to impose some scoreboard pressure. Higgins in, and Curran drives that out to mid-off for no run.
I mean, I would say, and obviously this reflected to some degree in the matches here both last year and in 2020. In fact, you've probably got to go back into well before 2019. Actually, I don't remember the last time, other than the game with Chris Kent got a double 100.
Higgins in and Curran defends.
I might just look that scoreboard up. Actually, it was against Glamorgan. It might even have been 2016, where really a draw has looked on the cards for a long way out in the game, but this has the potential to do that.
Higgins in and Curran defends that into the onside. That completes the first over of the morning.
2015, actually. 268 Chris Dent got in the game against Glamorgan. It was the last home game of the season. The pitch was the flattest of flat, and the scores were Gloucestershire got 558 and Glamorgan got 433 and 88 for no wicket. It was just a very, very flat wicket. Bowlers just were getting nothing out of it at all, and this could develop into a batting feast, if you like, if Gloucestershire can get somewhere close to Surrey's first innings total, wherever that ends up. But Mohammed Amir, we can now see his squad number. You couldn't see his squad number yesterday because he was wearing two sweaters. It's squad number 55. And he's going to open up from the Ashley Down road end, 2 slips and this floating fourth, as Dan calls it, which I think is a pretty good description. So Amir then to Jamie Smith, and that was a gentle loosener. I say gentle is it's said in context, obviously, but that didn't look to go through at any great pace, and it was very comfortably played by Smith.
Mohammed Amir cut the arms off his cable knit screen. I mean, that's sacrilege, isn't it? He cut the arms off yesterday. And,
well, it's
so they've kitted him out in a short sleeve sweater today.
Well, maybe he had that on yesterday. We couldn't see, but he just wasn't happy bowling in a long sleeve sweater. Here's Amir in once more. That's a nice delivery there outside the off stump, and Smith just pushes at that, moving away very slightly, taken by James Bracey.
You can see why, though. I mean, Naseem Shah, when he arrived, he came from 38 degrees in Pakistan to it was 1 degree that night in Bristol, and it
might be 1 degree tonight. I'm told.
It's a culture shock, to say the least, isn't it? It's a culture shock for me from London, let alone, Well,
I say the forecast I heard this morning said 1 degree tonight potentially.
Oh.
But bright sunshine at the moment, and Mohammed Amir again back of a length and fielded by Graham Van Buren. It's just looking at that, the pitch. As from our commentary position, and there's the wide-angle view from the Cannington Avenue side of the ground. So the pitch that's 2 pitches beyond the one we're using from that camera looks really, really dry, and that just shows what a light month April has been for rain. That's a worn pitch, but it just looks very, very dry indeed. This one playing very well for the batsman, just a little bit in it yesterday morning, so for the first hour, but it was a pretty good batting pitch later in the day, even though the overhead conditions were not really receptive, not like they might be certainly this morning. Clearly it's not hot by any stretch of the imagination, but there's quite a lot of blue sky about. It's quite bright, and Surrey would, I'm sure, say it's another batting day. Mohammed Amir trying to make that otherwise. Just again outside the off stump.
There's that picture in, as you said, there's that track that they used for the Yorkshire game, wasn't it, a couple of weeks ago? And you're looking a little threadbare.
Yeah. Look at the colour of it. Look at the colour of the worn areas, though. That's the thing. Look how light they are.
You'd like a bowl on that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, probably. Keep us standing up, please. 3 saving 1 on the offside and 2 on the onside. plus a fine leg. Oh, and Smith does have to play that down and play it off almost off the outside edge of the bat, but it was on off the sort of the shoulder point really. And good stop from Marcus Harris, but just a hint. Well, I wouldn't say that was a false shot, but it did make him jump a little bit.
Yeah, he actually played that very well. He took the hand off the bat and played it downwards and just rode the bounce a little bit. Good.
So, a maiden for Mohamed Amir to start the day.
Yeah,
there's the overall position for Surrey.
Good pace from Mohamed Amir, and nice to see him hitting the splice. Ryan Higgins going to take us away from the pavilion end. And Sam Curran punches that one down the ground. They're going to take a quick single. Oh, and that's a direct hit, but Jamie Smith's well home.
Just the one bail knocked off at the strikers. And I was just looking, actually, Amir bowled 10 of his overs yesterday. So he bowled 10 overs before lunch and only 7 overs in the other 2 sessions. So today, I mean, clearly Gloucestershire will hope they're not out there for more than 2 sessions, but it may be that the bulk of his work, and bearing in mind that this backdrop to his signing has been that he hasn't played any red ball cricket for a long time, maybe the bulk of his work will come this morning when he's fresh.
Yep, here's Higgins. And Smith just lets that one go. We were speaking with Mark Church from BBC Radio London, who's covers the Surrey side all over the country, and he was alluding to the same, wasn't he? Just said he couldn't actually physically come back for that third spell yesterday. It's a hard graft, county cricket, isn't it? And especially, you know, when you haven't played it for 3 years. Here's Higgins. Oh, and that's well bowled. That's really well bowled. That turns Jamie Smith around. He's going to get 4 runs down to third man. But the moral victory goes to Ryan Higgins there, because that's really, really well bowled.
That's the view from the analyst's camera on top of the pavilion. And here we are behind the bowler's arm. Oh, we had no idea where that had gone.
No.
That was right off the leading edge.
Yeah. Yeah, he moves on to 115, 305 for 4. As he approaches the crease, and that's a big shout for LBW. Hassan Adnan, having given nothing yesterday, responds in the negative again and taps his leg for the leg by.
No bat involved here, so...
No, let's have a look at this again.
How close was it?
Oh, that is close. Ryan Higgins was a little bit frustrated last night with the LBW not being given. And that's going to do nothing to improve his mood.
Yeah, I wonder whether, again, umpire would have said going down the leg side, perhaps. But that's the only reason. Didn't look wrong on height, did it?
No. No. Still, if he's the same for both sides, that's the way life rolls sometimes, isn't it? Here's Higgins bowling to Sam Curran. Sam Curran backs away a little bit, gives himself a little bit of room, but defends that out to Graham Van Buren.
Deep in his crease there, Sam Curran, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Just to say that we did have an email at the close of play last night, which did make us chuckle. This is from Mike in the USA, who says, "Thanks for another entertaining day. I have to leave for the beach."
Oh,
lucky man.
Tell you what, I'm glad he wasn't on the beach last night round here. Higgins in, and Curran whips that down to mid-on and picks up a single. Yeah, it was rather chilly where I stay, down in sort of North Somerset, that area. It was out in the countryside. It was not warm.
No. Anyway, those of you who are whether in the USA or closer to home, very welcome to join Dan and I for the commentary today on this second day. And our email, of course, is open for comments and questions throughout the day, including what should be option 1 on the ECB's main phone number. That was just a joke from yesterday. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk is the number. And it came from the fact that I had to ring the ECB, and it says for anything to do with the 100 press option 1. And I thought that the fact that was first on the option list was just a point worthy of interest.
Priorities, eh? Priorities.
2 slips then from Amir, who will now have a goal bowl at Sam Curran for the first time today. Again, he's got the a man down at fine leg. Matt Taylor down in front of the sprinkling of spectators in front of them and on them in the main stand. But certainly yesterday, and it may be the case certainly this morning, quite a lot of the spectators just using the apartments as a windbreaker. I think we can say.
Indeed.
Just in the early part of the day. There's a sprinkling on the Hammond roof and on the terrace as well, and also in the top tier of the pavilion. I don't think there wasn't anybody in the middle tier at this time yesterday, but there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people in the middle tier in this early part of the day. Mohammed Amir in again to Curran, who's called for a sharp single, and that would have been very close if Ryan Higgins had hit at the non-striker's end. Curran was diving full length to get in. Higgins didn't throw the stumps down, but he did everything he could have done there, basically picked the ball up and dived headlong with the ball in his hand to minimise the distance between the throw and the stumps. I don't know whether Curran would have been struggling or not. It was, again, since it's a question we don't need to answer because Higgins missed anyway, but we might have a look at that at the end of the over, see how close that might have been.
He's certainly making Sam Curran pick the dust out of his jumper and gloves there. So
Amir to Jamie Smith. Again, stands. He is 6'2", as Dan repeatedly said yesterday, but because he is 6'2", when he stands tall, and he does, not much is going to go, not on this pitch, not much is going to bounce him, is it?
No, definitely. And that will come into Surrey's minds as well. Bristol's got a reputation of getting better and better as the game goes on, isn't it? And that will definitely come into their thought process.
Dan Worrell, more than anybody, having bowled on it last year, should know you don't bowl short. Not much merit in doing that, and Mohammed Amir, just as I say that, bangs a short one in.
I think it's worth giving the batsman one to think about now and again, but you don't want to be repeatedly short on it.
No. Dan Worrell, obviously, at Gloucestershire last year, played perfectly respectfully in red ball cricket. But as we mentioned during the play on the first day, were fans expecting more from him? Again, Mohammed Amir has decided that he's not going to agree with me, and he will try the odd short one at Jamie Smith.
Yeah, he's building up a lick of pace here. Dan Worrell's stats from last year, 27 wickets at 23 apiece from 8 games. It's respectable.
So there's nothing. There's nothing wrong with those. It's just a question of whether you, when you're investing in an overseas player, when you hope that, and maybe the fact that there is only 8 matches there. I think there was an injury, and he wasn't here right at the start of the season either. Mohammed Amir in, and that's played very softly by Jamie Smith away through that gap through third slip. It's going to go all the way down to the boundary for 4 in front of the pavilion. Amir probably thinks there isn't much justice in life at the moment. He's bowled 19 overs in this innings. He's had a chance dropped, more than one chance dropped off his bowling, and still wicketless. And that was where Smith's height was to his credit in that last with that last shot. And here is the run out from the wide angle view when Curran tried that sharp single. Higgins is at mid-on, coming into your picture now. I think Curran might have been out.
Yeah,
if that hits.
He might have been. I think he might have been. That 4 from Jamie Smith, again, I thought he played that very well. Took a bomb hand off the bat, rode the bounce and played it downwards. So Ryan Higgins, will he get an LBW out of Hassan Adnan in this innings? That's the crux of the matter. Here he comes. And that's well bowled. That's a full shot from Sam Curran. And
just a little bit, just a hint of away movement there.
They've beaten the edge repeatedly, Gloucestershire, and not had a lot of luck, to be honest with you. But as we said yesterday, you make your own luck. And Downing 4 catches yesterday.
Yeah, Curran didn't get the front foot right across there as he might. He needed to be 6 inches further over.
Higgins to Curran, who punches out for the back foot, out to the covers. Yeah, sometimes you're the masters of your own destiny, aren't you? And dropping 4 catches was crucial. And the one of Jamie Smith on 48 was.
Yeah, I mean, the
fact he's on 119 tells a story.
Yeah, and it's a split second decision, isn't it, between the keeper and first slip.
Higgins in, and Sam Curran just rides the bounce again on that one. Plays it to Marcus Harris there at that floating slip. It's too fine to be a gully. So we've got Hammond at first, Dent at second, Harris in that floating position. We've got cover point there. Is that
Jack Taylor? Yeah.
Graham Van Buren at cover. Mid-off. Higgins there in, and that's no run. We've got David Payne at mid-on. Tom Lace just in front of square, and Mohammed Amir just down to our right in front of us here at long leg.
Clouds just.
I thought Matt
just gone across the sun for a moment. So the sun's just gone in.
Yep, here's Higgins. Well bowled.
Curran was
long way down the pitch.
Yes,
there,
he was there, wasn't he?
Going walkies.
A bit like Benny, the Labrador, who was the star of yesterday.
He was the star. Benny with his Gloucestershire membership badge tied round his neck onto his collar. I mean, county cricket just doesn't cease to amaze me.
Is he here today, do we know?
Here's Higgins.
I think his owner, who actually is not a local, he travels from quite a way down the motorway to come to home games. I think generally, when I've spoken to his owner before, he said, I'd like to try and come to one day of all the home matches in the Red Ball game. So it's not necessarily a given that he'll be here today, but.
Yeah, I believe they come from Instow, which is the home of North Devon Cricket Club, where the Overtons plied their trade and where Chris Rogers was for a little bit as well.
Yeah, and where David Shepherd, the late David Shepherd, ran a post office when he retired. So,
if county cricket never ceases to amaze me, Ian Randall, you never cease to amaze me. The font of all knowledge.
No, not all knowledge. Here is Mohammed Amir in and dropped away by Jamie Smith for a single. Like the fact that you asked me to name the batsmen who had averaged over 46 opening for England, and said there were only 4 of them, and I wasn't convinced when I said Geoffrey Boycott that he was actually in that list, but of course he is.
Yeah. Yeah, you got them though.
I guess we kind of got them almost by a process of elimination in a way.
Yeah, although we had a guy say that it was wrong. I can't remember, on Twitter one of the guys said that Stewart only averaged 45 instead of 46, and Michael Vaughan had beaten him as well as an opener. So apologies there.
Mohammed Amir. Oh, Curran again, not very, very deep in his crease to play defensively out on the offside.
But well done to Ian for getting all 4 and a cornucopia of cricketing facts.
Jamie Smith, this is his 5th first-class 100. I say Surrey certainly like him in terms of his batting ability, but also his ability to keep wicket as well. In and Curran again back into his crease. Sorry, at the moment, remember they've got 110 overs in total to try and chase bonus points. This is the 102nd, and they still need 37 more in the remaining 8 overs to get another point. So that may not be quite in their eye line yet, but it's it's something they might need to think about.
Yeah, it's as you said, a subplot. It's a chapter in the book, isn't it? And we've had an email from Martin, who's a Surrey fan based in Warwickshire, which I'll come on to after this ball from Mohamed Amir.
With his 2 slips and the floating 4th, 5th, which is Marcus Harris, and again, Curran defends.
Yep, Martin enjoyed the coverage yesterday. Glad you did, Martin. It's great to have you on board. A couple of mentions for Mr. Church and one already today. Will we get to hear him on air with you at all this week? Well, unfortunately, Mark works for the BBC, and we're live on the stream here through Gloucestershire County Cricket Club directly. So, unfortunately, you won't hear Mr. Church with us, but keep tuned into us. We're here all 4 days, and we've got the camera here. And I hope you're enjoying the coverage. I'm sure you are, with your side 313 for 4.
And now, under overcast skies, one banged in by Mohamed Amir. So much banged in fact, that it's called as a no ball, and it's gone for 4, way over James Bracey's head. Bracey looks ruefully down the wicket at the bowler, and there's absolutely nothing he could do about that.
Yeah, 3 bounces and hits the boundary ball. That was quick.
It was quick, but Mohamed Amir, if he's going to get frustrated and bowl short like that, then that's of little use to his captain. Curran waits again, and Amir in, and pitched up, and he's signed on this 3-match deal, basically, which is this game, the game at Southampton, and the game here against Somerset, and that's to cover for Nazim Shah. And that's, we're discussing again on our walk round this morning, the fact that Gloucestershire really wanted to keep that element of a strong cutting edge from their overseas players to give them a point of difference, and changing the field now with Chris Dent out from second slip into short extra cover and pitched up, and then just chopped by Sam Curran away into the gully where there is no run. Tom Lace does the fielding. He's pretty sharp in the field. I mean, he in particular, going back to one of the discussion points from yesterday, his scores this season so far have been second innings scores. I think his first innings scores are 7, 0 and 7, and he really does need a first innings score for Gloucestershire to try and give them a chance of making it a bit more comfortable later on in this game, because Surrey got a big score and Gloucestershire on the back foot in their first innings. There's only one way that's going to go.
Higgins in and driven firmly out to mid-off by Jamie Smith. I agree with you. I think Gloucestershire in general need a first innings score, because although they've competed well, they haven't been picking up bonus points, and you get your bonus points by putting runs on the board in the first innings.
Oh, so 223, 227, 252. Yep. 3 first innings scores so far.
Not good enough. Needs a 300 plus, and definitely needs a 300 plus to even compete. As that goes through to James Bracey, passes the ball to Chris Dent, who
and bear in mind, Dan, too, that the first 2 of those scores had 100 in them.
Yes, they did. Yeah, they did.
So Harris's in particular here was it 136? I think it was 136 out of 227. It was a big proportion of the total.
Higgins in, and Smith plays that defensively square.
Good day for certain sides in Division 1 yesterday in terms of overall scores. Somerset's trials and tribulations with the bat to some degree put behind them by making a good total having been put in by Warwickshire. They're 367 for 5 at the moment. batting on this morning.
Higgins, and that's caught the inside edge and goes down to fine leg for a single.
Kent still batting against Yorkshire, 286 for 9 this morning, but and Northants 250 for 8 against Essex at Chelmsford. Runs harder to come by there than they were here yesterday, particularly latterly. Surrey paced their day, knowing that in the final session, even though there was a new ball element to it, they were able to accelerate.
Higgins to the left-handed, Sam Curran, and that's out. Caught by Marcus Harris at that floating position. Big drive from Sam Curran, feet didn't go anywhere, and finds the outside edge, and that's the first wicket of the innings to Ryan Higgins, and he deserves that, Ian.
He's worked very, very hard to get this, but yes, you're quite right, there wasn't much foot movement, and Harris actually in that position, sort of that floating slip or gully, he's actually proved a safe pair of hands there.
Very much so.
And Gloucestershire with one breakthrough this morning, and that stand, well, finally ended at 132. And now we get into the aggressors, don't we, in this sort of lower Surrey order, all of whom can put bat to ball, and probably all of whom will want to, actually. De Grandhomme, Clark and Will Jacks, and it's De Grandhomme who's coming in now on his Surrey debut. He on another 3-match deal, similar to the one that Gloucestershire signed with Mohamed Amaya.
Yeah, the man known as CDG strides to the crease, and we're not talking about Charles de Gaulle here, are we? So Colin de Grandhomme comes to the wicket, and Ryan Higgins will bowl to him. He's a big unit, isn't he, Colin de Grandhomme? I was looking at him earlier, and big strapping New Zealand lad.
Yes, he at Cheltenham last year in the game against Hampshire, which was obviously the key match in deciding who was going to finish or to be, get into the top group at the end of the season.
Here's Higgins to him, first ball. Oh, he's bowled him! Out for no ball! Oh dear. Pole out the ground, lovely delivery. Pitches middle, takes the top of off, just where you want to be as a bowler, but Ryan Higgins has overstepped the mark again. Oh, what a delivery though. I mean, that's unplayable.
And that's twice that's happened. I mean, Higgins had a wicket at Northampton, didn't he, where he had a batsman caught off a no ball.
Yeah.
So that's...
Here we go, is Higgins on the hat-trick? Ironic cheers from the crowd down below us, and that completes what was quite an entertaining over. But we're talking about subplots, Ian, in the game, and Surrey, Gloucestershire now need one more wicket in the 7 overs for that extra bonus point, don't they?
They do.
So there's another subplot there. Here's the catch from the wide-angle replay. We're hoping to get Marcus Harris. That went quite quickly and low, and after the spillages yesterday, they'll be pleased to see the back of Sam Curran there.
Yeah, Curran's innings 64 off 99 balls. 11 fours. Just the sort of counter-punching sort of knock that I think Surrey would have wanted him to play. So here now is Jamie Smith with De Grandhomme. I say, having had that off stump knocked clean out of the ground off that no ball.
Is it me, or is the ball moving a little bit more this morning?
Well, the cloud cover has come back over the ground again. The brightness has gone, and perhaps Gloucestershire with this ball that is 23 overs old, now just starting to get a little bit of help with it. Smith goes back and defends once more out to Van Buren.
Sometimes that's the case with the new ball. It actually swings more after maybe 10 overs. Once the lacquer comes off it, that's when it starts to swing. And I think the premium time is maybe from 10 to 30 overs. Depends on the ball as well.
And that's where we are at the minute, obviously. Higgins at mid-off. Well, he very nearly ran Curran out, so that miss not too costly. Ahmed Amir, left arm over. And Jamie Smith, he's shown no real attacking instinct this morning. He's added 10 to his overnight score in half an hour. But
I think they've all been behind square on the offside, haven't they?
He's still playing in that sort of what looks to be the same mental zone as he was in yesterday.
Yeah.
Amir coming round the wicket. The man out now on the deep square boundary, and well, there's a result. There's a gap in which Smith can work the ball into. They think about 2, but there isn't 2 to Tom Lacey's arm, and they'll settle for a single. And de Grandon taking guard. Well, he certainly didn't get his eyes and guard in line for that delivery from Higgins at the other end, so it looked as if he might have been taking, again, middle and off when he asked Hassan Adnam. He's quite a square stance too, maybe actually even taking off stump. Mohamed Amir to bowl to him. Ooh, and that was a bit tentative.
Colin de Grandon, a Zimbabwean originally, born in Harare. His father played 16 games of first-class cricket there as well, and he became the 270th Test player for New Zealand when he made his debut against Pakistan in 2016, possibly against Mohamed Amir. And he got a fifer and scored a 50 on debut.
Yes, that game at Cheltenham last year, his real contribution was with the ball rather than the bat. Gloucestershire had real trouble with him. Amir in. Oh, edged! Oh, and Hammond at first slip. Did that carry? Is that another one that Hammond has spilled? De Grandon bowled off a no ball. And now here,
Mohamed Amir not happy.
At first slip. Oh, it's low. But again, it's one that Hammond would expect to take. Yeah, you could understand Mohamed Amir at the moment. He's just getting I think a sympathetic round of applause from the spectators down below the apartments. Another chance gone. I mean, I wonder whether de Grandon, to be fair, he's not looked settled at all yet, unlike this man.
Higgins into Jamie Smith, and de Grandon's had a couple of chances. He's only been at the crease for, what, 5-6 balls? 4 balls.
4 balls.
And one he's been bowled off a no ball.
So technically, I suppose he's faced 5, but one of them was a no ball.
Yeah, so he's faced 5 balls. He's been bowled off a no ball. He's been dropped at first slip, and he's you don't want to give him too many chances. He's a dangerous customer. He got a 71 ball 100 against the West Indies back in 2017. That's played out into the offside by Jamie Smith. They're going to think about 2, and they're going to come back for 2 quite comfortably. Yeah, that's a Gloucestershire now dropped 5 catches in this innings. And
so what do you do? What do you do with your man who is at first slip and who has been involved in the vast proportion of those? Do you, because clearly if you remove him from that situation, that just knocks his confidence completely.
True. Here's Higgins. And strangled appeal.
I mean, the inference might be, we want to put somebody else in there. If you can't do the job, then somebody else has got to do it. But equally, that's such a knock to that player's belief that he can. That there's a bit of rebuilding to be done.
Well, it is, but if he's dropping crucial chances there, then you have to.
Yeah.
It's not a tea party. This is professional cricket, and If he is, as Higgins comes in and that's left alone, if he is making errors that are detrimental to the team, sometimes you have to be cruel to be kind and remove him out there. Tom Lace is a very good slipper. He can slip, and he's out in the covers. He's extra cover at the moment, and Dent always likes two, doesn't he? He always likes second slip. So I don't know if Tom Lace goes in there or here's Higgins, and that's punched off the front foot firmly back towards him. I'm sure Marcus Harris can probably do a job in there. I think Graham Van Buren can slip as well, can't he?
I don't think he's fielded there very much, not in the games which I've covered.
Yeah. You don't get many captains standing at mid-wicket like Van Buren. Here's Higgins from the pavilion end, and that's driven out firmly to David Payne at mid-off. Captains like to often captain the game from either first slip or mid-off, and it's not often you see them at mid-wicket the way Graham Van Buren is at the moment. We're going to have a look at the drop here, and Mohamed Amir, not a happy man, comes into the crease here, finds the edge, and that did carry. That's hit Hammond on the boot, and you just cannot afford to keep giving this Surrey team chances. They'll punish you. But Mohamed Amir is going to continue from the Ashley Down Road end, and Ian Randall's going to take us away.
5 overs to go for further bonus points potentially, but sorry, you're going to have to really accelerate to get to their 350 target if they can, for that fourth batting point. Gloucestershire need 1 wicket, and there are now 32 extras in the innings. Yesterday Gloucestershire for quite a while I'd kept that extras total right down, but we've had a no ball that's gone for 4 this morning, as well as the one that Higgins bowled de Grandon with. No ball total rattling up, and de Grandon again defends back to Amir. I think it's about well, whether he asked his captain or not for a change of field, he's asked Tom Lace to go back onto the boundary at
bowlers like to do that,
deep
don't
mid-wicket.
They like to do that, don't they, Ian? Drives a captain mad. Remember Phil Edmonds used to consistently tinker with the field that Mike Brearley had set, and then Brearley would change it back again, and there was like a standoff.
He's got a fine leg down in front of the smaller scoreboard, and Amir to de Grandon, bat raised, and he's clubbed that away through extra cover for 4. That will go all the way to the rope. That's the first time he's really middled one, and that's the kind of player he is. If it's in his half, then he will play a pretty full shot at it, and that was raced away. I mean, the outfield's quick, but that wasn't a question of that just being a push. That was a fiercely struck shot.
It was a clump, a Colin clump.
And Mohamed Amir now decides to change the angle and come round the wicket. Ryan Higgins' overall figures 1 for 65, having taken the wicket this morning of Ollie Pope, of Sam Curran, as you were. De Grandon waits for Amir, and then he defends from the crease. Mohamed Amir into his 22nd over, and he has none for 58 at the moment. My screen hasn't quite updated.
There were a few sort of reports in the written press yesterday, not putting the boot into Mohamed Amir, but just being a little bit disappointed with his performance, and I don't think there was anything wrong. I thought it's very hard to step off a plane from heat into those cold conditions like yesterday, and I don't think there's anything wrong, and I think he'll come good. I think he's absolute class bowler.
Marcus Harris out from that floating 4th position into mid-wicket, and Mohamed Amir tries to block that drive from de Grandon with his foot, That'll sting for a little bit. He did block it. There was no run, but here's a replay of what he tried to do. It's just an instant reaction, really, rather than getting down with his hand.
Quite a nice first touch if he was a footballer.
Harris staying at that short mid-wicket on the clip. If de Granton just get a bit too far round, but he doesn't there. Very much in line, and just the boundary in the over. 3:29 for 5, and there are 4 overs to go for Surrey to get 21 if they're going to get one more point. Gloucestershire need 1 wicket for an extra bowling point. Smith has 124. As you can see, there was the core details of the Surrey innings, where all the power in that total has come from those in the middle order.
It's interesting talking of football, watching these sides warm up, and I think generally, a lot of the English guys are decent footballers, aren't they? You see them, and Tom Lace looks like a good footballer, and I was watching the Surrey guys this morning. Rory Burns looks like he's got a decent first touch. But you see some of the foreign guys, and I was watching Somerset the other week, and Marchant de Langer's absolutely hopeless. Bouncing off his shin, off his knee, and it's quite interesting. Here's Higgins into the crease, and that's played by Jamie Smith out to mid-off.
And the question is often posed, isn't it? Particularly if a player gets injured or pulls up and is unable to bowl or bat in a game because they've done something in the football warm-up, as to whether that should be the right way to warm up or not.
Yeah, here's Higgins, and that's wide of off stump and doesn't time it, goes out to middle. Rory Burns did that on England duty a few years ago, didn't he? He missed a lot of the series against South Africa, rolling his ankle playing football, and I think Johnny Bairstow did it on England duty as well. So I think they're a little bit more circumspect how they warm up these days. But there's a subplot going on here, Ian, isn't there? Because there's 3.4 overs. I'll come on to it after this ball from Ryan Higgins. This goes through to the keeper. There's 3.5 overs left. Surrey need 21 runs for the next bonus point in those 3.5 overs, and Gloucestershire need 1 wicket. And it doesn't seem like Surrey are
really chasing it.
Not really, no. You'd think with 5 wickets in hand that they might push a little bit harder. Because if they don't get there, they'll be, it could be crucial at the end of the season. As that is defended.
Well, they're clearly looking. They may have been looking just at that 16 over target this morning, or the target from the overnight overs, which was 96 to 110, which of course is 14. Forgive my maths.
Yeah.
And that was, like as you say, that's the subplot. But the main plot is, Higgins? Can we get to the ultimate total that we want in the first innings? If that's 450 plus, then as long as we get there, how fast we get there in terms of just 1 bonus point probably is less important. They want to give themselves the best chance of winning the game rather than chasing 1 point, which might mean it's a problem for them to win it.
Higgins into the crease, and that's played out to Tom Lace, extra cover. That completes the over. That's a maiden for Ryan Higgins. We were speaking to Ryan Patel this morning, weren't we? Having a chat with him over a cup of coffee, and what a pleasant individual he is, nice guy. And he was saying that he had nothing out there yesterday morning. He said Gloucestershire bowled really well. He said there was nothing really to hit.
No freebies, I think.
No freebies, yeah, that's what he
phrase.
said. Yeah, and I thought he spoke very eloquently for a young lad, and fresh off 100 last week against Somerset, which saw his side home in the second innings there. 102 he got.
So Mohammed Amir has had 5 overs this morning for 13, and Ryan Higgins has bowled 6 overs and has taken 1 for 17. So whether he keeps going, we will see shortly. But David Payne's on at the Ashley Down Road end. And I don't think Payne will bowl very much short. Got a wicket with his first ball yesterday. And he'll have Colin de Grandon to bowl too.
De Grandon won his third county in England. He's played for Warwickshire and played for Hampshire on a white ball contract only in the Blast. And he's also had a stint at Southern Brave in the 100 as well.
Certainly hits the ball hard enough to be in that competition. Here he is, just working what should be just a single out to Tom Lace, who's positioned on the Kennington Avenue boundary on the deep square. It's a long old boundary. In fact, I was walking around the ground this morning at sort of between 9:15 and 9:30. There were two gentlemen already sat on their folding chairs an hour and a half before play was. I mean, they were clearly watching the players warm up and they were watching the nets and what have you. They were very keen to be there at that time of day. Here is Payne in once more. No, that's a good delivery. And even for a man who's got 124 against his name on the board, Jamie Smith still couldn't lay bat on this, and he was genuinely beaten by it. Here's a second look. And again, quite good carry off. Just dropped it right on the seam there. And Payne, again, not the longest approach to the wicket. He and Mohammed Amir both similar approaches. Mohammed Amir would be faster, no question. And Payne just handing something to Amir, not sure what that might have been. But he sprints away from us and past umpire Mike Burns. I think second delivery in succession goes past the outside edge of Jamie Smith's bat.
Mohammed Amir clapping his hands there, giving him encouragement. But you're right, what you're saying about county cricket, and James Healy works on our stream with us here. He said it never ceases to amaze him how people turn up. They're in their full kit at like 9:30 in the morning, an hour and a half before play.
Payne in again. And defended by Jamie Smith. I mean, there are, and every county has them, there are a group of really keen fans who perhaps maybe have got quite big book collections and they want certain players to sign certain books. And they are all, they make sure they're at the ground at 9 o'clock because the players, are quite happy to sign autographs at that stage in on their way out to net practice or whatever. But the longer the morning goes by, that tends to be not frowned upon, but certainly not so easy to sort out. And David Payne here just having a change in his field, so he's bringing Tom Lace in to orthodox mid-wicket, and Marcus Harris is coming back in to that fourth slip position. Almost 3.5 almost here. And that's for de Grandon. So Jamie Smith, I should say, out on the leg side. No run. That was Smith who faced the last ball of the over, not de Grandon. De Grandon batting in a longer sleeved jumper than Smith. 330 for 5, Surrey. 20 in 2 overs if they're going to get a batting point. And doesn't look likely.
Yeah. There is there's an autograph etiquette, isn't there, Ian? And you, as you said, if you ask a player first thing in the morning, most players will happily sign away. If you ask him after he's just on his way back to the pavilion for a duck, you often might hear some audible invective come forth.
Yeah, Higgins has finished his stint for now. So 6 overs, 1 for 17 this morning. And the wicket of Sam Curran. Matt Taylor's going to replace him.
Yeah, bowled very well yesterday. Matt Taylor, he's...
actually had bowled more overs than anybody else yesterday. 22 yesterday. Nobody bowled more than him.
2 for 51, his figures. And I thought Surrey might go for this batting point because at the moment they've got 3 points here. Here's Matt Taylor. And that is short and picked up by Colin de Grandhomme for the first 6 of the innings. No messing around there. That made me eat my words, didn't it, Ian Randall?
Well, there was a big gap on the leg side, and it wasn't quite a long hop, but it was certainly plenty of time for de Grandhomme to go back into his crease and just use those big levers to play it into that big gap on the leg side. So now, and perhaps unsurprisingly, there is a man back at deep square and nobody on the single.
Yeah. Miles Hammond probably realising that cricket can be a lonely place after dropping Colin de Grandhomme. Here's Taylor into him, and that's given out LBW, and that is the second bonus point for Gloucestershire. Matt Taylor does the trick. What a reply, what a response. Hit for 6, comes back, traps him LBW, and Hassan Adnan raises the finger.
Yes, he was a long way back there. It went off the back pad, didn't it?
It did. Yeah. Yeah, so Matt Taylor grabs his 3rd wicket, and he's
once again the Miles Hammond miss, you might argue, not terribly costly, because de Grandhomme, relatively speaking, has not lasted very long. And sorry, now 336 for 6. I mean, I think that perhaps that 450 might be a bit optimistic. I mean, we were saying could Gloucester get 6 wickets for 60 this morning? It didn't look like that, but they've got 2, and now the question is, can they, power through? But Will Jacks,
he can bat.
He's no mean bat. He's already got a white ball 100 against Gloucestershire, and he's got a respectable first-class average of 29. He's got 10 first-class 50s, so he's not a rabbit coming in at number 8, and he's got Jamie Smith alongside him. He's still pretty well set.
No, he was actually named in that England one-day international squad last year that David Payne got called up for due to COVID, and then Jacks himself had to withdraw due to COVID from that squad. So he does give it a whack, and he hit 6 sixes in an over, and in a 25-ball 100 in a T10 pre-season competition a few years back, and that 100, as you mentioned, was just his 3rd game in the Royal London One Day Cup. Made his debut a couple of games previously against Somerset, and he's played 34 first-class games, so he's not, purely a white ball man. He's still only 23 years old, and he can chip in with some tidy off spin. But Matt Taylor's going to bowl his first ball at him, and he's behind that one, defends it back to the bowler. So,
and Gloucestershire have had to work hard for these 2 bowling points, haven't they?
Very much so, yeah, as you should in, when you play a top of the table side, especially as Division 1 cricket, they make you work for it.
So Jordan Clark, Dan Worrell and Reece Topley, the remaining Surrey batsmen.
Taylor coming around the wicket. Full delivery, driven out through the offside. Tom Lace fielding, and he's just hurt himself there. He's okay, but I don't know if he just rolled his ankle running for that one, but he's just testing it gingerly,
just flexing it.
Yeah.
Now Jacks is away then, and Jamie Smith at the other end. He's really held this Surrey innings together manfully.
He has. Taylor around the wicket to him. Oh, and that's well bowled. That finds the outside edge and bounces just before Chris Dent at second slip. Chris Dent was described by a colleague, Ed Seaborn, up at Old Trafford last week as being with his long hair and tattoos, and there was a picture of him working in the Thatcher's cider bar as a barista pre-season, as a bit of a sort of publicity shoot, etc., and sort of thinks that he might have a career post-cricket running an independent coffee shop here in Bristol. As Taylor comes in, and Smith plays it out to mid-on. But I think Dent definitely is in that style. He epitomises the city of Bristol, and he's the sort of guy that I'd expect to see weaving in and out of the Gloucester Road on one of those electric scooters that we find here in Bristol. So, who are an absolute menace to the traffic here, it's got to be said.
Yeah, there are quite a few on I saw on my my drive in this morning. So Gloucestershire have got 2 wickets today in the first 55 minutes. Sam Curran for 64 and Colin de Grandhomme for 11. First LBW decision that's been upheld by either of the umpires in the 109th over.
It is, yeah. No, Ryan Patel. Ryan Patel was LBW.
And here is Payne bowling to Jackson again. There's a little bit of movement in the air and certainly a little bit of movement off the pitch. And yes, of course, Patel was first ball to Payne yesterday on the money. I say that was not the first ball that he had faced, but the first ball Payne had bowled. And he's been just as accurate so far today from this Ashley Down Road end. Getting into a good rhythm. And Jacks waits for him, and he's clipped him through the gap where third slip would have been for 4. Well, that would have been a fast chance with a fielder there, but it's gone right down to the boundary at third man. And here's a second look at that. You can see the 2 slips in your screen, and it's forced through the gap, and James Bracey, I think the inference of that was what again from the keeper,
probably with a few other choice words thrown in there.
Yes, and they've just moved Marcus Harris astride to his left. Payne in, and Jacks clips that past Jack Taylor and away for 4. It was a nice looking shot. If the one before was a bit risky, there wasn't much wrong with that. That came straight out of the middle.
Yeah, and there are
Jack's on to 9.
3 balls left, and they need 5 runs for that bonus point.
It's a late run on the rails.
Yeah,
from Surrey to try and get to 350.
Get there by nose.
Harry staying at third slip.
Just close that gap a little bit there.
Yeah, they have Payne to Jacks, and we skewed that away, and that's going to go all the way for 4 more. Jack Taylor, I think, may have lost that initially when it went off the outside half of the bat. He started to go to his right, and the ball went to his left. And Jack certainly had tried to turn that on the onside.
Possibly came off the back of the bat.
It was a really odd one, and Payne, having not done a lot wrong, has seen 4-4-4 against his analysis in the scorebook. So last ball, unless it's a no ball, there are 2 balls to go.
2 balls to go.
2 balls to go for Sorry to get 1 run, and Jacks has tried to hit that into the Kennington Avenue car park, and he's missed it.
Just drop it at your feet, lad. Just drop it at your feet, run the single.
Well, this is you can see what he was trying here. Got in a terrible tangle, really.
Most unusual shot.
And Gloucestershire are going to try and prevent Jacks taking the tip and run single here.
It wouldn't surprise me to see a bouncer here, and I think Will Jacks will take it on.
Been a chat between Graham Van Buren and David Payne, and now Higgins and Payne having a word, sharing an idea perhaps. Conscious there is only one ball to go. 3 slips still in. It's been an eventful over this. Whether Payne might think about the short ball. He is quite an attacking bowler, though, by train of thought. I know it's Jacks has hit that high in the air, and that should be caught. And Payne gets the caught and bowled. And it's the end of Will Jacks for 13. Surrey don't get the extra batting point, and Gloucestershire have their 3rd wicket of the morning, 349 for 7. That was an odd innings, wasn't it?
It was. It's fantastic cricket from Gloucestershire. Good captaincy from Graham Van Buren, with Ryan Higgins as well. And the bouncer was there. They had 1 ball to get 1 run for that bonus point. He was always going to take it on. And David Payne directed it well, directed it at the throat, and Will Jacks had to go for it. You know, he had to go for it, and skied it straight up in the air for.
But they left themselves with a lot to do then in the last 2 overs. Didn't
They did,
and you know, in a sense, on my target, it shouldn't have got to that point.
No, definitely not.
And if Jacks was sent out with an instruction, look, try and get us to 350. Well, yes, he did his best, but it was. Certainly a curious tactical situation to leave themselves chasing those runs so late in the piece. So Jacks departs, and I'd be very surprised if that isn't Jordan Clark coming out at number 9. Indeed it is. So Clark protecting the tail, and I thought this morning was, Surrey would want 450. They might take 400 from here.
Yeah, I mean,
and credit to Gloucestershire for getting back into this. They've if they were to nip out the other 3 relatively cheaply, it would really, I would say, the follow-on becomes less of a problem.
Yes, it does.
With a total of under 400.
Absolutely, Ian. And I think Surrey will also be disappointed to only pick up 3 batting points after dominating the day yesterday. They were in the ascendancy. They were in the box seat, and they've only picked up, you get your batting points at 200, 250, 300 and 350 within the 110 overs, and they've only got 349. But this man here, Jamie Smith, has been the rock, underpin the innings as Matt Taylor comes into him, and he defends that back. Jordan Clark just coming to the crease, a man from up in Cumbria, same part of the world as man named captain of England yesterday, Ben Stokes, who's Ben Stokes originally from New Zealand, but came and joined Cockermouth CC, I think, on the coast, and Jordan Clark just down the road at Whitehaven. He went to Separate School, but he's a hard-hitting batsman. Here's Matt Taylor into Smith, who defends that into the onside. I think they'll be quite happy to see him just trot through for a single. 350 up for Surrey. Not even a ripple of applause for that.
If there was a bit of time pressure on them in the last 3 or 4 overs, that now has been released. So I wonder what Jordan Clark's approach will be here. They have to be a little bit conscious about taking too much time out of the game with their first innings.
Yeah, I think he'll give it a whack. He likes to put bat to ball. He 6 sixes in an over in a second team game a few years back, and he'd hit 5 in a grade cricket game a few months previously out in Australia. As Matt Taylor comes into him, and he leaves that one well alone. But he's a big lad, and he's a wholehearted competitor, and he averages 25 with the bat. He's no fool with the bat. So from a big cricketing family, brother Graham Clark plays at Durham, and his brother Darren plays for Cumberland in the minor counties as well. And he was signed under sort of a little bit of a fanfare, wasn't he, from Lancashire a few years ago. Here's Matt Taylor into him, and he edges that. He's going to get his first runs of the morning. He could well get 4 of them here. No, that's a fantastic bit of work there by Chris Dent. Cuts off the boundary, keeps it down to 2. And I tell you what, this Gloucestershire side have scrapped this morning, and they are scrappers. They won't let you just come to Bristol and have an easy ride. And despite them being out of the game for long periods yesterday, they've called themselves back in it, and that's been the story of their season, hasn't it, Ian?
Yeah, I mean they've had quite a few games where you'd say they've been behind the game tactically.
Yeah, here's Taylor in, and that's defended out to mid-off.
You know, in the game at Northampton, by the time they got to the third evening, they probably had a situation where they might have wanted more than the 299 that Northampton was set, but that was still a workable total to defend. In the Yorkshire match here at the Seat Unique Stadium, it never quite got enough runs.
No.
In the third innings.
Taylor in defended. Yeah, no, I agree, and also I think, you know, that little bit of extra class that you find in Division 1, and that in that instance was from David Milan, wasn't it? Just took the game away from them right at the last minute. But they'd scrapped with Yorkshire, hadn't they? They'd been there neck and neck with them. I know they were behind the 8 ball slightly, but they didn't let Yorkshire get away at all. And they are scrappers. Even
at Old Trafford, where you know, Lancashire were hot favourites on that fourth day. You know, the lower order were not prepared to give in easily, and as we know, they got very close to saving the game. A bit like a football team playing with a lot of defenders, and you get to the 85th minute and it's still 0-0. David Payne to continue. Jamie Smith on strike, and Payne he's probably beaten the bat more than Mohamed Amir this morning in his spell, that's for sure. He's been certainly more accurate than Amir, and as the sun reappears again, Gloucestershire would love to get these last 3 wickets for no more than another 40, let's say, because they would be Payne in once more to Smith. They'd be then really asking a lot of questions of the Surrey attack, if Surrey really think that they can boss the game from a position where really yesterday it looked as if they were going to power on this pitch, but their attacking batsmen have not quite produced as much as they would have expected. 2 relatively cheap wickets, really, de Grandhomme and Jacks, as they chase that 3rd batting point.
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire would have taken anything under 400. When you arrive in the morning at 294 for 4, you'd take anything under 400. And well, let us know what you think. Drop us a line to commentators@glosscc.co.uk. You can see it there in the top right hand corner. If you've got any questions or any observations, drop them to Ian Randall or myself, Dan Whiting.
Payne continuing this Ashley Downroad end spell, and again little bit of away movement, as once again Jamie Smith, despite the fact he's been at the crease now for 6¼ hours, he's still being troubled here by David Payne in this spell. Just by
he's on an hourly rate, Ian.
Good use of angles, and also an accurate length of delivery, and we didn't see that really. We have to be honest here. We didn't see that from Mohamed Amir this morning, did we? We didn't see this level of accuracy that Payne is giving Gloucestershire now. No,
they're different types of bowler, and they have to be, because with 3 left armers, it can be very samey, can't it? It can be all a little bit sort of similar with the angle, and I think they're 3 very different types. Payne is rangy, he's tall, and he's accurate. Mohamed Amir's got the extra pace, and Matt Taylor tends to prefer going around the wicket and working on angles.
Harris back in at 3rd slip. Nothing doing there though. And again defended by Jamie Smith. 352 for 7. Payne today, in terms of his spell, he has bowled he's only bowled the 3 overs actually. It's not a long contribution, and he has taken 1 for 13, including in that the 3 boundaries that Will Jacks got off him in successive deliveries, but he wasn't bothered by that. He did take the caught and bowled to remove Jacks off the last ball of the 110th over, and we're back to normal service, dare we say. And Matt Taylor to continue the left arm attack from the far end.
Yep, here he comes into... that's Jamie Smith there, who just works in the corner. They're thinking of 2, and that's lazy cricket. And Mohammed Amir, there should never have been 2 there at all. And good running.
Was it a question of... And sorry, we're not trying to vilify Mohammed Amir here. Was it a question of spot the fielder there, do you think? And there were certain people who they would not have...
Well, I don't think they've taken it to Lace or Dent because they're quicker to the ball.
Yeah, and I also just wonder there whether Mohammed Amir was saying I couldn't throw the ball because the umpire was in my sight line.
Possibly. Maybe I've been a little bit harsh on Mohammed Amir there. Taylor in, and that goes through to the keeper. Yeah, that was just tucked round the corner. It was just literally tucked in behind the umpire's square leg. And really, when the ball only goes that far, there shouldn't be 2 there.
No, Mike Burns just having a chat with Mohammed Amir now, and it may be that Mohammed Amir wanted to go to the bowler's end and had to run 3 yards before he could throw the ball in because literally the umpire was in his line of vision.
Yep. Taylor in to the crease, pitched up and played into the offside to Tom Lace. But the umpire's got to be there. He's got to be in position in case Mohammed Amir threw it at the striker's end. And Mike Burns has to be in a good position there to see that. Burns, like Jordan Clark, played for Cumberland in the minor counties or national counties, isn't he? Played also for Cornwall, so at the polar ends of the country. And then had a professional career with 6 years at Warwickshire. As Taylor comes in, that goes through to the keeper. And 8 years at Somerset, where he took over as captain from a man who's higher in the higher echelons of the MCC now, Jamie Cox. Tasmanian. Very popular at Somerset. Scored a lot of runs one season, didn't he? I think he...
Yes, he did. Yeah, I'll give you some updated scores that matters elsewhere in Division 1.
Taylor.
End of the over.
And that's just worked into the onside there by Smith. They're going to come back again for 2. There is 2 there this time. Comfortable 2.
A bit of a hesitation from Jordan Clark. He's had a couple of those where the calling hasn't been absolutely solid. But remember, Surrey 294 for 4 overnight, so they've added 62 this morning, but they've lost 3 wickets in doing so.
Very pleasant morning here this morning here in Bristol. I love the morning of a county game. It's a different sort of atmosphere in the morning, isn't it, than the afternoon. Taylor in, and it's actually Jordan Clark there, isn't it? Been playing those. Not Smith.
Yes, Clark playing the last ball of that over. Things going along pretty slowly at Chelmsford. Northampton 285 for 8 against Essex. At Southampton, Hampshire 246. Lancashire 83 for 4 in reply. And a bit of a clatter at Taunton. Somerset trying to get to 400 in 110 overs. They're just short. 393 for 8 against Warwickshire. And Yorkshire just starting their reply to Kent's 291 are 6 without loss at Headingley. Here, David Payne around the wicket change of angle, a little bit change of angle, and Jordan Clark watches Jamie Smith just let that go through. You talk about Matt Taylor's effectiveness around the wicket. I tend to think that Payne is at his most effective, very definitely over the wicket.
Yeah.
Because he gets so close to the stumps.
He brings the LBW into play as well. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, I agree.
And Matt Taylor bowls different length as well. Slightly back of a length, where Payne just sees that worked by Jamie Smith into the onside, fielded by Ryan Higgins. Tom Race comes in off the boundary now for Jordan Clark. Back to 3 slips as Clark takes guard, and Payne is going to come back over the wicket to Clark. So maybe it's just because Smith's been out there for so long, just to give him something a little bit different to consider. But here Clark, who's again taking off stump, and doesn't play that very convincingly. The yelp you heard was from yet another near thing as far as the Gloucestershire bowlers are concerned.
As a Mahmood just down below us, the assistant coach at Surrey. New coaching team in place there with Gareth Batty as interim head coach for the season, and then Mahmood and Jim Troughton assisting him.
Hammond, Dent and Harris wait for a potential edge. That's down the leg side from Payne, and taken by James Bracey. So the men out today, if you've joined us since we started at 11 o'clock, Jamie Smith and Sam Curran were resuming for Surrey, and they took the total to 320, a stand of 132 for the 5th wicket before Curran was caught by Harris at 3rd slip off Higgins. Here is Payne again, being pitched up. Well pitched up and defended by Jordan Clark. Curran made 64, and then Surrey, a bit almost as an afterthought, tried to get to 350 for the extra batting point, and in trying to get there, de Grandon was caught, LBW to Matt Taylor for 11, having been bowled off a no ball, the first ball he faced, and then Will Jacks caught and bowled by Payne for 13. Payne in again here, and again Jordan Clark defends. That Payne wicket came off the last ball of the 110th over, so it gave Gloucestershire their 7th wicket in all, but it deprived Surrey of the batting point after the 3 balls previously in the over had gone to the boundary. It was an odd dart at that point from Surrey, and a tactical, a bit of a very strange tactical sort of decision for me anyway to leave it that late. But they didn't get there, and now Jordan Clark is just trying to support Jamie Smith as they do, extract as much as they can, I suppose. But there is a time and runs balance here for me. So we've got to be careful not to take too much out of the game, otherwise they will only reduce their own chances of winning.
Taylor to Smith, pitched up and driven out to mid-off. You're right, Ian, and I thought it was bizarre. Surrey have only got themselves to blame for not picking up that extra batting point. It's like the man who leaves it till the last minute to go to work and then gets caught in the traffic jams, and it's nobody else's fault when it repeatedly happens and he's summoned to go and see HR, is it? So
I'll come back to that roadwork story in a minute.
Taylor in, and that's nicely played through the onside. He's going to get 4 runs for that. That's going to go away down to where the dressing rooms are, and very pleasantly played and placed by Jamie Smith.
Yeah, I mean that was somebody who has been in a long time and picked the right ball to hit.
Yeah. Been very impressed with him. Been very, very impressed with him. He's easy on the eye. Ollie Pope has got the reputation for being one of the prettiest players in the country. Jamie Smith was equal to him.
130 now, first class best 138.
Yeah, he's got style as well as substance. Taylor into him, and that's nicely played as well. A little bit of bottom hand comes into that one, whips it into more or less the same area and gets 4 runs. Gorgeous shot.
And that's despite having a man, and not just any man, but Chris Dent's a really good fielder. He's in there at that short mid wicket almost for that shot, but it was past him so quickly. Even a dive from Dent couldn't stop it.
Yeah.
He tried to sort of close that angle off for Jamie Smith, and Dent's actually just going back 2 or 3 yards. He's going to be a little bit careful there because he's going to be standing on a worn wicket end. But Smith to 134.
Yeah, it's never nice fielding on those ends, is it? Unless you've got shares in your local dentist. Bit bobbly there.
Matt Taylor's going to come over the wicket just to try and change the angle for Jamie Smith.
Yeah, and he comes to the wicket, and that's driven firmly out to mid-off, with Ryan Higgins doing the fielding there.
But he generally has he looked to have an all-court game yesterday, didn't he, in terms of his range of shots. He wasn't scoring exclusively in one area.
I've been really, really impressed with him. I think he's got his head screwed on. He handles pressure well. His side were in a little bit of difficulties yesterday, and he came in as Taylor approaches the crease to him, and that's played out to Chris Dent. And he's only a 21-year-old lad. You know, he's a young man, and I think he's got a really mature head on his shoulders, and I was very, very impressed with him, and he looks not to be one for the future. I think he's one for the present. Another one from Whitgift School, same as Rory Burns and Ryan Patel. Surrey have used it as an outground in the past. As Taylor comes in and bowls to him. Yeah, Surrey have used it as an outground in the past, based just on the south of Croydon, and I've got a feeling Tim Murtagh is from that neck of the woods as well. He's from that sort of area. And some strong cricket down there in Surrey, in the Surrey Championship. Clubs like Banstead, Reigate Priory, Cheam were a good side. I think they've not so strong these days, but there's some good cricket down there. Wimbledon, another side that are good, who rent their ground out as a car park, I believe, during the tennis championships.
Oh well,
and
someone's got an eye to
make a few quid out of it.
Yeah. I to making some money. Payne to continue. Oh, and Mohammed Amir just flexing his calves there and doing some stretching. So yesterday he bowled 10 of his 17 overs before lunch. So it wouldn't be a surprise to see him return. 365 for 7, sorry, 294 for 4 overnight. And I wonder what Gareth Batty and Azam and Jim Troughton are looking at here. I mean, they have the advantage, if I can call it that, of having won 2 games already. So, yes, you want to try and win every game, of course you do, but having had 2 strong wins, a game where you can glean a lot of bonus points but not win is not necessarily a disaster, and they would have looked at this pitch and looked at how likely it might be that they could take 20 wickets on it. Generally speaking, 20 wickets back to back in particular, not easy to do, because it's been in generally the way of things that sides who have... Now what's happened here? The umpires have I'm going to go and have a chat. Again, it might be about the shape of the ball, I think, because Mike Burns has asked for the disc from...
Yeah, they might be discussing where they're going for dinner,
Hassan
perhaps.
Adnan.
Are they going to go down the Gloucester Road or maybe head over to Clifton?
Clifton's more expensive, I suggest.
Yes.
I don't think that ball wasn't changed, so it's as you were for David Payne. But yes, to try and take 20 wickets back to back on this pitch, you feel it's going to be really hard for Surrey to do. Gloucestershire, their biggest target in their head, apart from taking these last 3 wickets, of course. Just to get a big first innings score, take the follow-on out of the equation. Big first innings score, you save the match.
Yeah, but going back to what you were saying earlier about Surrey, I mean, they've had 2 wins and they find themselves top of the table. And it will be interesting to see how they go this season, because bowling sides out twice at the Oval is not easy. And it will be interesting to see. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Payne in again, and defended by Jamie Smith. I mean, they have got people who, you know, they've got a battery of quicker bowlers, and they've got, I mean, Verdi and Moriarty are not the worst 2 spinners. They're not playing in this match, but they have got, you know, they've got people who can take wickets in red ball cricket on favourable pitches for the spinners later in the summer, if that's what happens. But as we know, batting at the Oval can be a bit like batting on a road on occasions. And again, Payne sees Smith defend. He's very patient here, even though he started the day on 111 and he's added 23 this morning in an hour and a half. He's not really gone for it. He's just kept going in the manner which proved so successful for him yesterday.
Yeah, I think Surrey, you know, they might struggle to bowl sides out on their pitch. I think Lancashire might struggle to bowl sides out on their pitch. What we saw at Old Trafford last week, you know, Gloucestershire took them all the way, and there'll probably be other sides who'll get draws out of Lancashire, even though they're so strong. And Lancashire had their, you know, a full strength attack. I mean, that attack is not far short of world class. What we saw from Lancashire last week with James Anderson, Saqib Mahmood, Hassan Ali. I mean, it's a very, very good attack. We see Graham Van Buren from the pavilion end. But that's why my tip for the title is still probably Essex, because I think they'll get results on their wicket. And I think they've got the guys who can grind out the runs on that in Alistair Cook and Nick Brown, and they've added Adam Rossington in there. Van Buren in from the pavilion end, and Clark plays that out to mid-wicket.
Matt Taylor 1 for 22 in his first spell today.
Okay, respectable. Van Buren in, and
Gloucestershire on -1 on the over 8, so they're not too bad. And if Van Buren is going to bowl a little bit, then that may balance that up.
in he comes, and there's an arm ball there, goes on with the arm.
Well, if he and Jordan Clark are just going to have a game of bat and ball between themselves, then they will whistle through an over in a minute and a half.
Yeah. Yeah, here he comes into the crease, and that's asking the question whether that hit the pad first. The ball went out, backward a square to Matt Taylor, and they've just asked the question whether that flicked the pad first. Let's have a look at it here on the replay. If it did, it's got to be very, very close. As that's turned around the corner. David Payne doing the fielding there. And just over half an hour to lunch. We'll have a look at that at the end of the over. No, we won't have a look at that at the end of the over. We haven't got the copy. I do apologise. I do apologise, viewers. Van Buren in, last ball of the over. That's a full toss, and he's got away with that one. Firmly driven by Smith out to Chris Dent, extra cover, and a good stop there by the man who looks like he runs an independent coffee shop in the
so you say.
in the Bristol area.
Some might say he should be a lead singer in a band with a haircut like that.
Yeah, I get that. I get that. He's
367 for 7, as you can see at the bottom of your screen. That's the overall picture. Surrey got to 349 for 7 after 110 overs. So Gloucestershire with 2 bowling points, and Surrey only 3 batting. They were a run short when the wicket fell off the last over. Payne to continue. Mohamed Amir still stretching. Maybe after this over we may see the return of Amir, but Payne for the moment from the Ashley Down Road end, and Marcus Harris now a lot closer in that much more orthodox third slip position. Mohamed Amir's got his long sleeve jumper back on again.
Looks like he's doing a bit of yoga there. Bit of Tai Chi perhaps, bit of yoga.
Well, he's certainly making sure he's going to be well flexed by the time he returns to bowl. Worked off his pads this time by Jordan Clark. They'll pick up a couple out towards the boundary, deep square leg. And those two gentlemen who were sat in the sun at 9:30 this morning, it may be an extra layer by now I should say.
We'll have a look at this one from Graham Van Buren in the last over. Let's see if this flicks the pad, because if it does, it's got to be close. Maybe just got outside the line, perhaps.
So there wasn't much contact for sure.
No.
If at all, actually. Payne in this let go by Jordan Clark. I just think it was played so firmly off the bat that they say that it must have been so slight, the contact, that so Van Buren clearly thought that there was 2 noises.
And Bracey.
But umpire Mike Burns not interested. Payne staying around the wicket. Into the leg side by Clark, who's got 10. Still to come, if needed, I suppose you would say. Dan Worrell and Rhys Topley.
Yeah, Rhys Topley, son of Don Topley, who now works on the commentary for BBC Radio Essex, and had a great career. His uncle Peter Topley played for Kent as well between 72 and 75.
Payne just metronomic at the moment around the wicket. And apart from that little flurry of boundaries from Jacks, Payne's not really been hit about at all this morning. And once again, Lace goes back onto the boundary.
We spoke in the last game about Ben Code. He's running a clothing company where they're looking at designing headgear for bowlers and getting the ball drill back. I'll come on to it after this ball.
Payne again quite wide of the crease. And he's probably 4th stump, and at the moment Jordan Clark is letting those go by outside the off stump. Payne's overall figures are 3 for 78. Matt Taylor has 3 for 73. Higgins 1 for 67. Those are the full analysis for this Surrey innings, which now has 32 extras in all, and they've been batting since 11 o'clock yesterday, and Van Buren's going to continue here. But the Gloucestershire top order, Harris and Dent in particular, will be starting to think about batting, I think, pretty soon.
Yeah, Smith facing, and gives himself a little bit of room, and he carves that one out to the...
Just to make sure they're ready, even if they're not batting for another... Well, if they're batting half an hour after lunch, they've still got to get themselves into the right mindset.
Yeah. As he said, he just carves that one out into the offside, picks up one. Van Buren, he uses his feet, and that's a horrendous hoik which goes nowhere, but they pick up a single for it, and Jordan Clark looking as if he's got that one straight off the 4th tee. But speaking about Ben Code and how he's developing a headgear for bowlers who get the ball drilled back at them, as Van Buren comes in, and that's whipped round the corner to David Payne doing the fielding. We saw a horrendous injury to Luke Fletcher, didn't we, when Sam Hain did that to him, bowling for Nottinghamshire a few years back, and there's a really bad head injury, and Reece Topley had one. As Van Buren comes in, and that's defending. Reece Topley had one. He was a youngster. I think he was like 15 years old, and he's bowling at Kevin Peterson in the nets at Loughborough. And Peterson has absolutely leathered one back at him and cut his ear. As Van Buren comes in, that's well bowled. A bit slower, that one from Van Buren. And he was only a young lad, and he cut his ear, and I think he had stitches in his ear. And I think Kevin Peterson gave him a signed bat as a memento. Van Buren in, and Smith defends, and that's quickly through that over. And just over 20 minutes to lunch. And Surrey haven't had it all their own way this morning, have they? I thought they'd be looking to power on, looking to maybe even set Gloucestershire something close to 500. Yeah, and they still might. Whilst Jamie Smith's in, you never know.
Yeah, they might. Mohamed Amir's coming back. It's been a bit of a curious egg of a morning. They've got a little bit bogged down, I think. The exception of Will Jacks, and that was literally a late dash in those last couple of 3 overs to try and get the batting point. But they haven't really pressed on as much as we might have expected. 78, which is not too bad, but 78 when you take that little flurry of boundaries from Jacks out of it is not what you would expect from the platform they had laid yesterday. And we are back for a second little spell before lunch here, which might be maybe only 3 overs. Still wicketless, but not with a huge amount of fortune in his favour this morning. Jordan Clark waits for him here, and there's an appeal, and is Mike Burns going to give that? No, he's not. Oh, Mia can't believe that he's got nothing going his way at all here. James Bracey pretty confident as well. Here's a second look at this.
He did deviate after the ball hit the bat there. I'd like to see another look at that. Ball definitely deviated, whether it was swing or whether it's off the outside edge, but Gloucestershire,
Clark,
that was
seemed pretty confident he'd played inside it. But Amir back at his mark once more. Just tucking Clark up, and John Lace goes for the direct hit, and he misses from quite close range there, and I think Smith would have probably been home anyway. But sorry, they might get to 400 by lunch. And they would argue that, okay, if we get 100 runs in the session, that's about what we were doing yesterday. In fact, they only scored 62 pre-lunch yesterday, albeit that against a new ball, obviously, in this one. Now he's...
Looks like he's limping a little bit there, Jamie Smith. He's got to keep
59
wicket.
overs old.
Got to keep wicket for 2+ days if Surrey want to win this game as well.
He waits for Mohamed Amir, forces it into the offside. Sliding stop from Van Buren, and it comes off his bat at the non-striker's end inadvertently. Smith had words one more, 136.
I think there might be words going on between Mohamed Amir and Jamie Smith there. All good competition, all part of the game.
As long as it's not taken too far, and the umpires are pretty hot on making sure it isn't. Mohamed Amir once more, and Jordan Clark, who's got 12, I'm just trying to hang about with Jamie Smith here. And again, as we approach the latter stage of the over, quite happy to give Clark a single if he wants it, with Tom Lace going back onto the boundary. Now we're going to be in his 23rd over. 0 for 60. He's over.
Bowled better than that though, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's had a few chances go down, and that's let go by Clark. Last ball of the over, and Luke Charlesworth is down below us, wandering around with some drinks for the bowlers potentially.
Let's have a look at this one again. See if you think it deviates after the ball passes the batsman. It's hard to tell. I might just go on with the angle, perhaps.
The line there, I mean, Clark seemed pretty clear he played inside it.
Yeah.
But what was the noise otherwise?
Was
it a contact of bat with a strap on a pad or something?
Van Buren bowling. Oh, now how's that got there? That's gone over the top of first slip. I think that's a bump ball, isn't it? It's hard to tell because I'm being blocked. My view is behind James Bracey, but here we go. Let's have a look at the replay. Oh, and it's come off Bracey's thigh, I think. I think it's missed everything and come off Bracey's thigh, or maybe got an edge. Yeah, they're giving it a run. That's cut away out to the offside.
Lace has been out there for a large part of the morning, patrolling that boundary. Smith now one short of his career best.
Van Buren into Smith.
So he's now level with it.
Well batted. Deserves that. He's done very well.
Yes, I'm with you. He's not moving that freely, Jamie Smith.
No. No, I wonder if it's a hamstring perhaps, because he's holding the back of his thigh. And got Alex Stewart down there below us, one of the Wisden Cricketers of the Year, 1993. Van Buren in, and Clark just brings in the bottom hand and bunts it out to long on. Absolute legend of England cricket, Alex Stewart. 133 tests from 1989 to 2003. Here's Van Buren from the pavilion end, and Smith goes past his previous high score, moves on to 139. But I think there was another drop catch in that over.
Well,
and we're going to have a slow motion of that Mohammad Amir ball from the last over and see what happens as Jordan Clark defends that solidly back to Graham Van Buren. So we're going to have a slow motion of that confident Gloucestershire appeal in the last over. Let's have a look. Hard to tell from that angle, isn't it?
I mean, very clear.
Yeah.
Jordan Clark doesn't look overly worried, does he?
No. Bracey's confident. He's thrown the ball up in the air. Mohammad Amir's confident. But the man who matters is Mike Burns. And he's kept his finger in his pocket.
So Surrey need 22 to get past what might seem to be the magic 400, and Amir, again, even though Smith's got 139, that's still just worried him for a moment. There's our email, very briefly at the top of the screen. I'd get James to put that back up again, perhaps at the end of the over. But here is Amir, and then it's the angle, you see. He's probably seen David Payne bowl from this Ashley Down Road end and think, well, he knows a lot more about this pitch than I do. Maybe I should learn from what Payne's been trying to do, and Amir a bit more accurate in this spell, a little bit wayward this morning. There is our email, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. I appreciate it's a working day for many, but if it's if you are around watching us on the stream, or you just dip in and out whilst doing other things, and you've got any opinions, thoughts, questions, always welcome. We'll do our best to answer them. The one we couldn't answer from a spectator this morning, I'll pose to you in a minute. Here is Mohamed Amir. Well, that's in the air, but safed to mid off. Yeah, one spectator said, why didn't David Payne take the new ball yesterday? And that was a perfectly fair question.
Yeah.
I think the view might have been, would you want the right arm left arm combination to open? Probably. That would have meant Mohamed Amir wasn't bowling with the new ball, which would seem a little odd, given his overall Test status and reputation. And I appreciate the fact that he's not played much red ball cricket in the last couple of years, if any. That bouncer, that didn't get up a great deal. It was ducked underneath by Jamie Smith.
Good bouncer.
Yeah, that was it was a perfectly fair question, and we don't have the answer to that. But I can equally understand why Graham Van Buren would think that David Payne, of his bowlers, might be somebody who could do a very, very good job as first change with the ball that's, as Dan quite rightly said, has had some of the lacquer just taken off it on one side, perhaps. That would be a slower ball. I haven't really seen him try that before, and Smith saw it and played it respectfully out. So 13 minutes to go until lunch, and Mohamed Amir's trudge back to his mark is getting a little slower, isn't it? It's not quite as enthusiastic as it was at 5 to 11 this morning. When he was marking out his run, he knew he was
in business.
The first spell of the day.
Yeah.
Smith on 139. Sorry, 378 for 7. And a lot has found the middle of his bat, and that was just played out on the offside. So if he has got just a niggle there, then I'm sure that the Surrey medical team will look at that at lunchtime. But yes, I'm with you, Dan. He's just a little bit of a hobble.
Yeah,
and
he's walking gingerly, isn't he?
It's the right. It's the right leg that appears to be the one that he's just carrying a little bit. I wonder whether Surrey might, think, would he bat with a runner perhaps, or?
Yeah. Holly Pope can keep though, can't he? He can keep.
He could.
Yeah. So they're not really in the mire, but here's Graham Van Buren, and Jordan Clark turns him into the onside. They're going to come back for 2. It's well run.
Even though Smith was running to the danger end there.
Yeah.
He still got there, but I think
Not what you need with a tender hamstring, is it?
No, I mean he's got the potential here in 10 minutes' time of potentially getting some treatment for that, if that's what is necessary.
I think it was hamstring nose. How much treatment can you get for it?
Well,
that's the thing. I think with sort of bone injuries, yes, you can, can't you? You can have a rub down, etc. But with a hamstring, Van Buren comes in, and that's played out to mid-off, but so firmly. Mid-off's quite deep there, but it's hit so firmly that they don't go through for a single.
311 balls he's faced, Jamie Smith.
It's a marathon. Van Buren, and that's played out to Higgins, I think that is a short mid-wicket. Yeah, it's his long haul. He's booked himself into business class, hasn't he? Van Buren, and arm ball there. Bump ball goes up to Chris Dent at extra cover.
Field's pretty well spread here for Jordan Clark, isn't it?
Yeah.
Long on, back on the boundary. Very deep mid-off.
Van Buren in, and that's wants nothing to do with that. Rather casually left there, wasn't it? As if he wasn't ready for the ball to be bowled.
Or he was just convinced it wasn't going to turn.
Yeah.
And Graham's turning it away from the right-hander anyway.
Yeah. And that's defended. That's the end of the over. 380 for 7. Jordan Clark on 16. Jamie Smith with his wonderful 139 not out. And he's about to face Mohammed Amir. And as I said, there's the batting card. A few low scores at the top of the order, but rebuilt by Ollie Pope with 84. Jamie Smith 139. Sam Curran 64. And a little bit of a chip in this morning from de Grandhomme and Will Jacks with 11 and 13 apiece, and Jordan Clark with 16. Means that Surrey are currently sitting pretty on 380 for 7.
Probably 3 overs to go until lunch. Amir will bowl, or certainly bowl 2 of them. Smith waits for him and pushes that out onto the offside. So if Surrey are thinking here about how there is an increasing time and runs equation for them. Yes, I mean we sort of speculated they might want 500 ID, 500 by T. Well, that would be it would be a very slow accumulation, I suspect, because Clark and Smith just going about things in a pretty measured fashion at the moment. That's a nice shot, good partial stop, and they're going to get nothing at all, in fact, for that. That's a good bit of fielding, and Van Buren leading by example. See, partial stop from him at extra cover.
That epitomises his team, you know, conceded nearly 400 runs, and he's still throwing himself about there, and that would be quite easy to let that one just go through for 4. No one would mind, but he doesn't. He gets a hand on it, he parries it to mid-off, and they don't get a run, and that really epitomises Gloucestershire's fighting approach.
Yeah, Payne completed the fielding. Amir over the wicket now, and Payne will do nothing there to stop a single. Sharply taken. I think the call was immediate, so there's no issue with that call. Yes, it was, I say, sorry of this morning. At the moment, they've added 87. 3 wickets have gone down, but yeah, they've got to bear in mind, and the forecast is fine for the rest of today, and indeed tomorrow. Sunday could be some patchy light rain, so they can't afford to lose any time here. They're going to squeeze another single out onto the leg side. Higgins runs round from wide mid on to field, but they're going to need every over possible if they're going to take 20 wickets on what looks a pretty much of a another Bristol featherbed of a surface.
Yeah, it's placid. It really is.
Now, the debate, of course, is, and we haven't seen them bowl on it yet, what do Topley and Worrell and Will Jacks, if his off-spin is needed, Jordan Clark as well, under Grandon, what can they fashion out of this pitch? But and the answer is they might fashion a bit while the ball is new, but it gets much more difficult pretty quickly.
Yeah. But saying that, I think Surrey will just bat in their own time. I mean, Gloucestershire have stuck them in. It's down to Gloucestershire to bowl them out, isn't it? But I can see where you're coming from, Ian, because Surrey are top of the league, and
depends how much they want to force the issue, doesn't it?
It does, yeah, and it does. And I think that if they've got serious championship credentials, then they will try and force the result here as well. Try and force score quickly. A declaration.
Van Buren does dive once more here, but that one has beaten him, and it's beaten Payne, and it will go out to the wide mid-off boundary for 4. Almost a full toss, but it was wide enough. Let's have a second look at this. Yes, it was just about a half volley, and it was well clubbed away by Jamie Smith. 144 he's gone to. Sorry, 386 for 7. Van Buren's not hurrying to get to the bowler's end. Gloucestershire -1 on the over 8. It would be something of a challenge for Van Buren to take 5 minutes to bowl an over, mind you. Probably bowled 2 in that time.
Might go off his long run. Might be like Michael Holding in '76. I didn't used to go that far on my holidays.
That's yeah. Well, that's the old story from the Gillette match in '71, isn't it? Which you told last week.
The Arthur Jepson one.
Yeah.
Van Buren in, and Clark looking to go down the pitch, Tim.
And just on that point, that game is being marked. It would have been obviously last year, but it's being marked this year. That game in '71 by an anniversary event at Old Trafford next month.
Gloucestershire captain into the crease, and that's just played out onto the onside. I think you're right. I think we're looking at roughly 100 runs a session. And I think if Surrey do bat right through, they'll be pretty near 500 at tea. Van Buren, that's down the leg side. That's just tickled finally around the corner. He's going to get 4 runs for that. Delicate.
That proves you don't have to hit the cover off the ball, Jordan Clark, with that shot.
No, wrong line there. But this outfield's, the wicket's placid, but it's the outfield that's like lightning here, isn't it, at Bristol? It just races away. I've seen a couple this morning. It's not a big hit down here to this boundary, down at the Ashley Down Road end. So Van Buren in, and that's defended back to him by Clark. Moved on to 21 reasonably quickly.
Alzheimer going to have an over. Just swinging his arms at first slip.
Van Buren into Clark, who just defends that into the onside.
So Mohamed Ami has bowled 8 overs this morning. 8 overs for 21 in 2 spells at the moment.
Van Buren, and oh, that's well bowled. That turns Clark around a little. It's 12:58. I think we're going to get one more in before lunch. And let's see what happens. It's down to not when the fielding side get there, it's when the umpires get there. And I think they're in place. I think we're going to...
Yeah, just going to be Hammond to have an over before lunch with his off spin.
Yeah, get through it quickly. Graham Van Buren's obviously a bit hungry, a bit peckish, isn't he, Ian? Well, wants his lunch.
So, yeah, Mohamed Ami has bowled, so he's bowled a 5 and a 3. And I wonder if he, after, I say, this long spell without bowling in any red ball cricket at all, whether he's feeling it a bit. Wouldn't be a surprise if that was the case. 25 overs in 4 sessions. But Hammond, with 390 for 7 to bowl to Jamie Smith for the last over of the morning. So they've added, say, 9. They've added 96 at the moment. Hammond off a gentle approach outside the off stump, and let go by Smith, who's this morning added 33. So no acceleration, just very much continuing as he has done throughout the whole of his innings, and working another single here, even if he is moving a little bit gingerly now, and you can understand why, having been out there for by 7¼ hours he's been out there. 22 fours. Long on and long off, both back now for Jordan Clark, just in case he really sees the opportunity to attack this short boundary straight with Hammond bowling from this end. Clark isn't tempted. That was the wrong length to do that for anyway, and fielded by...
Yeah, I think he'll want to
Van
be
Buren.
here. I don't think there's going to be I have been wrong, but I don't think there'll be a big shot. Just a couple of balls left to lunch.
391 for 7. Surrey batting into a 5th session. And Clark just pads away. Doesn't play a shot, but he was well outside the line. Those on the Hammond roof reaching for their lunch boxes. And Hammond, the bowler, concedes a single to Jordan Clark. Surrey this morning got to 349 off the 110 overs, so they were shy of a 4th batting point. Gloucestershire had taken 7 wickets by that stage, so they had 2 bowling points. And Hammond to Jamie Smith is very wide, and Smith has cracked that away through extra cover off the back foot, and it will go all the way for 4, and he will go to lunch on 149 not out. And Surrey passed the 100 runs in the session off the last delivery. 396 for 7. They've added 102 this morning for the loss of Curran for 64, de Grandon for 11, and Jacks for 13, but Clark has proved a pretty good foil for Jamie Smith so far. They have added 47 so far for the 8th wicket, and that's 47 annoying runs for Gloucestershire, I think, Dan.
Yes, it is. It's been a very interesting morning's cricket, actually. You know, as he said, we've seen over 100 runs and 3 wickets fall. First of all, we saw Sam Curran caught low down by Marcus Harris off the bowling of Ryan Higgins. Then Colin de Grandon playing an interesting innings, it has to be said. Bowled very first ball off a no ball from Ryan Higgins, and then dropped before finally being pinned LBW by Matt Taylor for 11. Will Jacks then came in and hit a brisk, flighty 13 runs before skying a caught and bowled opportunity back to David Payne, but we've had a 22 not out from Jordan Clark, but the talking point of this innings is a masterclass. This whole innings has been underpinned by a really, really quality 149 from Jamie Smith, and we're going to watch him bat on after lunch, aren't we, Ian Randall?
Almost certainly we are. I'd be very surprised if Surrey call a halt here. Smith's gone a career best 149 not out. The wickets this morning, as Dan said, to Higgins, to Matt Taylor and to Payne. Higgins has 1 for 67, Payne 3 for 78, and Matt Taylor 3 for 73. There are the ground staff just sweeping up and remarking. They'll do that shortly. Matters here on the 2nd day at the Seat Unique Stadium. Play will resume at 1:40, and we'll be back with you then to see whether Surrey really do try and push on and set up a potential declaration here in their first innings, or will it be down, as Dan says, to Gloucestershire to bowl them out and take these last 3 wickets. It is a time and runs balance, though, for the league leaders in Division 1. We'll see you just before 20 to 2. Umpires and players on their way after lunch here at the Seat Unique Stadium. Dan Whiting has had a life-changing experience at lunchtime. I'll go into that and what that is in a minute. 396 for 7, 149 to Jamie Smith, who is still there for Surrey. He's been the glue of this innings from the point where they were 37 for 3 when he walked to the wicket, and he's still there now, 323 balls later. And Jordan Clark's with him on 22, 396 for 7. Sorry, batting into a 5th session, as indeed Northants are at Chelmsford. But to go back to this life-changing moment for Dan Whiting at lunch, and to be fair, I would like to have been there to share this with you, because I am a very much a I don't want to give the game away here. I'm very much somebody who doesn't like cruelty to any being at all, be it, you know, a rat or any kind of animal or any anything. But you today have met your hero, is that right?
I have, yeah. It's you know, there are two people I want to meet in cricket in my lifetime. One of them I met last year was David Gower, and I've just met Benny. Benny the Labrador here. He's a member at Gloucestershire, and it's an absolute privilege to be in his exalted company.
He's got his own badge.
He's got his own membership card around his neck, wears it proudly. As Ryan Higgins is going to get us away after lunch bowling to Jordan Clark. And Clark works him through the leg side. He's going to run the first one quickly, and he's going to come back for the second as Mohammed Amir cleans up down at long leg. Yep, Benny's, we spoke about him in depth yesterday. I'm sure we'll get some pictures of him up on the stream this afternoon. Come and join us. You're listening to me, Dan Whiting, along with the marvellous Ian Randall.
Steady.
Higgins in, and that's just let through.
What we think we should say is the cameras are being operated by the equally marvellous James Healy.
He's a superstar. He's a legend, and he regales us with his Yeovil yarns. And drop us a line, because we're an interactive site, so drop us a line to commentators@glossccc.co.uk as Higgins, and that's an exaggerated leave there by Jordan Clark. Yeah, drop us a line and we'll read out your emails through the afternoon, providing they're of a polite nature.
Yes, provided they're clean.
Yeah.
Any swearing will be edited.
Yes. This is Higgins. Oh, and that's close. That's got to be close. Oh, and he's still not got an LBW out of Hassan Adnan. He's not happy.
A bit high, I think.
Possibly.
Really
Let's have a look at it on the replay, because Higgins is tearing out his hair. No, down the leg side and a little bit high, I think.
Yeah. Height looked to be the issue for me.
Yep. Here's Higgins into the crease, and Clark goes cutting, but hits it into the ground rather than getting it square, and goes out to point. So 398 for 7. And Jamie Smith on 149. Deserves 150, batted really well.
Yeah, he has.
Came in with his side at 37 for 3. Higgins, and he beats Clark outside the off stump. That's well bowled. That concludes the over. First over after lunch. Clark on 24. We've had some...
I think James has just sort of mopped up the emails that may have come in latter part of the morning. I'll be watching for a while yet, says Stuart, from my home office in Dubai. It's too hot just not to take the dog for a walk, so I'll be watching for a while yet. If I do this one as well, Dan, ahead of this over, Jeff Charman says, you've not mentioned the fact that at 37 for 3, 2 international players were back in the hutch in Amara and Burns. Surrey would have bitten your hand off if offered 350 at that point. That's a fair point, well made.
Yeah.
But it must be said that the Surrey middle order has done a very, if you can call it a rescue job, then that's what the Surrey middle order have done. And I know I don't want to bang the drum about this too much, but it is now about an equation of time and runs for me, for Surrey. David Payne will open the attack from the Ashley Down Road end after lunch, and that's just pushed out to Jack Taylor. Dan, do you want to do the other 2 emails below on that?
Yeah, we'd. Well, somebody's emailed in. They haven't left a name, but we'd also like to join in with the very happy 30th birthday celebrations to your friend George Player. I knew his brother John. He had a league named after him, you know. Yeah. George is an avid Surrey cricket fan, and here's to many more days watching the cricket in the sunshine. All the best. Oh.
It's a nice shot. Clipped away through mid-wicket for 4, and that takes Jamie Smith past 150. Raises his bat. He's still not moving all that easily out there, but he's got past his career best, and now he's got 150 for the first time in his career, and that was his 24th boundary.
Yeah, well batted. In fact, that email's come from Ed and the boys, so it's all the best, and sends his love to George Player. Happy birthday, George, from me and Randall and myself as well.
325 balls for that 150, and still he's prepared to play a good ball respectfully, defensively.
Interesting point come from Paul Mitchell, who's a Surrey fan, who's enjoying the commentary and enjoying the stream here, and glad you're watching, Paul. And he said, does it work bringing in overseas players for 3 games, as Surrey and Gloucestershire have done, when clearly they haven't played for a while and haven't had the benefit of a pre-season?
Interesting point.
It's a moot point.
Payne off a slightly shorter run, that's dabbed away into the offside by Smith. I think
he carries on saying, is it not better to give youngsters a go?
To come back to your point about, I said about, you know, whether Miles Hammond would be moved from first slip, having had a poor game in terms of catching in this match. And you said, you know, this isn't a tea party, this is professional cricket. That's a very fair view to hold. Here is Payne in once more, driven down the ground. That's a lovely shot for 4. No point chasing that. That's gone to the short straight boundary, and it's only gone probably 1.5 foot wide of what would be the right-hander's leg stump at the non-striker's end. Lovely shot.
Glorious, glorious.
So, yeah, so to pick up Paul's point,
yeah.
If it had been a tea party, to use your phrase, Gloucestershire and Surrey would have said, OK, it's only 3 games, we'll put one of the lads in.
Yeah.
But actually, it's too serious for that. They all want to win, particularly. So Surrey, because they're at the top of the table, and they have, as you say, 14,000 members who are quite demanding in their own way. And Gloucestershire have gone up to this level, and they do not want to lose that Division 1 status at the first time of asking. So you back up your overseas player with another overseas player who you can get on a short-term basis. Payne in once more, dabbed by Smith down to third man, and Surrey now obviously got over the 400. That's the psychological barrier, and obviously in terms of the follow-on, the next big number for them is the 450, isn't it?
Yes, it certainly is, and I think they'll just bat and try and back Gloucestershire out of the game. Going back to Paul's point, I think Mohammed Amir has been a little bit unlucky. I think he's actually not bowled badly, and I think he's bowled a little bit of venom at times, and I think he's been a little bit unlucky. And I'm really pleased to see him here for 3 games. Got Hampshire next week, and then we have got the West Country Derby, and I'm sure he'll be looking forward to pitting himself against the Somerset top order. And it's my first West Country Derby, and I can't wait.
Well, the first one behind the microphone, Dan, anyway.
Higgins into Jamie Smith, and
sorry, carry on.
Yep, and just plays that out. But no, it's my first ever West Country Derby, and I can't wait. I'm really looking forward to seeing what it's all about and watching. Should be a decent crowd here at the Seat Unique Stadium.
Hopefully the weather will be favourable.
Higgins to Smith, who again like he has done in so much of this innings. Just gets onto that front foot on this placid pitch here at Bristol. Plays it out into the covers.
Little bit of sunshine around again, and I'll just update you with the scores from elsewhere in Division 1. One game in the second division actually hurtling towards a finish.
And that's just played off the... Going to get a leg by for his troubles there. Moves the score on to 408.
So here are Surrey batting into a fifth session. Same story at Chelmsford. Northants 336 for 8. They're going rather more slowly, but they're still batting against Essex, and that's not an easy ground to score 330 odd on, is it? At Chelmsford, it only offers more than a bit of help to the bowlers.
Yeah, but saying that, the first game of the season, it was a big high-scoring draw there, wasn't it?
Wait after this ball to give you updates from Taunton and Southampton. In fact, there's a field change. So at Taunton, Somerset all out at lunch for 458 against Warwickshire.
And that's defended into the offside. 51 put on for the 10th wicket there. Jack Brooks and Jack Leach both enjoying themselves. Brooks likes to put bat to ball and scored a first-class 100, didn't he, in the Roses game a few years ago with a famous bat drop.
Is he known as the Ferret?
He is known as the
I'm
Ferret.
not sure why that is.
Well, generally a number 11 is known as a ferret because they go in after the rabbits.
All right.
Higgins in, and that's a little bit of shape away. Goes through to James Bracey with the gloves.
At Southampton, Hampshire, 246. Lancashire, 133 for 7.
Ooh.
In reply. So that's unfolding in an interesting fashion. And at Headingley, Kent, 291. Yorkshire, 23 for 2.
Ooh.
In reply.
Higgins, and that's worked out to mid-on. They'll have to be quick, and they just get through for the single.
The game in the second division that's herring on is at Trent Bridge. Worcestershire 159 and 43 for 4. Ooh. Not 266. So Worcestershire are behind by my maths. They are 64 behind still and 4 wickets down.
Had a good start to the season, Worcestershire and Nottinghamshire, obviously. Nottinghamshire red hot favourites to win that Division 2. But Worcestershire have had a decent start, as have Middlesex, who are at Lords against Leicestershire, I believe, in that.
Yes, they're in a decent position. 262 for 5, leading by 113. Leicestershire all out for 149 yesterday. I did see a note during the lunch interval that Chris Rushworth will not play any further part in the Durham-Sussex match because of concussion. Here is Payne in. And obviously there are concussion replacements now. Liam Norwell, last week I think, was replaced by Craig Miles in the Warwickshire match in the First Division. And just to say thank you for those email contributions. James sort of hoovered those up during the lunch interval. But our email remains open, commentators@glossccc.co.uk. Payne just gets Clark a bit tightened up there. So actually I'm going to pose a question. If you're watching on the stream, and just put yourself in the Surrey camp for a minute, what do you think the optimum runs and time equation is now for this innings? Because they might be in a position where they might actually think about a declaration rather than be bowled out. So what do you think that time and equation is? How many overs do they want to have bowling at Gloucestershire today, do you think? Thoughts welcome on that. Obviously Gloucestershire want to take the last 3 wickets as soon as they can, but Surrey are in the driving seat here. They've got the runs on the board. How many do they want, and how much time are they going to give themselves to try and make some headway into the Gloucestershire batting?
Interestingly, given that shot from Jordan Clark there, I think they're looking to move this game on a little bit. Any Surrey fans listening in? Don't want to make you too jealous, but Mark Stoneman's got 100 there for Middlesex. Guy who was playing for the Brown Caps up until last season.
Payne still with 2 slips in. Clark onto the back foot, solidly out onto the offside. And to say, we were very appreciative of interaction with our friends from Yorkshire when they were here, and similarly too for the Surrey fans who've been in touch over the last 4 sessions and a bit of this match. Obviously, particularly so, the view would be, I suppose, that this is an away game for Surrey, therefore, more Surrey people will be watching on the stream, but it doesn't always work like that.
Yeah, good numbers on the stream again yesterday, with over 60, I think it's 65,000 watching it yesterday, which is fantastic, and we're grateful to all of you for tuning in, from Indonesia to America to wherever in the world you're tuning in from. We'll hope to regale you with our dulcet tones.
The one headline I saw yesterday was Pope and Smith turn tables for Surrey, and I think that was probably quite a good up sum of yesterday.
Yeah,
because they were on the back foot at 37 for 3, that's for sure. Clipped off his pads this time, down to Matt Taylor down in front of the club office.
Good fielding there. Taylor quick to the ball and gets it out of his hand early, prevents the second run.
I think you might have just touched on this, Dan, before lunch. James Bracey is probably the person that you feel for in this situation, and this is the one real challenge if you've got a top order batsman keeping wicket. Marcus Harris and Chris Dent, yes, they've been fielding, but they've not been fielding the ball from every ball. Bracey has been basically involved every ball since the game started, and he's going to have to potentially bat first wicket down.
Higgins in, and
which
Clark goes running down the pitch there. I don't know if the umpire's going to have a word, but he's gone run straight into the danger area there and turned back, which he hasn't been warned, but interesting bit.
Bracey would like an hour sat in the pavilion. He might get it, but he wouldn't be certain about that.
Lovely shot. Jordan Clark whipped through mid-wicket, or wide mid-on, and that's got 4 runs written all over it from the moment it left the bat.
There's a biggish gap there, but he's picked it.
Yeah. No, that came from our good friend Adrian Thomas, who's a regular here, home and away, a Gloucestershire fan, and he wasn't a happy man at lunchtime. He obviously wants to see Gloucestershire do well, and he just felt that Bracey is up against it. He's in the field for 200 overs every game minimum, and then has to go out and bat and score big to save this game. And I can't see Gloucestershire winning this game, as we said this morning. Oh, that's well bowled. That's a good leave, and just tails back and doesn't miss off stump by a million miles there. But yeah, I think the situation here is Gloucestershire just need to bat and bat and bat, and if they do try and score runs, they'll get out. It's immaterial, really, the runs, isn't it? I mean, to a certain extent.
To a degree.
Yeah.
But you don't want to become
Higgins in, and that's defended into the offside.
Almost too cautious. You've got to play, and I'll pick up on the Bracey point in a second. It's almost that you just play naturally. You play the next ball. That's all you do. Yeah. And obviously Bracey is batting at 3, and for a large point in his Gloucestershire career, Gareth Roderick was batting at 4. Just gives you that possibility of an extra.
Higgins, and that's gone past where Chris Dent has just been moved out of second slip into square leg. That's gone past the diving Miles Hammond at first slip and races away to the boundary, and that's 4 runs.
Well, we have been critical of Hammond, but this wasn't down to him.
No, it's where second slip was. But as I said, you make your own luck in cricket, and Clark whipping that first ball, second ball of the over through mid-wicket, has forced Graham Van Buren then to take Chris Dent out second slip, put him on the leg side, he's now at square leg, and you make your own luck. And that's defended back to Ryan Higgins.
I mean, again, the one gentleman just called us this morning, not called us, sort of, yes, he...
No, please don't call us.
No. Email's fine. Phones are a bit difficult to answer during the day. He basically said, Gloucestershire could get through this bottom Surrey order pretty quickly, and I sort of batted that back a bit and said, do you really think somebody was likely to come off out of de Grandhomme, Jacks and Jordan Clark, and ultimately Clark has given Jamie Smith good support here.
And Worrell likes to give it a biff, doesn't he? You've seen more of him than I have, Ian.
Yeah, 69 these two have put on already for the 8th wicket. Payne in, and that was not played in a very comfortable fashion by Smith. I think there's no question now. He is. He's feeling the length of this innings, I think, out there.
Yeah.
Not necessarily mentally, but I think physically he is. There'll be too many sharp twos run. Payne again around the wicket. Well, no need to run for that, that's for sure. It was quite wide, but he played a very nice cover drive, and it's gone away in front of the boundary at the mound stand side of the ground for 4 more. It was in the air for a while, but that was wide enough from David Payne. He hasn't bowled many that wide in this match, or in this innings. And Smith goes to 162. Payne staying around the wicket, and I think the other a good spot from you, Dan, a well made point is that if Jamie Smith is struggling, then Ollie Pope could keep wicket.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, because we're right behind the bowler's arm here with David Payne, and I think the left-hand stripe doesn't actually quite match with the stripe at the other end, and it's playing havoc with my OCD here.
Again, has got an awkward bounce off in front of Graham Van Buren. He's got partially stopped it. It was going to go past him and all the way up to the boundary at wide long off for 4 more. Well, Van Buren went to stop that, and he got a really awkward bounce in front of him, and it spat past him. And although the batsman did set off, they didn't need to. Went all the way to the rope for 4 more. 166 now for Smith. 426 for 7. And the runs just coming a little bit quicker for Surrey after lunch here.
Ominous.
Payne just down to 1 slip now. And certainly let Smith know that was the one for the over. Frustrated by what had happened before, I think. And just one of those unfortunate ones where Van Buren went to where the expected the bounce to be, and it went past him. Almost I think it may have even gone off his shoulder and away past Mohammed Amir and up to the boundary for 4. Payne past umpire Burns, again short, and let go by Jamie Smith. He and Jordan Clark, the 8th wicket pair here for Surrey, and they're batting themselves into a position where only they can win the game.
Yeah.
And Dan held that view even at 10 o'clock this morning, and I think it was probably a fair one then, and it's an even fairer one now.
Yeah, I think that Gloucestershire were always up against it, but saying that, I mean, what Gloucestershire's plan would be now would be to get 350 on the board from 110 overs, which isn't beyond the realms of possibility.
And Surrey proved that you can do that.
Yeah.
Well, they got 349, which is very...
Exactly. Here's Higgins in, and that's hit Jordan Clark on, I think, the pad, maybe thigh pad. So they'd be looking at 350 off 110, which would give them 4 batting points. Throw in their 2 bowling points, would give them 6 bonus points, and if you can get a draw out of it, get 8 points for the draw, 14 points.
Off the league leaders? Well, against the league leaders?
That is more than respectable. Ryan Higgins approaches the crease, and that's wide and driven on the up, but only finds cover.
Tom Laces in there.
Yeah, the guys have put on the long sleeve jumpers, the cable knits, so we can't see their numbers. And I think the wind's got up a little bit here, isn't it? Maybe they've had a look at the weather forecast.
Are you on 2 sweaters and without the hoodie today?
Yeah, I'm on 2 sweaters, yeah. Higgins in, and that goes through. Yeah, I'm not quite in Mohamed Amir mode, but, you know, yesterday he was wrapped up with numerous jumpers on. But then I haven't arrived in from Pakistan where it's probably 38, 40 degrees perhaps, to this rather brisk wind blowing through the Seat Unique Stadium here. Higgins comes in, that's well bowled, that's a good line and lengths. Jordan Clark lets it go through to James Bracey.
Yeah, I mean, we mentioned Clark's numbers when he came into bat. He's got 13 first-class 50s and 100, so he wouldn't be somebody who you would necessarily say would threaten you in that way, but very capable of getting useful runs. That's what he's doing again here.
Yeah, and that's let go. Yeah, he's a decent batsman. He's no muppet, is he?
Oh no, he's not a muppet or a rabbit or a ferret. There's only one ferret.
Jack Brooks.
And that is Mr. Jack Brooks.
A man with a maiden, or with 1 first-class ton to his name,
wow.
though. So
one of the. I'll come back to that after this ball.
Higgins, and that's slashed away down to the third man fence, and smashes into the picket fence down below us, and that goes for 4 runs.
It was quite short from Ryan Higgins.
Short and wide, and got what it deserved, really.
Yes, it wasn't that wide, but it was short.
Yeah.
Right, Mohamed Amir's going to have another bowl. I mean, one of the, as somebody who used to bat at number 11 in the second 11, the concept of a tail ender making runs is always a joy to most cricket fans. And when Liam Norwell made 100 here as a night watchman against Derbyshire, there was so much joy around the ground for him on that day. It's, in terms of a normal schedule county championship game in the second division, there would have been fewer moments that would have matched that. Yeah,
I'm sure Surrey fans would have enjoyed Alex Tudor's 99 not out for England as well.
Mohamed Amir then back for another spell, again Ashley Down Road End, and tries to York Jamie Smith, but Smith's not having that, not after he's been there for this length of time.
Interestingly, that reversed there, right? And Mohamed Amir was just warming up and bowling it into the ground to David Payne at mid-off, and you're not allowed to do that anymore. You're only allowed to bowl it on the full. You're not allowed to. I'm not accusing Mohamed Amir of altering the state of the ball, but you're not allowed to actually bowl it into the pitch anymore. I think if the umpires had seen that, they might have had a word.
Smith waits again for Mohamed Amir, and down the ground that goes. That's 4 more. Jordan Clark's got out of the way of that because it was, again, pretty straight. Batsman took evasive action, and Mohamed Amir again sees the ball dispatched to the straight boundary at the Ashley Down Road End in front of the apartments. And Surrey looking to pick up the pace here now. They've, again, it's a little bit like yesterday when, understandably, they started slowly. But this is where clearly they feel that Clark now and Smith can try and psychologically really test the Gloucestershire resolve. 434 for 7. Amir tries again. Oh, and this time Smith tries to turn it into the leg side. Goes straight to Dent at short extra cover. Hammond in splendid isolation. We've got a third man and a fine leg for Mohamed Amir. 3 saving 1 on the offside, and the boundary rider at deep square with a mid-wicket and a mid-on on the offside. So fairly regulation field, but now very defensive. Understandably. I'm here with a short one, ducked underneath by Jamie Smith. It's just a nod that that's the one for the over from the umpire.
Yeah, I think Gloucestershire still have something to play for here, though, because, you know, they're not going to win the game from here. But with 8 points for a draw, it's in their interest to try and make Surrey work as hard as possible for this, 70-odd runs that they want towards 500. So, it takes time out of the game. And if they can take another hour and a half out of the game, it could be crucial, as we saw last week at Lancashire.
It's pushed across the right-hander by Mohammed Amir.
That game finished with 3 overs to go. And all it needed was, an extra 20 minutes to be taken out of that game. And Gloucestershire would have walked away with another 8 points out of that.
You might have argued they were probably half an hour short. They were half an hour short at Old Trafford of securing a draw, and another half an hour's batting in the match against Yorkshire would have made that chase just a little more teasing, wouldn't it?
No, I agree. I don't think Gloucestershire are that far short from being a mid-table side here in this division.
Key thing will be, when it comes to it, perhaps how will they fare against the sides who are around them? Are they able to beat the sides that are around them when they play the likes of the Northants, Kent in particular? Perhaps those are the other two sides who would be thought of being potential strugglers. So Ryan Higgins' burst after lunch is over. His overall figures: 32 overs, 10 maidens, 1 for 82. Doesn't really tell the whole tale. And Graham Van Buren's going to come back.
Here he comes. We've had a tweet come through, actually, directly to me, which I'll come on to after this. As Van Buren comes in to Jordan Clark. David Mears saying, "Hey Dan, loving the commentary from yesterday and today. Is Jamie Smith injured? If so, will we see Pope with the gloves on again? Keep up the good work from sunny Portugal." Van Buren in, and that's it. Always one for the crowd there, isn't it?
It's a crowd catch.
Yeah. Yeah, so David, good to have you with us, and glad you're enjoying it. There's Van Buren bowls an arm ball, and he gets through for the single. Well fielded there by Chris Dent, as always.
So I think my view would be Smith is not moving like a man who is 100% fit.
No. I don't know whether it's just stiffness or whether it is a hammy, but be interesting to see who takes the gloves. At this stage, David, I can't tell you who's going to take the gloves for Surrey, but Ollie Pope can take the gloves. I believe Rory Burns might have kept as well in the past, but I think it would be Pope if anyone. Van Buren into the man in question, Smith, and that's in the air, but it doesn't quite reach Tom Lace out on a deep cover boundary. And it was in the air for a long time, and there was a cry of catch it.
Played it like a sand wedge, didn't he? But
he
knew the gap was there.
Then Buren into Clark, who plays that out. A little bit of bottom hand into it. It goes out to the leg side. We're glad you're enjoying the commentary, and whether you're from Gloucestershire or Surrey or a neutral, we're here with you for all 4 days. So keep your questions coming into commentators at glossccc.co.uk. Graham Van Buren in, and Smith pots that back to him. Yeah, there's our email address, so drop us a line, and hope you're enjoying it.
Look how dry that ground looks down in the foreground.
That's arid.
That's on the mound stand side of the ground, but it really does look very dry indeed.
Yeah.
And impossible to think the ground staff might be watering before too long.
Yeah.
They may be watering the square, obviously, and the practice wickets in particular.
The outfield has been like glass, hasn't it? It's been really quick. Once it beats the infield, it's gone.
So these two have added 88 so far for the 8th wicket. Mohamed Amir again trying to split them. Oh, and that's a ball again. Doesn't get up too much. Well, that was a slightly slower one. Again, Clark played inside it. And it through to James Bracey.
Alex Stewart there in his bobble hat, in his woolly hat. Like Gareth Batty with him as well, perhaps.
Yeah, looks like Batty to me.
Yeah.
Batty on the left, Stewart on the right.
Both played for England. Gareth Batty took a couple of hat-tricks for Surrey. Took a one to send Surrey back to Division 1 back in 2015, and then one against Warwickshire at Edgbaston in 2019.
Again, off his pads by Jordan Clark. They'll look for 2. He's running to the danger end. So it's a swift sprint back.
Smith is struggling a little bit, he looks like. He's still running, but he's not moving freely, is he?
No, and therefore it would not be a surprise if he didn't take the gloves, but he's down on the scorecard to do so. Mohamed Amir round the wicket to Jordan Clark, who's got 42, and he's almost played that on. We've had a little bit of that in this innings. Payne had a couple that were dragged past the leg stump, and that's not the first Mohamed Amir's had like that either, I don't think.
It's not called a Surrey cut for nothing.
Very fine. Mohamed Amir can't believe he hasn't got a wicket yet. Sun just coming round almost into our commentary position, and that's slashed hard by Clark, and that'll be 4 more past the 1 slip down to the boundary in front of the pavilion. That was cut very hard past Miles Hammond, and Surrey really trying to turn the screw tactically here.
I think, going back to your question, Ian, if Surrey are looking at a declaration, I think it will be whichever comes later, with either Jamie Smith 200 or 500 for the team.
Possibly.
I don't think they'll
the
declare
later of
this.
the two.
Sorry, the earlier of the two.
The earlier of the two.
Yeah. So I think, I think they'll wait for Jamie Smith to try and get 200. He's on 171 at the moment, and I don't think they'll declare with him south of 200.
Well, if Smith was to get out, it would be interesting to see what Surrey would do.
Yeah.
But it's been a monumental effort from him. And Mohamed Amir around the wicket, and Jordan Clark again lets that go. I mean, his numbers are quite good for this 46. He's hit only 5 boundaries, but he's only faced 88 balls, so he's not really hung about. He's played it as people up the order would have done. He's pick runs off where he can. Tried to hit the bad ball, and hasn't given a chance. Judges that as the leave outside the off stump. Got a good, well, I'd say a good leave. It was 5th stump, so it was an easy one to judge. 443 for 7. Another 6 runs will get these two to 100 partnership, and the sun Gloucestershire will be pleased in one sense to see the sun overhead, because that may ease conditions when they come to bat. And in terms of the day, we have 56 overs left. I think Gloucestershire will be batting for, what, 40 of those?
Van Buren in, and that's punched firmly back to him by Smith. Yeah, just looking into the distance there, where the weather's coming from, and looking over to the downs there to our right, just ahead of us and to our right. As Van Buren comes in. It's just clouding up a little bit over there. It's,
the forecast was a bit hazy this afternoon.
Yeah.
Little bit of sunshine. I mean, yesterday was absolutely spot on, and today so far much the same. A little bit of hazy sunshine when we get it, but the cloud may come and go a bit.
Van Buren in, and that's defended back. Yeah, just looking away, and that's where the weather's coming from, just over that hill there, over to our right. I don't know if we can see that on the cameras, but sort of over towards the Downs and Westbury-on-Trim, that area of Bristol. And just a little bit of cloud coming in, and Van Buren, and Clark Smith gives himself room, and that's well hit out there. Brilliant bit of fielding by Tom Lace, and Clark wants the third, but Smith not interested. And Lace getting a round of applause for his efforts there. As should his mother after her cake baking skills yesterday, which was absolutely gorgeous.
Certainly enjoyed by the staff in the office.
Oh, certainly enjoyed by us. Here's Graham Van Buren, and balls that one a little bit slower, and Smith plays it into the onside.
The Batty Stewart conversation is still going on in front of us. It's pretty animated, it must be said, downstairs. I'm quite sure it's woolly hat day, but both are wearing woolly hats.
Yeah, I think when you walk out there, I mean, we've got the sun directly on us, and we're out the wind, and it's feeling rather pleasant here, isn't it? But if you go out into the car park, it starts getting a little bit cooler, a little bit colder, and you can feel the full effects of the wind.
Well, just a brief drink for Mohammed Amir from one of the Gloucestershire squad members. It might be that was Dom Goodman, but he's not quite tall enough for Dom Goodman, I don't think. Just walking off down to our left-hand side. So Surrey striving here to get to 450, and then who knows what their tactics will be. That's again driven pleasantly, and that'll be away for 4 more, and that will be Jordan Clark's 50. Mohammed Amir driven away through the covers, and a 6th boundary to Jordan Clark, and 91 balls according to the screen in front of me, and 6 boundaries, so that takes his 50 half-century tally in his career to 14. And if you're contributing, say, 2 or 3 50s in a season, and you're averaging somewhere between 25 and 30 with the bat, you're certainly giving a bit when you've got your wickets as well in your credit.
Yeah, you're adding value, and the thing is, Clark, he came in at 349 for 7. And there was just a chink of light, wasn't there? The door had just slightly opened for Gloucestershire. And Jordan Clark with that 50, along with this wonderful innings from Jamie Smith, has shut the door firmly in West Country faces.
Yeah, century partnership now between these two. And Amir staying around the wicket to Clark. Almost tried to york him there. It's dug out. I mean, interestingly about how hard these areas are where the players bat at both ends. You can hear on our effects mic how if Clark is tapping his bat at the far end, it's very audible. Clearly those areas get a lot of hard wear, and the ground staff do a lot of winter rolling to make sure that these surfaces are suitable. But you can hear that tap very distinctly of Clark's bat, and it's quite short from Mohammed Amir there, and it's taken a tumble by Bracey.
He does tap it hard. I don't know if he's mining for gold there.
But it's very clear for everybody to hear around the ground, and hopefully you at home as well. Bringing you pictures here from the Seat Unique Stadium on the stream for Gloucestershire Cricket. Obviously initially put together during that 2020 year when crowds weren't allowed, but the response has been such that the club more than happy to continue with it, bringing it to you wherever you are, whether you're a Gloucestershire supporter at home or abroad. It gives you that connectivity with the club, I suppose, and the ability to watch county cricket in whatever form. And Dan mentioned the numbers earlier. Obviously those are what the industry calls unique users. So you are unique viewers in the sense that if somebody logs onto the stream, watches the cricket for 20 minutes, logs out again, logs back in, that number just keeps ticking up. Clark, last ball was pretty short. That's a better length to him, but still Mohammed Amir striving for a wicket that has so far eluded him. 0 for 80 from 28 overs, and he rather wearily takes his sweater from umpire Mike Burns, a chap from Graham Van Buren, his skipper, and I wouldn't be surprised. Might just see here whether Amir goes off briefly. It's tended to be the case that when he has finished a spell, he sometimes is substituted in the field for a brief period. So interesting to see. He's taken a sweater after that, the end of that over. So see where he goes, and B, whether he's replaced or not. But it will be Van Buren to continue with his spin. Sorry, 4:49 for 7, batting on into a 5th session of the match.
Here's the Gloucestershire skipper. Oh, that nearly sneaks through, and they're going to have to be quick here running. Oh, and that's going to... Oh, no, there's a man there backing up. I didn't quite see him there. He was blocked from my view. I thought they had gone for 5 buzzers there, Ian, but it's just a single.
Yeah, Jack Taylor down there doing the ugly work of backing up.
Yep. Van Buren in, and Clark wristily drives that to mid-wicket. Hum around the ground. Van Buren in, straying onto the leg stump. He might get... no, he's going to get 2 at least. No, he's only going to get 2. Again, Jamie Smith turns down the 3rd. Interestingly so.
Yeah, I think David Payne had quite a long way to run there to cut that off. They might have taken one on the throw if Smith was moving more freely.
Van Buren in, and Clark just plays that back to the captain.
So now Gloucestershire know they've got to make 300 minimum.
Yeah, to save the follow-on. And that's driven out to long off. 1 run.
Yes, that's interesting stance of yours. 200 for Smith, or the 500.
Yeah.
So, I mean, if Clark was to attack here and take the majority of the strike, then it could be that they get to 500 before Smith reaches a double 100. But if they share the scoring, then he's going to be about on parity, I would have thought.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to declare with him on 180, 190.
No.
They're going to give him every opportunity. It's double hundreds are rare enough. And
David Payne's just going off here at the moment.
For the 21-year-old, he fully deserves a double 100.
So,
George Scott, is that?
Yeah, Payne. No, it's not. I don't think. I think that might be Dom Goodman actually.
Is it?
Certainly, he's got that height of Goodman. Let's just see if he's got his proper shirt on when he turns round. There will be a change. Matt Taylor's going to come on from the Ashley Down road end. And that is the number 83 of Dom Goodman on fielding as a substitute.
Exeter University boy, isn't he?
Yeah. And made a good impression last year, bowled into pretty tense situations, and I'll come back to what he offered in a moment. Here's Matt Taylor into the attack for the first time, and that's cut away down to third man for a single. Yeah, and he was, I think that the Gloucestershire coaching team, led obviously by Ian Harvey last year, liked him because yes, he's got the added height. He bowls very straight, and he bowls what the coaches call a heavy ball. Now, largely he was used almost as a containing bowler rather than a wicket taker. As such, only took I think 5 first-class wickets, but he did provide economy and some level of scoreboard control at one end. And he batted very well at Southampton in that match that Gloucestershire saved. Down the leg side from Matt Taylor, taken by James Brescia. He and Josh Shaw were the last wicket pair at Southampton when Gloucestershire batted something like, I'm thinking in my head here, I think it was about 12 overs they had to see out.
Yeah.
And they did it. And bear in mind that Goodman, a relative rookie in terms of first-class cricket, played an important part in that. Jamie Smith waits once more, drives again, and Dent at short extra does the fielding. So Goodman's on the field for David Payne at the moment. 4:54 for 7. Surrey.
Yeah, the game just in one of those stages, isn't it, where it sort of just meanders slowly, doesn't it? And I still enjoy this type of, this side of the game, this type of cricket.
Surrey might be the last side still batting in their first innings as Northants are all out at Chelmsford. Taylor in and defended again by Smith. Northants all out for 390 against Essex, and everywhere else we are into the second innings, albeit that Glamorgan only just started against Derbyshire, who made 368 in the second division.
Yeah, failure for Shan Masood there, wasn't it? Only got 60. Poor form, mate. Poor form.
After 2 double hundreds already, Jamie Smith become a little bit becalmed in the 170s. But he'll pick up one more here to get to 175. But he and Jordan Clark doing an excellent job. Just to, as you said, Dan, there might just have been a thought at 3:49 for 7 that Gloucestershire might have got away with less than 400 to face.
Yeah.
And now these two are still there, and the scoreboard's gone past 450.
But I think this is a very, very docile pitch.
Taylor around the wicket, and again defended by Jordan Clark. And it will be as much of anything if that placidness, if that docile nature is replicated when Gloucestershire come to bat and the Surrey bowlers can't get anything out of it. It will be a question of absolute concentration for the Gloucestershire boys. As Dan said, if the target from here, and it looks to be the way of it, is to get as many batting bonus points as possible and to ensure the draw, then you can ensure a draw in many different ways. You can see it out on the last day when you've got the last pair together with 10 overs to bat, as Gloucestershire did at Southampton the other day, last season, or you can just literally grind
that's
position into the ground for it.
That's from Van Buren and off the outside edge, and that's one of the rare full shots from Jamie Smith as that goes past Miles Hammond there at slip, runs away down in front of us for 4 runs. A little bit of spin there, and interestingly, Surrey didn't pick Amaverdi, who's their main spinner. They've gone with the Part-time spin of... Well, he's more than part-time spin of Will Jacks. He's a decent off-break bowler. But it's interesting that they, with this pitch now starting to take spin, that's Van Buren into Smith, who plays that into... or out to Chris Dent at extra cover.
I seem to remember... I come back to this at the end of Van Buren's over.
As Van Buren plays that out there.
Great question.
Graham Van Buren in.
John Thorpe has sent us an email. Says,
Thorpester.
Hi Dan, I'm enjoying the stream and the commentary on my day off. Can you remember what you were doing on this date in 2000? 29th of April.
Oh. Van Buren in. And that's defended. I reckon I was at his wedding actually, because he's probably been reminded by his lovely wife Kerry that it was his wedding anniversary today. So I reckon I was at his wedding. So there you go. Otherwise he wouldn't remember. Van Buren in, and that's played out to long off. I'm only joking, Thorpester. I know you're an old romantic at heart.
Julian Lee says, afternoon both. Sadly, a full-strength Surrey team would not have a place for Hashim Amla, a great player, but Folkes and Roy would get in ahead of him. Also, several young players in their academy. Interesting view. Just shows the depth that Surrey do have. That, I say, Folkes and Roy are not playing. Hashim Amla, of course, in the side at number 3, and we'll get to Jonathan Charteris Black's email in a moment.
Yeah, it's an interesting one actually.
It's been a topic that we've touched on at various points through this innings, because it's been positive and negative. Matt Taylor around the wicket. And just dabbed away by Smith for one more. Do you want to take this one, Dan?
Yeah, certainly. Jonathan Charteris Black says, always enjoying your insightful commentary. Well, thank you, Jonathan. I'd like to ask your views about the Gloucestershire slip fielding this season. There seem to be a lot of drop catches there. I can't help noticing that Miles Hammond at first slip is missing catches low down. Is this because the bowler releases his hands facing away from the ball and positioned on his knees? Surely with fast bowlers, the time taken to readjust the hands is crucial. His technique is different from Chris Dent, whose hands are lower and facing the direction from where the ball's coming.
Taylor around the wicket and defended by Jordan Clark.
As a former wicket-keeper, hand position was always important, and any comments appreciated. Well, I think it's a great question.
It's a great question,
yeah.
But isn't it the way, and I think just from slip fielders who I've spoken to, is that everybody has their own way of feeling that they are ready for the delivery.
Yeah, Ian Botham who was a wonderful slip fielder, took some marvellous catches in there. He used to have his hands on his knees, and I'll come on to it after this ball.
Taylor in. Oh, and Clark tried to pull that into the Kennington Avenue car park, didn't succeed. It's gone out off the thigh pad into the offside. They'll just pick up one more. 462 for 7.
Ian Botham would, took some wonderful catches in at slip, didn't he, if you remember? And he'd have his hands on his knees regularly as the bowler came in. And when he took them, it was always the world-class Ian Botham. What a great slipper. And when he dropped them, it was because his hands were on his knees. So I think you've just got to do whatever you feel comfortable with.
Taylor in, defended once again by Jamie Smith this time. The one thing I would say is that if you see professional players doing slip catching practice before play, often the catches are obviously reactionary, but they're often at a very similar height.
Yeah,
and maybe if that's just to get the reactions running at the right pace. Taylor in, and it's back of a length this time. Oh, punched up towards David Payne, who was watching the ball, and it dribbled straight past him, and they're going to come back for I think he's made 3 out of that.
My view is with Hammond dropping them so low, it's more of a question of possibly not where your hand positions are, but is he rising too quickly with the ball? You know, as a keeper, Jonathan, I'm sure you'll know that one of the cardinal rules of wicket keeping is not to rise too quickly because you can't then get back down again. And I wonder if Hammond is doing that.
464 for 7. And that was, in fact, punched out by Smith, who only got 2 off the previous delivery.
But in Miles
not
Hammond's,
3.
in Miles Hammond's defence, you know, yes, there were catches dropped yesterday, and there has been a biting wind blowing around the Seat Unique Stadium here in Bristol, and it's never easy slip catching, especially when your hands are cold. I know these guys are professionals and they should be used to it, etc. But it's not easy when you've got someone like Mohammed Mir winging it down at close on 90 miles an hour. Batsman flashes and it catches the edge, and you do drop it. I know you look a bit of a prawn at times, don't you? But it's not easy, especially in these April conditions. Graham Van Buren in, and that's played out into the offside by Jamie Smith. Moves him on to 184.
It'd be quite something for him to get a double 100 out of this, wouldn't it?
Oh, he deserves it. He deserves it. I think he's been spot on. Van Buren in.
It's a sharp single.
That was Jamie Smith, sorry. It was Jordan Clark taking off his long sleeve sweater, isn't he? That's what threw me there, because both now are in short sleeve sweaters. And I think Clark has got a darker arm guard on. I think this is him facing now, isn't it? This is Clark. It's not a darker arm guard, it's actually a tattoo. Van Buren in, and Clark whips him into the leg side and out to the man in the deep. Going to pick up 1. Sorry about that, Jordan. Didn't mean to mistake your tattoo there for an arm guard. Here's Jamie Smith with the white wristband. And solidly defends that. Clark on 56, Smith on 184, 467 for 7. It's been a long slog, this. Van Buren in to Smith, who gives himself a bit of room, tries to carve that into the offside, doesn't beat Chris Dent. There's Van Buren comes in and Smith plays it out. Oh, John Thorpe has said correct answer. It's a bit warmer that day. He's been whitewater rafting on the Olympic course this morning. I think that's out in the Lee Valley somewhere, that place. Out sort of in Cheshunt, Broxbourne, that neck of the woods. And hope you're enjoying the commentary, mate. Keep them coming. Commentators at glossccc.co.uk, and we'll read out anything without any Anglo-Saxon profanities in them, won't we, Ian?
Yeah. Chance to sight read them first. Here's Matt Taylor around the wicket and chopped into the ground by Clark once again. This is the 100, as you can see on the screen, the 144th over of the Surrey innings. There wouldn't seem a lot of point in them facing a third new ball, would there?
No.
Surely not. If they want to actually try and, if they do want to try and win the match, there's got to be a stage at which they say, enough's enough. 468 for 7. And that stays at that with a pleasant clip into the leg side by Smith. Dan Worrell and Reece Topley I suspect may not be needed here unless Clark gets out with Smith shy of 200. Then it might be a question of somebody just coming in to see him to that score.
But that total that Gloucestershire need to save the follow-on keeps creeping up, doesn't it?
It does. Taylor going back over the wicket, and that's cracked into the offside. And good run around from Miles Hammond, I think.
Didn't sound very nice off the bat, that, did it? It sounded a bit clunky off the bat.
Not much has been poor off the bat for Surrey, to be fair.
No.
Clark on 57. Into the ground this time. Didn't time that. It's gone all the way through to brace the upper bottom edge.
Smith with a nice stick there. Nice bit of grey nickels.
Well, Smith had faced 238 balls at the close of play last night for his 111. Well, that's nicely off the pads. That will be 4 more. That's gone quite fine, actually. Too fine for the fielder. Dom Goodman down there in front of the smaller scoreboard. 4 more, and Surrey just piling on the runs here. Marcus Harrison, Chris Dent. I wonder if they might be. Maybe another factor here might be, would they like 15 minutes before
That's
tea?
exactly what I was thinking. You can read me, and you must be, as Del Boy would say, a physic.
Matt Taylor in, and the same shot again. Fine. Goodman will get round to it this time though. At the fine leg boundary in front of the Thatchers and Thatcher's bar, and get his return in. Yes, I wonder whether, on the basis that we're going to get, got 16 overs to go until the scheduled tea interval, so 2 off for change of innings. I wonder whether.
So we'll be looking at a 3:15 job, do you think?
Possibly. Well, Jack Taylor's coming on for a bowl with his leg spin. I wonder if, in a strange way, Graham Van Buren would like Surrey to get these 26 runs quite quickly, and then the game can move on a bit.
Yeah, although if you can just make them work for a little bit, you can probably take it up to, because they're not going to declare with Jamie Smith this side of his 200. They're going to let him get his 200.
He needs 15.
It would be a harsh man who did that, but you know, if you can starve him at the strike a little bit, take it to tea, you just take that little bit more.
Well, there's a clan of Surrey players wandering around the outfield here. They're not even in their whites, so
no,
that doesn't look like an imminent. If Smith went, 3 sixes in a row off Jack Taylor, they'd be having to sprint back pretty quickly.
Here he comes, and Smith's looking to launch that one.
He's only got a single down to deep square. Yeah, so that group is Sam Curran, Colin de Grandhomme.
Yeah, distinctive mullet there. Well, he's not quite as mullety as he was he? Taylor in, and a little bit short, punched through the covers for a single out to Tom Lace, who hurls it back into the gloves of James Bracey. Who else have we got in that group?
Whether Ollie Pope's in there.
Yeah, it is Pope. As Taylor comes in, and that's played down to long on for a single. We've got Pope, we've got... I think that might be Gus Atkinson, who's acting as 12th in there with them. Seems to be the younger crowd, doesn't it? And that's just played into the onside for one.
De Grandon will be pleased to be included in that group.
He will be. The 35-year-old Colin de Grandon. He's down with the kids.
Clark's got 64. There are now 2 men out on the leg side. There are 5 men out, in fact.
Oh, and that's delicately played. Is that Battle now? I think it might be. He's got that very fine. It's the latest of late cuts. And that's a gorgeous shot there for 4 runs.
I'll have a chance to have a second look at that. There's just a...
He's got that very fine.
Just basically a player very much comfortable with where he is with his batting.
Yeah. Here he is, and defended back to Jack Taylor. Ollie Pope getting bit of stick from the Bristol faithful here.
Yes.
Asking why he's wearing a bubble hat because the sun's out. And the players looking up to the boundary, up to the balcony here, as he's getting a bit of grief from the locals, and they're now moving on because, as any cricketer knows, that whether you played club cricket or international cricket like Pope and Sam Curran, you do not walk behind the bowler's arm. It's sacrilege.
Graham Van Buren has changed ends, and he's going to come on at this Ashley Down Road end. So 18 for Surrey to get to 500, and 13 for Smith to get to 200. Marcus Harris is down on the boundary down in front of us to our right. You've got a long on and a long off out, a deep square, and a boundary rider on the cover boundary as well. And Surrey content to take 1 run. Smith up to 188. So just go back to that point about sort of his 100 and his 200. He had 278 balls last night for his 111. And he's now... I'm going to check that number. That's not right to me. Worked away by Van Buren, and was a partial stop right by the umpire by Jack Taylor, but couldn't stop it cleanly, and Surrey will get 1 more. 484 for 7. Bob Smith, scoreboard operator here at the Seat Unique Stadium. Van Buren in, clipped to Higgins at short mid-wicket.
Sun is out now, and the barracker to our left was completely right to ask Scotty Pope what he's doing with his bobble hat on.
Turned around the corner, down towards the Thatcher's Bar boundary, as we'll call it. It's the fine leg boundary to the right-hander. And Surrey just ticking these runs up, and the game not going anywhere particularly quickly now until either the declaration arrives, and I think it may be... I don't think Gloucestershire are going to take these last 3 wickets in a hurry. I might be wrong, but it may be more about the declaration than anything else. 486 for 7. Smith to 190, and I will just check that ball's faced yesterday, because I thought that was 238, not 278 as I said. I'll just check the board from the close of play yesterday. And sorry here, look, getting to a stage where, well, Gloucestershire are going to have to get 350 if they're going to avoid the follow-on. That's what it's looking like.
Jack Taylor about to commence from the pavilion end. See, the blue has sneaked into the Surrey sort of merchandise, into the hats. Always brown. Jack Taylor there. That's cut away by Clark out to the man deep on the offside for 1 run. The Prince of Wales feathers as well, which has been their famous crest. I believe the oval is owned by the Prince of Wales. Jack Taylor comes in, and Smith watchfully defends that back to him.
Yes, 238 was his number of deliveries faced as of last night.
Okay.
So take that off where he is at the moment.
Taylor and Smith plays that, and they almost walk through for a single. 191, 9 away from a deserved.
So he scored 80 today. I'll just get that board to update. So
Taylor in and just worked away on the onside by Clark for a single. 489. Surrey boys now sitting out on the Kennington Avenue boundary. Is Taylor in, and that's defended back to him.
So
1 ball left in the over.
So Smith is now past 500 minutes at the crease.
Taylor into him, and he'll retain the strike with a single out to Tom Lace out deep extra cover. That brings on to 491. Smith on to 192. Yeah, the Surrey boys sitting out on the boundary, just enjoying the sunshine.
So he scored 81 today from 145 balls. That's doesn't feel like that from Jamie Smith, which just shows how comfortable he's been.
Yeah.
And as we know, he was dropped on 48 yesterday. Smith now 192. Prepares to face Van Buren, who from this Ashley Down Road end is just trying to not let Gloucestershire get too far behind the over 8 here. They're at -2 at the moment. Ryan Higgins and Van Buren just having a word. Worked into the leg side again by Smith, who's just, I think the likelihood is he's going to pick these up in singles from here. He's not really looking to thrash at anything. I hear a siren in the distance. Van Buren with just 1 slip, and Clark almost plays that. Again, almost drags that on. It was played into his boot. And sorry. Making that what is now the highest score of the season. It scored over 400 against Warwickshire at Edgbaston and over 450 against Hampshire last week. So plenty of power in this batting lineup. Van Buren wheeling in again, and Clark up top, the man at wide mid-off, who is Matt Taylor, just 1 run. This is clearly, well, from what we've seen so far, only 7 wickets gone down in 4.5 sessions. It looks a very good batting wicket. Van Buren in. Been played pleasantly away by Smith. He'll just take 1 more now, amble through. 195.
And out of those 7 wickets, 3 were taken in the first hour of the game. And I think it, well, let's have a look at it after both sides are batted, but I think it might be one of those Bristol wickets that gets easier and easier as the game goes on.
If it's not easy enough already.
Yeah.
Oh, that's all the evidence it would be anyway.
Yeah.
There are the overall bowling figures. 2 wickets for should say 3 and 3 for Payne and Taylor, of course. 1 for Ryan Higgins. And Jack Taylor.
Yep, 7 bowlers being used by Gloucestershire.
Trying to winkle on out.
Here he comes, and that's played firmly out to long off.
Well, if Surrey do get to 500 before Smith gets to 200, they'll keep going, won't they?
Yeah, I think so, but they only need 6 more, and Smith needs 5 more. So I think they'll look at. I'll go 5:07.
You did say 3:15 for a declaration, didn't you?
Yeah.
Maybe far out.
That's defended into the onside. Yeah, 7 bowlers used by Gloucestershire. Higgins, Amir, Payne, Taylor, Graham Van Buren and Miles Hammond.
So at
all
the
had
moment,
a little twirl and a
there
little
are
trouble.
9 overs to go until tea.
That's gone down the ground, and that's going to be 4 runs for Jordan Clark. Moves him on to 76. Now, is he going to get 100? Will they declare there? Has that come into the reckoning at all?
Well,
is there room for sentiment in the game of cricket, Ian Randall?
I think there may be room for sentiment in terms of Smith's 200.
Jack Taylor. And that's driven firmly back at him. And good bit of fielding off your own bowling. Try not to concede any off your own bowling, do you, Ian?
A bowler is always the best fielder of his own bowling.
Oh, wise words. Taylor, and that's driven wide. He's found the gap there. He's going to get a couple because, no, he's not. Smith sent him back. Smith weary from this monster of an innings. Can't get back for the second. So we're on to 499. Taylor in, and Smith plays it out to the onside. That completes the over. 499 for 7. Jamie Smith 195. Jordan Clark 77. And they're making the hosts toil here at the Seat Unique Stadium here in Horfield in Bristol.
Yes, don't forget that after tea, admission is free. You'll be watching Gloucestershire bat at that point, I think I can say with some degree of confidence.
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
And so that will be from around about 4 o'clock. We may be on time for the scheduled tea this afternoon. There are, at the moment, 11 overs to go until the tea interval. Two off for the change of innings, and Gloucestershire, well, they can't. I'm almost certainly not going to deprive Surrey of 1 run here, but the question is how they make Jamie Smith work for the other 5 that he needs for a double 100. 29 fours in all from Jamie Smith.
We've got a sleeping Benny here out on by the picket fence down below us.
We'll try and spot him.
We'll try and get him for you.
David Payne to start a new spell, almost a thankless task, I might argue, in this situation, but he's going to come in as spiritedly as ever. The bowling has been pretty evenly spread amongst the quicker bowlers by Graham Van Buren. 32 overs for Ryan Higgins, 28 Mohammed Amir, 29 Matt Taylor, and Payne now into his 30th. And that's again outside the off stump and let go by Jordan Clark. These two joined forces at 349. 4-7, so 150 they've put on together. And it's taken them, if my maths is right, 39 overs. Payne in almost chopped on by Clark.
Looking.
That's a big stand, isn't it? For an 8th wicket stand of 150 in 39 overs does take some compiling.
It does, and it's broken Gloucestershire hearts.
There are the regulars down by the Kennington Avenue fence.
I've obviously bored Benny the dog off because he's gone to sleep.
Payne around the wicket. And Surrey are going to get their 500th run here. Will it be a leg bye? Was there any bat involved? There was no bat in that. So a leg bye. And Amir Verdi's just having a wander around below our commentary position. And he applauds the 500 up for Surrey.
Well batted, Surrey.
Now it's a question of Smith's double 100, I think.
Yeah.
He's on strike and again defending and sent back by Jordan Clark. 77 not out for Clark. Good effort from him.
Yeah, and now the 350 is the target to save the follow-on. I think if Gloucestershire can save the follow-on, they save the game.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that will take them probably until the end of tomorrow.
Yeah.
Payne around the wicket, was short and ducked underneath by Jamie Smith. I wonder if you can just, is it worth looking at? I think it's always worth looking at them. Adrian Thomas's stats that he sent us, is that a record 8th wicket partnership for Surrey against Gloucestershire, I wonder?
I'll have to come back to you on that one. No, 198.
Ooh.
Kenny Barrington and Jim Laker at the Oval in 1954, in the days before it was the Kia Oval back then. And the 8th for Gloucestershire is 121 from Chris Taylor and James Averis, also at the Oval. Well, it might have been the Kia Oval. We're going to see Miles Hammond from the pavilion end. The highest score.
I've got a couple of emails which I might just get to if I can during this Hammond over. One of which from Jeff Stevens. He says, I've long been of the belief that great team performances are built on great partnerships. I wonder if the players work on these as part of their training.
Here's Miles Hammond. And that's a full toss to start us off, which Clark plays out to long off, and Jamie Smith doesn't fancy the second.
Secondly, he says, can you explain to me and probably loads of others why the term buzzers get shouted whenever there's an overthrow?
I don't know. I don't know. I thought it might be a London thing, but let us know.
I'd never
There's one
heard the
for
word
Smith.
until our good friend Ed Seaborn used it. Talking about buzzers.
Jamie Smith's not going to, well, he might do, but he's got some way to go to get past Mark Ramprokash's 292 against Gloucestershire at the Oval in 2006, or a Mr. T.F. Shepherd at the Oval in 1927 with 277 not out. Highest for Gloucestershire, Zahir Abbas at the Oval, 1976, in that long hot summer. Miles Hammond there, and that's biffed out into the offside by Jordan Clark. Zahir Abbas at the Oval, 76, and Wally Hammond, 205 not out at the Oval in 1928. So this would be the highest at Bristol, I think.
Keith Gilpin's been in touch on the email. Keith, thanks for this. He said Jamie Smith has never scored a first-team century for his club.
Oh.
His club team.
Wow.
Keith, thank you for that.
What is his club, Keith? Let us know. I know he went to Whitgift School. But we're going through the Surrey Championship clubs this morning. Here's Hammond into him, and he moves on to 197 by just casually flicking that into the leg side. Yep, let us know. So buzzers, I really want to know where that's come from. I haven't got a clue.
They've always been called overthrows whenever I've played. I've never heard them called buzzers until Ed Seaborn used the term.
Here's Hammond come in. Oh, and that's an edge there, and he's going to run away down in front of us and goes for 4 runs. I wonder if it's, an Australianism, because it's a, we do get Australianisms creep into our cricket, but thank God Sundries has not replaced extras, because we don't like that one, do we, Ian? We don't like that. Traditionalists, aren't we?
I'd much rather have extras. You can have much more plays, many more plays on words with the word extras.
Yeah. Hammond in, and Clark rocks onto the back foot and plays that out to deep cover, and that's the end of the over. 509 for 7.
So they've gone past your 507, Dan.
Yeah.
And Clark into the 80s.
I think they'll wait for him to get his 100 as well now.
Well, the question is, what will Smith... If Smith got to 200, he's not going to throw it away then, is he? Because he's just got a tremendous boost to his average.
Massively, massively. There speaks a man who batted at number 11. Nice red inker, always got the average up, didn't it?
Well...
Little asterisk next to your score.
Yeah, but the average was frequently a very small number. Clark on 84. Waits for David Payne from the Ashley Down Road end. And that's worked again off his thigh pad, almost off the hip, round the corner. Down to Mohammed Amir. One more run for him. So Jamie Smith's within, an edged boundary of a double 100 here. But he's going about it in the workmanlike way that he's batted throughout this innings.
Batted very well.
510 for 7. Smith, he's letting the pace of the ball come onto the bat now, isn't he? It's all about the timing of the shot. He's just picking up his runs in singles. Will he get to it in under 400 balls? He's at 392 at the moment.
He's been registered to Sutton Cricket Club.
Clark on 85. I think it's about a single, but there isn't one there. Tracy again comes sweeping forward. So just remember that if Surrey were thinking of declaring before tea, you have to take 2 overs off for the break between innings. So we're down to 7 at the moment. We're down to 6 actually, because this over has obviously started. So there'll only be 6 overs for Gloucestershire to bat before tea if there would be a wicket now, or a declaration now. Out into the offside. Swiftish single, well fielded by Jack Taylor. It's been a long session in the field, this, for Gloucestershire. 152 overs. It's almost getting to third new ball territory. The bowlers will not have done that too often in their careers. Jamie Smith, 198. Won't get to 199 with just a little gentle push into the leg side. Fielded by Gloucestershire captain Graham Van Buren.
Been a great knock this though.
Very patient, very patient. And I say he's going to end up with a strike rate of around about 50, which is, not terrible at all. Smith on 198. Still calls wait. So it's just dabbed out to Miles Hammond. At point. No run. Surrey players gradually working their way round in front of the pavilion. Really, I think, to hopefully watch Smith get to his double 100.
Yeah.
That's why they're there. And those are the bowling figures for Gloucestershire. So Payne perilously close to his century. 3 for 99 now, his figures. But nobody else has got there.
Gareth Batty and Alex Stewart, they're still in a serious conflab, aren't they?
They are. And Hammond to Clark.
Going to go around the wicket to him. And Clark plays him out too long off, where he'll pick up just the most casual of singles.
Now you would think that Jamie Smith might be able to nurdle a couple of singles here. They're going to try and make him work for these last 2 runs. Gloucestershire, so they're bringing the field in.
Yeah, it's good cricket. It's good cricket. Don't give anyone anything for anything. That's what I was once told.
Nothing cheap.
No.
No slip. But effectively, everybody's saving a single. Where's Van Buren going with this? He's going to put Matt Taylor fine. He wanted him to go finer for a moment. Yes, Matt Taylor is going to go across with Higgins going into slip and Matt Taylor into the gully area.
So here we go. Miles Hammond around the wicket from the pavilion end. And Smith plays that firmly out to mid-off, but doesn't happen then.
He's been very correct throughout most of the things. He's barely played what you would call a really unorthodox stroke, has he?
No, he's been absolutely wonderful. It's been a really, really mature knock by a youngster as Hammond comes in. And that's defended by Smith. I think he's about to face his 400th ball of the innings. Yeah, I think this one's going to be the 400th. Hammond comes in, that's a half tracker, but Smith very circumspect there, doesn't go across the line. Try and whack it into the leg side to the boundary there. He plays it technically correct, plays it within the V. And he's played within the V very well, hasn't he, Jamie Smith? He's played it under his head. Hammond comes in, and that's it. Beautiful cover drive. What a way to bring up your 200. And that is an absolutely fantastic knock there by Jamie Smith. Takes him on to 202. Came in with a score on 37 for 3 with his side in some trouble. And he's still there with them 517 for 7. And this is a wonderful, wonderful knock. 400 balls, 522 minutes, 34s. Jamie Smith, great innings.
Well, he set a marker for himself in his career, this young man.
Hammond around the wicket to him. And Smith drives that back. So I think they will look now at Jordan Clark. He's on 87, needs 13 more for his 100. And I think that will be, you know, they'll call it a day after that.
There's the board. As Dan said, exactly 400 balls for his 202 runs. And
yeah, we're seeing Dan Worrell. It's Dan Worrell there with his pads on. So,
well, how many do Surrey want then, I wonder? It's just, I think it's just taking time out of the game that they don't need at the moment.
No. Wonder if they think the pitch will deteriorate.
Well,
doesn't often happen at Bristol, does it?
It's a curious one. Unless they only think they're going to bowl for 110 overs. And then they'll just bat again. And knowing that there is nothing more to be gained from the game at that stage. But it depends, of course, how Gloucestershire bat. They must think this is a very easy pace pitch to still want to be batting when you're 517 for 7. Yes, it's tiring the opposition. That's true. Cut away. And cut away firmly. That will race all the way for 4. That's a vain chase for Jack Taylor. And Jordan Clark goes into the 90s. And there is that tactical phrase often used by coaches. You do what the opposition least want you to do.
Yeah, there's a train of thought of grinding the opposition into the dust, isn't there? I wonder if that's in their thought process.
Van Buren wheeling in once more. He's had quite a long bowl in this innings. That's longer than he might have expected.
I think everyone's had a long bowl on them.
Well, they have. This is his 18th over. And dare I say, as usual, relatively economical, but with they're never really seeming as if There's a huge amount of threat from Graham Van Buren. He's tidy, but on a pitch like this, there's not much there for him. And Clark has picked up another boundary, very, very fine, and we may now be close, perhaps, to this Surrey declaration. And if they do declare in an over or two, then
might declare in one ball with Jordan Clark on 95.
That's true. That's true.
He's got a reputation, hasn't he? And it's not a massive boundary down here to the Ashley Down Road end.
Clark has 95. Coming in at number 9.
Batted beautifully, I think, Jordan Clark. He played some, he's a proper batsman. He's too low at 9.
He's on 141 balls for his 95. 12 fours.
I think I saw his brother get runs last year for Northampton against Durham, for Durham against Northampton.
Remember, he's only got one first-class 100 before, largely a man of useful 50s, and let's be fair, 50s are, and more, what Gloucestershire are going to need from this situation. 525 for 7.
Maybe Surrey just waiting for the clouds to accumulate.
And you're a little bit of drift, but watched carefully by Clark, who plays it out. 525 for 7. In theory, there are 6 overs to go until the tea interval.
Yeah.
I wonder if Surrey want to get to a point where they might actually almost declare at tea. They could get within 2 overs and then they could declare, obviously. And that would gain them 2 overs in the day, wouldn't it?
It would. Yes, it would.
That would be absorbed.
Yeah, you take it. Potentially, but I just don't... how many do they want? I think they just wait for Clark to get his 100 and then call it a day. Miles Hammond. In, and that's played by Jamie Smith. The double centurion. Off the back foot, but no run. I wonder if Worrell's there with his pads on, just maybe to get Jordan Clark in case Smith's out, to get him to his 100. Smith plays that
Smith
out.
Doesn't look like getting out, Dan, does he?
No, and he hasn't done since ball 1 particularly, has he, apart from that drop catch on 48. But no, he's batted really, really well, and I'm really pleased for him. It's great to see 21-year-olds coming into the game. And Smith plays that out to long on for a single, takes him at 203. People say that the county championship doesn't produce the players. Well, Jamie Smith certainly is a youngster coming through the system. And, Surrey have got some good youngsters. Ryan Patel's another one. And they're all around the same age. And their schooling ground is the county championship. And it wouldn't surprise me if we do see Jamie Smith in international colours one day.
And if he is batting at 5, wonder where he might end up in the batting order.
Here's Hammond to Clark, who plays that down to long on. Takes him on to 96.
As the question is often asked to a batsman, would you like to roll this pitch up with you and take it with you around the country?
Well, he's not got a bad one at home, has he? Back in SE11. As Hammond comes in to Smith, and that is glorious. Imperious. 4 runs all along the carpet.
All about the placement there.
Yeah.
Just pick the gap. Way between deep, quite wide mid-off actually, and extra cover.
Yeah, this is tough going for the glorious Gloucesters.
Yeah, Surrey won't be batting again in this match, that's for sure.
No. No, even if, you know, I can see them, even if Gloucestershire don't get to 380 or whatever they need to avoid the following, as Hammond comes in, and that's beautifully placed as well. The other side of Chris Dent. He's toying with the Gloucestershire fielders here. And that's another beautiful 4 runs. Takes him on at 211.
And remember, he's been, I reckon, probably from back before he got to 150, he didn't look to be moving it very freely. You know, they haven't been running too many sharp threes, for example.
No.
But
seems certainly all right there.
It's all the trigger points, all the mechanics of Smith's batting look to be very much in sync and working well, even with that discomfort which he does appear to be suffering from. So Clark needs 4 for his 100. Long on and long off back with his straight boundary. He's not going to attack that though.
Two and a half hours he's been at the crease.
Just one previous first-class 100 for Jordan Clark. And he'll pick up another single there, up to long on. Van Buren continuing to wheel away from this Ashley Down Road, and Gloucestershire still -2 on the over rate, which is something of a surprise.
Yeah, I don't think that's right.
Clipped into the gap by quite a weary looking Smith. Now it must be said, he's the question comes back about, you know, whether he will take the gloves, whether Ollie Pope will keep wicket after this marathon effort. It wouldn't be a surprise if Pope did. Van Buren in and just nudge around the corner, but there's a man there now. David Payne by the umpire. And most of the crowd at this Ashley Down Road end of the ground now in quite hazy sunshine. Again, Van Buren wheeling in.
Very pleasant.
Yes, it's a sort of day when if you're watching the cricket from this end of the ground, you probably need a hat because it is a bit glary. Not that we're in any way disappointed about that. Again, Clark picks up a single down to long on, so he goes to 98. And the debate is, you know, whether Surrey will ask Gloucestershire to bat before tea, or whether they will absorb the between innings 2 overs into the email. Chris Wilkes saying, enjoying the commentary from Portland, Oregon, where it's early in the morning here.
Oh, morning, Chris.
Thank you for that. And Keith Gilpin's been in touch with some more stats about Jamie Smith, presumably for his club. So I can't actually...
Go on, go through
them. But I can't see that on that picture at the moment. It's just taking some time to load, I think. Hammond, though, to continue from the far end.
So Hammond going to come around the wicket. Jordan Clark on 98. Bowls to him. And that's down the leg side. They're appealing for a catch. He strangled him. Hassan Adnan, with his gloves on, says no, doesn't raise his mittened digit. Bracey also whipped the bails off there, but I think they were appealing for the little feather behind. Hammond to Clark, and that's played out through the offside. That's going to be it. Tom Lake's going to cut it off, and that's his 100. 150 balls. 164 minutes, 12 fours. Jordan Clark, great innings. Again, he came in with his side in trouble, or not in trouble, but 349 for 7. The game could have gone both ways. Jordan Clark has made sure that Surrey won't lose this game now.
No, good effort from him. Say just his second first-class 100. is 550 the marker. So we're both still out there, with both men having 3 figures against their name now.
Hammond to Clark. It goes down the wicket. Where's that gone? That's gone miles. That's gone miles. 6 runs.
It's a big blow towards that boundary on that side of the ground.
Blow.
It's thrown back by one of the Surrey coaching team, but it's gone way away down to the long on boundary, right by one of the floodlight pylons.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a bit of vandalism to the bowling figures, bit of carnage going to see now.
So 546 they've got.
Where's that gone? That's gone over mid-off. They're going to get 1. I don't think Smith's interested in the second. Ball's come back in. I think there's...
So 550 would mean 400 to save the follow-on, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
That's
a big ask, isn't it?
It is a serious score.
Yeah.
When you've been out in the field for so long, 157 overs.
Hammond to Smith, who plays that out to long off, and they're gonna casually trot through for a single. I'm just watching the Surrey bench down there. There's 1 ball left in the over.
So
keeping my eye on the Surrey bench to see if there's any declaration.
That will be 35, so they'd have 2 more overs to, or 1 more over to bat actually.
Oh, Clark gets a leading edge, which goes out to long off. That's 549.
550.
Sorry, 550 days. No, 5.
That is 550. Clark just looked towards the dressing room then as if to wonder whether they would be asked to go in or not. Now, in theory, they could have 1 more over and then declare and absorb the 2 overs between innings into the tea interval. So
what's interesting is none of the Surrey players have changed back into their whites. Dan Worrell's still got his pads on, and it's a
curious scenario. This, I mean, it's almost. I mean, I wonder at what stage Surrey recognised that they have enough runs. They're just they're depriving themselves of time they might need.
Yeah. I agree. There's 3 overs left to the natural tea interval, isn't there?
Yeah, so they could declare after this one, and that's all chopped into the ground. And there's going to be a single. Smith's made his way to the other end. Jordan Clark's picked up 1 more. But it would not be a surprise to see this as being the last over.
But you talk about keeping your bowlers fresh, but Jordan Clark's one of their main bowlers as well.
True, but he's going to have a lot of confidence from his batting. When you've only had 1 first-class 100 before, and you've just made the second one.
Very true.
Then, and he's also one of a quartet that they know that they're not going to have. He's only going to have possibly, 2 short spells today?
Yeah.
Van Buren again around the wicket. Played on the bounce back to the Gloucestershire captain, who probably is finding this as challenging a game as he could have expected against the team top of Division 1. 551 for 7. Tossed up, almost a full toss actually, and straight down to Marcus Harris, who is at long on. So it was interesting at the end of the last over, the 2 batsmen were looking for any kind of instruction from the Surrey bench.
So were we.
Van Buren in again, slightly slower ball, and Smith with this slight hobble picks up 1 more at the end of the over. Well, there's no declaration coming here.
No, nothing coming from
Surrey have clearly worked out that there's no point in absorbing 2 overs into the tea interval, which I would have thought would have been in their interests, but Alex Stewart knows a lot more about cricket than I do.
I think that's Rory Burns second from the left there, as you can see. Next to... Oh, no, sorry, it's in the middle. He's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So he's right in the middle there with the top knot hairstyle. He's without the hat. And keep your eye on him, because he's the man who's going to make the decision.
So, and just to be clear, that this stand is now the Surrey record against Gloucestershire for the 8th wicket, because there's never been a stand of more than 200 for the 8th wicket before. That's beaten that one between Barrington and Laker.
Yes, certainly has.
Which was 198. Well, this one is now 204.
Yeah, that record stood since 1954. Kenny Barrington must have been a young man then. Never saw him, but everyone who did said what a wonderful player. And sadly passed away as Hammond comes in. And that's just played into the offside. Sadly passed away on England's tour to the West Indies in 1981. Which is a grim tour, that, where issues surrounded another Surrey player, Robin Jackman.
So just to emphasise, this stand has been put together in 48 overs.
Yeah, here's Hammond to Smith. Plays it out to mid-on, and they scamper through for a 1. That's probably not going to do Smith's hamstring much good, having to run that sharply.
All sorts of numbers tumbling today in terms of records. Gloucestershire had 3 wickets this morning. Curran for 64, de Grandhomme and Jacks relatively quickly for 11 and 13 respectively. And then the whole game
Hammond to Clark.
Changed by these two.
Works that one around the corner. It's going to be 4 more there. That takes it on to 558. Avoids the quintuple Nelson. And just having a look over there. Alex Stewart's just having a chat with Rory Burns.
So, Rory, should we bat on after tea? There would be some people who would say that actually this is quite negative from Surrey, because they've actually just put too big a score on the board here to give themselves the overs they need to take 20 wickets.
Do you know what? I'm wondering if they're thinking, because of the oval and the way it is, and they played in a few games last year where 700 played 600, but the oval's a different ground. Here's Hammond in, and that's gone. Miles there again from Clark. Strong lad, whacks him for 6.
Again, it's gone almost to that long on boundary. That's his favourite spot down there.
Yeah. Like the village blacksmith. Moves on to 120. They hold it off till he gets his 200 now, Ian. It's Hammond around the wicket to him. And he doesn't dig that one out. It goes out to Chris Dent. 216 to Jamie Smith, 120 to Jordan Clark, 564 for 7. This really is a monster of an innings, and that's gone straight back over the bowler's head. Couple of bounces, bang into the advertising boards, and that puts it on to 568. Still nothing from Rory Burns, still no declaration.
Well, there's 2 overs to go. 1 over to go now until tea. And just say to Keith Gilpin, thank you for sending the stats. We just got the sun shining on our screen at the moment, so it's not the easiest to read. So we might try and do those during the tea interval, and then we can come back and actually relay those numbers. They are relating to Jamie Smith's time at Sutton Cricket Club, where Keith said to us that he'd never made a century in the club side, and here he is, 216 not out for Surrey. So this will be the last over before tea. 568 for 7 is the Surrey score, and Jamie Smith, who is batting for his average now, I would think, picks up one more.
The club next to my home club is Southgate Cricket Club in North London, where Phil Tufnell came through, and a few years ago they had Kushal Mendis, the Sri Lankan, as their overseas player, averaged 16.
Van Buren around the wicket, and there's an appeal for an LBW which is going down the leg side, not going to be answered in the affirmative by Mike Burns.
Yeah, Kushal Mendis averaged 16, and in the November I think he went on and got his maiden ton for Sri Lanka in his third game or something.
The field is spread to all parts, and that's nicked off Van Buren off an outside edge down towards the boundary at third man for 4. And Jordan Clark he did nick that so hard that it raced away, and well, that means that Clark has now passed his previous best first-class score as well. There was a pause for that shot. He's only got one previous first-class 100, and he's got a 140 in first-class cricket, so he's not there yet. See, he won't get there, mind you.
Yeah, batting average is going up, bowling average is going up, my energy bill's going up.
Gloucestershire's energy will need to be restocked at tea. Big time. Chris Dent will be tucking into the fruit at tea time before getting ready to bat. 574 for 7. We're in the last over before tea, and Jamie Smith defends. Van Buren just with a bit of a chat down the wicket. Smith plays it back to Van Buren, and that is where Surrey walk off. They will take tea spot on time at 20 to 4, and whether they'll come out again to bat, I very much doubt. 574 for 7 is their score when they walk off. They started the day on 294 for 4, so they've added 180 runs. They've added 280 runs, as you were, in 2 sessions. And
the new ball's due.
And the new ball's due. Yes, quite right. Smith, 217 not out. Jordan Clark, 129 not out. Not a career best, but it's his second first-class century. And those two are getting applauded off by the crowd here at Bristol, and by I'm sure the Gloucestershire players as well, because they know it's a big effort from those two. They came together on 349 for 7. And they have added 225 together for the 8th wicket, unbroken, and I suspect it will stay that way, Dan.
Yeah, I think so, and warm applause from the Gloucestershire fans here as well. They appreciate good cricket here in Bristol, no matter who it's from, and they've been treated to a wonderful innings there. 217 from Jamie Smith, from a 21-year-old, has been absolutely wonderful. Jordan Clark helping him out with 129 from number 9, and it's just been an absolute treat to watch. I know it's been quite a placid pitch and quite easy, but the wickets have fallen in clusters. We saw a few yesterday morning, we saw a few this morning as well, and then Surrey rebuild. They've got that guts. You can see why they're top of the league.
178 runs in that afternoon session. That was a session of big progress by Surrey. The overall bowling figures, they don't make great reading for Gloucestershire, but there's been a lot of hard work put in here by these bowlers. Ryan Higgins, 32 overs, 10 maidens, 1 for 82. Mohammed Amir, 28 overs, 7 maidens, 0 for 80. David Payne, 31 overs, 6 maidens, 3 for 99. Matt Taylor, 29 overs, 9 maidens, 3 for 85. Jack Taylor, 10 overs for 58. Graham Van Buren, 21 overs for 82. And Miles Hammond, 9 overs for 67, just one maiden bowled by the three spinners. Graham Van Buren bowled one, the others didn't bowl one at all. This is like, as they privily say about batting at the Oval, it's like batting on a road. And if Surrey have declared, and we'll get word of that no doubt during tea, then Gloucestershire have got to make 424 to avoid the follow-on. That will take them well into the fourth day at the current rate of play. We're going to go for a cup of tea. Suggest you might need one as well after that run feast in the afternoon, and we'll join you again just about 4 o'clock for resumption of play, when we'll confirm it, of course. I think we'd expect Gloucestershire to be batting. We'll see you
Good afternoon from the Seat Unique Stadium for the final session of day 2 here. And we've got a bit of a bizarre scenario, haven't we, Ian Randall?
Bizarre, yes. Arguably negative by Surrey, you would argue. Baffling would be another phrase you could use, because they're continuing to bat on. And I really don't understand why Alex Stewart and Rory Burns and Jim Troughton Gareth Batty feel that 574 for 7, batting first, is a score that won't allow you to win the match. Now, whether this is just a psychological move to bring Gloucestershire out, maybe for 1 over, and then get them in again, I've no idea. But Jack Taylor's going to have a bowl, and Surrey are still batting in the first innings.
Yeah, it's bizarre, and
it is. Other than they don't think they can win the game.
Yeah. So
we're not going to put our bowlers through more overs than they need to. They've worked out quite some way away that the pitch is not going to allow them to take 20 wickets, so we may as well just bat and have the bowlers with their feet up.
Yeah, a few of the Surrey lads have started to put their whites on now, which is it's interesting. But I think you might be right. I think it might be a one over job.
Just a psychological move, perhaps.
Yeah. Taylor in, first ball after tea, and Clark cuts that away, scattering the pigeons.
At least it does give us a chance to credit Keith Gilpin with sending some stats about Jamie Smith at Surrey Cricket Club, Sutton Cricket Club.
Taylor in, Smith again puts him into the same area, out to Tom Lace in the deep.
Where Keith said he had never made a century for the first team, and these are his numbers: 41 matches, 40 innings, 14 50s.
Taylor. Oh, and then he sneaks through Jordan Clark.
1,393 runs at 37. Top score 96.
So 14 50s, no hundreds. Well, I hope you don't only buy jugs for hundreds at Sutton Cricket Club, as that's carved away, because that would be jug avoidance, and I think you'd make him buy a jug avoidance jug.
Well, thank you, Keith, for those numbers. And just interesting that here he is, 218 not out for Surrey, and yet at Sutton, 3 figures have avoided him.
Just nerdled into the onside.
I come to a couple of other emails from Steve and Jeff in particular. Perhaps during this over, or one more if there is one, before Surrey decide enough is enough.
Taylor in, and Clark wants the single, but it's turned down.
Perhaps Surrey wants 600.
Maybe.
Anyway, Jeff Green's been on the emails. Thank you for your communication, Jeff. Regarding the word buzzers, you've never heard David Lloyd doing commentary, either in his TMS days or for television. As far as I know, it was his invention, but it has to be shouted whenever they occur, often from the back of the box, because he wasn't on air.
It's before him. It's in the days when David Lloyd was still playing. And yeah, it's before him, because I remember it from when I was a kid. So it's in the pre-Bumble days.
Same man, of course.
Same man,
yeah.
Yes, same man.
Van Buren in, continuing to wheel away from the Ashley Down Road end.
Let me just clarify. It was from the 80s when David Lloyd was still playing, so it's pre-David Lloyd commentary days.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
What was he known as, Bumble, as a player, though?
He was, yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
He was from...
Van Buren in, and that's forced past Chris Dent out towards Jack Taylor on the deep cover boundary. And they come back for one more. Surrey up to 580.
It was some puppet.
For 7.
Some puppet with curly hair and a big nose from a TV show in the, I think it was in the 60s or 70s. I can't remember which one it was, but that's where the nickname Bumble comes from.
Van Buren in and defended. I say defended, but punched down the ground for a single by the hobbling Jordan Clark. Steve's been on as well, and you know this. All views are welcome, and that's not to say that everybody will have a healthy view about 581 for 7. Swept away into the gap on the leg side by Jordan Clark, and they'll come back for 2. And Steve's view is, sadly, it looks like Division 1 is going to be a step too far on the evidence we've seen. Is Gohar injured or just rested for this match? Well, no, not injured to our knowledge. Although he had a long bowl, of course, at Old Trafford, and you can't play 3 overseas, so it was basically Zafar or Mohamed Amir for this game. And he says it was a dreadful afternoon session where 178 runs have been conceded. Is Mr. Benkenstein a baller and a shouter? After that session, he needs to be. Let's see what the batsman can do when called upon. Yeah, that's the next thing. That's the next point of interest. And as I have said, I don't know whether Dan agrees with me or not, but I do find it very strange that Surrey still feel the need to bat.
Yeah, well, let's wait and see till both sides have batted here, because I think this is a very docile strip, and I think it's an absolute run fest. Rory Burns is there on the balcony. You're seeing him on screen, and he's still not changed into his whites.
Well,
and I think this is just taking time out of the game for the sake of taking time out of the game. And Surrey only come away from Bristol with a draw as Taylor comes in, and that goes out to long on for a single. If Surrey do not win this game, they'll only have themselves to blame.
Yeah, I think that's a very fair view. They could have declared, he might have been really attacking and declared at 400, but
Taylor in, and that goes through him. It's hit firmly back at him and goes out to long off.
Certainly 450 you could have made a case for them to declare and get bowling. I say, unless they feel there's just nothing in this pitch at all.
Taylor in, and Smith whacks that one into the leg side by Sexter Fielders. That's going to be another 4 runs to him. Moves on to 226. Carnage.
I wonder when Gloucestershire last conceded 600 in an innings. That high-scoring game with Glamorgan that we spoke about in 2015. There wasn't a 600 there.
Jack Taylor in, drags that one down, and that is punched firmly off the back foot, but Tom Lace is quick out on the deep cover boundary and just keeps it down to 1.
I don't know when the last 600 was, but I know a man who might.
I know a man who might as well. Taylor. And Jordan Clark plays that one out again, keeping Tom Lace busy on that cover boundary.
A bit of cloud cover again now.
Yeah. Jack Taylor flights that one up, well bowled, and Smith can't get that one past Graham Van Buren.
Well, I would say that there is no point in Gloucestershire bowling any of their frontline seamers at this stage. That would be unnecessary work when they've had a lot already in this game. So I think Graham Van Buren is right just to keep going with the spinners. Because in a way,
you don't think they should take the new ball?
Surrey are beating themselves here, and the less time Gloucestershire have got to bat, the more likely they are to get the points.
Yeah, I agree.
That's the view that they may well take.
Graham Van Buren.
Sorry, Dan.
Sorry.
Van Buren around the wicket, and Dent tries a shy at the non-strikers end. They went for a sharp single. Jordan Clark got through all right. But it was a sharp one. The stand heading towards 250 for the 8th wicket.
Wow.
You know, it's a record between these two teams, from a Surrey perspective anyway. In fact, how many wickets have there been where there's a stand been of 250 between Surrey and Gloucestershire? Let's look that up in a second. Here's Van Buren in, clipped in the air but safe, out towards Matt Taylor at long off. They'll take one. Yes, anything from the 6th wicket downwards has not been of over 200. So this is well in excess of that. That's very short from Van Buren. That's gone high in the air. There's a man on the boundary and it's taken. Marcus Harris takes the catch and Jordan Clark is out. 593 for 8. And our Surrey calling the declaration. One of the Surrey players came down the steps there, but now is Dan Worrell going to come in to bat? Worrell or Topley? Well, Jordan Clark's out anyway. Marcus Harris with the catch, and Clark is out just short of his career best, 137, and we are going to see the Surrey 10th number 10 come in, and Jordan Clark gets a good hand as he leaves the field. It was a very good supporting knock by him, and he's finally out for 137. A wicket for Van Buren, and the catch taken just in front of the long on boundary by Marcus Harris.
Yeah, and that partnership was how many? 2-2?
3, 4, 9, 3, 2. So 230, 244.
Yeah, that broke the previous 8th wicket, which was by Ben Folkes and Gareth Batty, who put on 222.
So that was against anybody?
That's against anybody.
Right.
Yeah, so that was against Hampshire at Southampton at the Deuce Bowl in 2016. And
so a club record, in fact.
Club record, yeah. And that's Marcus Harris's 3rd catch of the innings as well, having caught Hashim Amla and Sam Curran.
Well, Dan Worrell's come out at number 10. Batsman crossed while the ball was in the air. Sorry, they didn't cross while the ball was in the air because Smith is still at the non-striker's end. So Worrell, he likes to give it a bit of a biff normally, and slogs Van Buren first ball down the ground for 4. All along the ground. Van Buren wearily gets to his feet. He'd have bowled at Worrell a little bit in the nets when he was at Gloucestershire.
This is, I don't understand this thinking here from Surrey. They've got enough. And I really, do you understand it, Ian?
No.
It's not just me. It's not just me.
They are depriving themselves of trying to win the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, if they don't want to win the game, that's entirely their prerogative, but that seems pretty negative to me.
Yeah, Gloucestershire are never ever going to win the game from this point onwards. They weren't this morning, and it's a. I don't know. I just can't understand the thought process behind it. If anyone out there can explain it, drop us a line. Commentators, glossccc.co.uk.
Van Buren in again to Worrell, who defends, and it's just a very curious attitude by a team who have won 2 games out of 3. They were well placed this morning. They were pretty well placed at lunch, 396 for 7. You could have had a quick dart and maybe declared at 450. That would have certainly give them a chance of bowling Gloucestershire out twice.
Yeah.
I might be proved wrong here, but I don't see them taking 20 wickets.
In 2 days and half a session.
No.
Jack Taylor in, and that's played back by Jamie Smith on 228.
And particularly there is some forecast of possible rain on Sunday as well, on the 4th day.
Taylor in. Oh, and has that got a little feather on it? No, don't think it has. Into the 165th over. Taylor, and Smith goes aerial, gets it over the top of extra cover and finds the boundary. That brings up the 600.
Now the 600 is up. Now then, is that the trigger? Apparently it isn't.
No, is that Rory Burns who's just come out onto the... No, it's Amir Verdi. He's come out onto the balcony. Burns, I think, is Alex Stewart there with Gareth Batty on the seats. Taylor to Smith, who just works that to the onside. 2-3-3 his score now. 602 for 8. I mean, it's the thought process with Surrey. You've stuck us in, you've now got to bowl us out, perhaps. But if it is, I mean, you know, if they've got real title credentials, they'll do everything possible to try and win this game. As Taylor comes in, Jack Taylor that is, and Dan Worrell, his old teammate, defends that into the onside.
Perhaps they were so scarred by the defeat here last year that they just...
Oh,
and Taylor, I think, has bowled Worrell with the wrong one.
No, he's feathered him behind to James Bracey. He's caught behind. James Bracey takes the catch, and
here's the replay.
That's pleased the boys downstairs. Yeah, bit of leg spin and just an inside edge there, and straight up with Hassan Adnan. No messing around there.
No, he clearly felt that was an audible nick as far as he was concerned.
Yeah. And Reece Topley is coming out to bat.
Well, as I say, last year Surrey got left to try and defend 2-8, and Chris Dent and Graham Van Buren, after a couple of cheap wickets at the start, absolutely blitzed the Surrey attack, and they won in under 40 overs. Now, as I say, maybe that's hit them so hard that they've said, right, we're absolutely not having that again. We're just going to bat and bat and bat, and if we only draw the game, we only draw the game.
That completes the over. That's Jack Taylor's first wicket of this innings. Gives him the figures of 1 for 75 of 13, a little bit expensive. Higgins 1 for 82 of 32. Mohammed Amir none for 80 of 28. David Payne 3 for 99 of 31.
That will be, in fact, Jack Taylor's first wicket as a leg spinner.
Yeah, Matt Taylor 3 for 85, 29. Jack Taylor 1 for 75. And Buren 1 for 93 of 23. And Miles Hammond none for 67 of 9.
So here's Van Buren. And Jamie Smith clips that firmly, very firmly, out on the bounce to Tom Lace. And he'll just pick up 1 run. Thank you for your contributions, as I say, on emails from this afternoon. Jeff Stevens says, as a Surrey fan, I must admit I'm absolutely gobsmacked that Surrey refused to declare at tea. Being 574 runs on the board, it almost looks like we're playing for a draw.
There's 603 of them now, Jeff, and we can't believe it either. Yeah, we find it very odd.
Van Buren in, and Reece Topley, who's in at number 11. Plays that up to mid-off. Topley's first-class average is not brilliant, we say. He's gone for a big slog there. That's gone high in the air. Someone needs to call for that, and Matt Taylor's taken it. So Topley is out. Surrey are all out. for 603, and Jamie Smith will walk off 234 not out. The question is, will he put his keeping pads on and be out in 10 minutes?
That's a big question.
I personally might doubt that'll be the case. Gloucestershire will have 24 overs to bowl tonight, and the bowlers' union between them just having a collective bit of high fives as those in the ground stand to applaud Jamie Smith as he walks off. 234 not out of a total of 603. The last wicket to Graham Van Buren, who finished with 2. 3 wickets to David Payne, 3 to Matt Taylor, 1 to Jack Taylor, and 1 to Ryan Higgins. The numbers, though, of Jamie Smith's innings, 568 minutes. So, what's that? 9 hours and 28 minutes. Is that right?
How many? 5, 6, 8.
234 not out from 430 balls. 9 hours and 28, and 34 boundaries. Come on, Dan, you can do the mental maths on that, can't you?
No, I can't.
No, you can't, obviously. You're trying to use a calculator to do it.
It's 9.
Yes, it's 9 hours and 28 minutes. That's what I
certainly is, Ian.
That's what I said before.
I can only work in hundreds. I can't work in 60s.
Yeah. The wickets to fall today: Sam Curran for 64, Colin de Grandon for 11, Will Jacks for 13. At that point, 349 for 7. Well, it might have been anything from there, and then the stand, which took things right away from Gloucestershire, and it still baffles us as to why Surrey insisted on batting on when that stand was broken. In particular, 244 between between Jordan Clark and Jamie Smith. It's a club record for Surrey against anybody for the 8th wicket. Clark was finally out for 137, just falling short of his career best. It was his second first-class 100, caught by Harris off Van Buren, and then Worrell and Topley perished pretty cheaply. Jamie Smith, he's the headline maker yesterday, he's the headline maker today.
Absolutely wonderful innings. Some of the cover driving was just imperious. It really was. It was a real knock of maturity. Forget he's 21 years old, and this really was a great innings. And yes, it's a placid pitch, but no one else went out there and got 2, 3, 4, did they? You know, and he's been the man. He stood up and he's got counted. And you think he wasn't even in the squad of 14. He came down here, we believe, on yesterday morning as a late call up for Ben Folkes, and it's one of those calls that probably get from Gareth Batty at 6:30 in the morning saying, Jamie, get yourself down to Paddington, book a ticket to Temple Meads. And he's come here to Bristol, and he's got 234. But it's a big innings, and Gloucestershire, will not win the game. Jordan Clark was another one, 137. Fantastic knock, but Gloucestershire will not win this game. So what they'll be hoping for is they'll be looking at picking up the bonus points here: 200, 250, 300, 350, winning those 110 overs. And if they can negotiate those and get a draw out of this, which is what they'll be hoping for, which you get 8 points for the draw. 300 would give them 13 points, 350 would give them 14 points. They'd take that all day long.
Yes, just in terms of the bowling, just 2 points for the bowling. Heavy roller being used by the ground staff at the moment. There are 24 overs to go tonight. I doubt we will see Will Jacks in that period, maybe other than for a notional over, unless literally nothing is happening for the Surrey quicker bowlers. But they will now be having had, 2/3 of a day today with their feet up, and all day yesterday. They'll be coming in trying to get some quick wickets. I've got news for them.
Yeah.
It may not be that easy on this pitch, and you might have 2 days of tour yourself, boys.
Well, you might well do. The guys warming up there, you've got Reece Topley, Dan Worrell and Jordan Clark. They seem to be going through their paces on one of the practice strips over to our right. But this next hour could be crucial to the outcome of this game, because Gloucestershire lose a few at the top of the order, and I know Surrey did, but Gloucestershire won't want to lose that top three of which is their sort of linchpin of their batting, isn't it, with Marcus Harris, Chris Dent and James Bracey. They're probably the best three batsmen in terms of runs scored, and they'll want to have minimal collateral damage tonight.
Yeah, that's certainly the way of it. So the ground staff just doing the marking and the rolling at the moment. 7 minutes allowed, of course. We're just going to just confirm just one of the things on email, and then we'll just have just a brief breather and then be back with you for the start of the Gloucestershire reply. And Charlie, who's a Surrey fan in Horsham, says, I find it quite hilarious that Surrey have continued to bat, but Gloucestershire aren't enjoying bowling right now. Surrey have an excellent bowling attack. Don't think you're considering how difficult it could be for Gloucestershire to bat for 2 days. Surrey have over-batted, but we are in a rather good position. Scoring 600 never hurt anyone's confidence. That's a fair point.
That's a fair point, yeah, I get that.
You know, given that it's taken Gloucestershire 5 sessions to take 10 wickets, Surrey have got 6 sessions and a bit to take 20.
Well, time will only tell. We'll know by Sunday night, won't we?
And regular watchers of cricket in Bristol will tell you that by and large wickets don't fall in clusters here very often. We might be deemed to be told wrong on that, but that's our view. And indeed, Charlie, you're perfectly entitled to yours, and thanks for getting in touch. But interesting that you also think that Surrey have over-batted, and that's a very good way of putting it, because they've probably taken an hour and a half out of the game they didn't need. An hour and a half they might need later on.
Yeah, I agree. Here come the umpires for the Gloucestershire first innings. As Hassan Adnan and Mike Burns make their way out into the middle. And we've got some news for you that Ollie Pope is actually keeping. So Jamie Smith, we saw him moving tenderly, and wasn't moving that well, and he is going to give the gloves up to Ollie Pope, who's the third choice Surrey wicketkeeper. So Ben Folkes is the normal first choice, Jamie Smith second choice, although it would be a brave man to drop Jamie Smith. I'm sure he'll play just as a batsman in the next game. You can't drop him, can you, Ian? You can't drop him after 2:30.
Wait, no, indeed not. Did you see who the Surrey sub fielder might be? Gus Atkinson and Neymar Verdi are both with the group, obviously, for this game, as is Ben Folkes, but I don't think we'll be seeing him. I'll be very surprised if we do. And out in the middle are Chris Dent and Marcus Harris, the two left-handers. Gloucestershire, of course, if Miles Hammond was to bat at 4, and that was the way the team was announced, that would mean 4 left-handers in the first 4 places. It remains to be seen whether that is in fact the way the batting order transpires. Reece Topley's going to have his first bowl from the Ashley Down Road end, and sorry, with, as Dan said, Ollie Pope taking the gloves. So de Grandhomme at second slip.
There's just a plethora of left arm overs in this game, isn't there? Here's another one.
Here's another one. Sorry, we're going to have, needless to say, very attacking fields, given the scoreboard we're looking at. 603 all out.
Does scoreboard pressure come into this, Ian, would you say?
I think Gloucester should just have to forget the score.
Yeah, I agree. I agree completely, actually.
Because it's not as if they can try and win the game from here. They can't, we know that.
Yeah.
So Topley, not off the longest run. That was his first delivery to Marcus Harris, who clips it away into the leg side. They've only got 2 men on the leg side in front of square.
I agree with that. I think the only time that they look at the scoreboard is, 200, 250, 300, 350, 400 for the bonus points, and then at 453 for the cut-off of the follow-on. That's the only time they should be looking at the scoreboard.
Hashim Amla in the hat at mid-on. Topley outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Pope. There are 4 slips.
Pope taking that very low.
Sorry.
No carry.
Pope keeping wicket because I'm sure Jamie Smith, if he's not exhausted, he'll be certainly in need of a little bit of more than a 10-minute breather. And also because he wasn't moving very freely when he was batting anyway. Harris waits for Topley. And again, he lets that go outside the off stump. So there'll be certain Gloucestershire fans who'll say, yeah, sorry, OK, we won't have any sympathy with you if you're out there for 2 days. Don't moan at us.
No. He's probably had a few back issues, hasn't he? He's had stress fractures of his back.
He didn't play a lot of red ball cricket for a while. Almost thought to be almost a white ball player. Harris lets that go again outside the off stump. Doesn't have to play at it.
He's actually only played 45 games.
In his career.
He's taken 163 wickets though, so his record's good at 26 apiece. So his record's very good, but there is a perception of players that do get pigeonholed, don't they, into red ball or white ball or
Tamal Mills, perhaps.
He's another one, yeah. But I think Reece Topley, I think he can play for England in red ball cricket.
About 9 strides to the crease, Topley, and the first runs for Gloucestershire. Clipped off his pads by Marcus Harris down to deep backward square. And that might be Atkinson down there, actually.
Yeah, I think that is.
As the subfielder effectively for Jamie Smith. So is that Burns at first slip, do you think? We might see if we had a better, closer
Burns
idea.
at second.
Topley in, let go by Dent outside the off stump. End of Reece Topley's first over. Gloucestershire won without loss. 603 all out, having batted on after tea on this second day in what is the first innings of the match.
Interesting, we can see Dan Worrell from the pavilion end. Thought we'd see Jordan Clark, but after his excesses with the bat, we're going to see Dan Worrell take the new ball from the pavilion end with that famous curved run.
Yeah, I think that's Burns at first, de Grandhomme at second. Burns,
yes, it is.
Burns with the ponytail. Couldn't really tell at the far end because of his hat.
I was wrong mullet there, Ian. Wrong mullet.
De Grandhomme at second. And that might be Will Jacks at third, I think.
It's Jacks at third and Ryan Patel at fourth. But Dan Worrell with that famous curved run, which has allegedly come from having to run around a tree in his garden when he was a child in Australia. Here he comes into the wicket, and Harris just plays that one out to point.
I think Dan's been to the barbers before coming into this game.
Yeah, his run doesn't seem as curved as last season as well. I saw him at Radlett in a T20 game. And
that was a dark evening.
It certainly was. I wasn't overly happy when the lightning started bouncing off the trees.
No, it was a bit gloomy at 5:30 when they started, let alone when they finished.
Yeah. Here we go. That's down the leg side, and that's they haven't quite taken it cleanly, but it's a decent stop there from Ollie Pope, and he definitely saves 4 byes.
Yeah, Worrell will know about these Bristol pitches, having been on the Gloucestershire staff previously, of course.
Yeah. A few Surrey fans downstairs. I'm sure there'll be a few more tomorrow making their way down to the West Country for the weekend. Worrell comes in, approaching the crease, and Harris defends that out to Reece Topley, throws it into Pope. we have got in the day 22 and a bit overs for the host to negotiate here. Worrell and Harris defends. Although that is, you know, it's. I think we're going to be on for an early finish tonight, Ian.
Well, that would be unusual.
That would be very unusual.
Worrell, of course, played his state cricket for South Australia, even though he's a Victorian by birth. And of course, Harris plays his cricket for Victoria.
Yeah. Worrell, that's a good ball. That beats Marcus Harris, all ends up. That's a absolute jaffa from Dan Worrell.
There's a second look at that.
Yeah, let's have a look at it.
And this is, in a sense, a proper Englishman's delivery, not an Australian's delivery, but it did all that might be expected of it.
Yeah. Played his grade cricket at Melbourne Cricket Club. Good sides in that part of the world. Defended by Harris. Back to Worrell. Tries to flick it up with his boot. Doesn't. And that completes the over, 1 for none. Yeah, there's some good, strong grade sides.
I'll keep you up to date with. I haven't done any concerts, but didn't know any T scores because we were expecting Surrey not to come out and bat again, which they did at Chelmsford. Essex 49 for 3.
Ooh.
In reply to Northants 390. Here's Reece Topley with 4 slips, and that's off the pad, I think. Not much of any bat on that. It's gone very fine and all the way for 4 leg byes. No bat on that from Marcus Harris. Dent, in fact, was the man on strike. I do him a disservice there. Apologies. And Gloucestershire up to 5 without loss at Southampton. Lancashire almost at parity at first innings with Hampshire. 240 they made in reply to 246. Outside the off stump from Topley and 2 wide. And Dent doesn't need to play at it. And Hampshire 8 for 1 second time round, so they lead by 14. Somerset have got Warwickshire on the back foot at Taunton. 99 for 6 they are in reply to Somerset's 458. And at Headingley, Kent 291, Yorkshire 143 for 3. Topley in, and Dent gets again that off his body. It's going to go very, very fine once more, and 4 more leg byes. So Topley both sides of the wicket at the moment. Too far outside off stump, and then too far down the leg side.
What about in Division 2, Ian? What's going on there?
I'll do that in a second after Topley again looks skywards. Worcestershire at least ahead against Notts now at Trent Bridge. Notts 266, Worcestershire 159 and 130 for 5, lead by 23. Topley in, and Dent again defends up to Hashim Amla at mid-on. At Derby, Derbyshire 368, Glamorgan 117 for 1, looks a pretty good batting pitch there. At Lords, Middlesex 360 for 9 in reply to Leicester's 149, so a big lead, 211 with the last pair together.
More runs there for John Simpson for Middlesex after 100 last week.
Topley into Dent, who lets it go outside the off stump, and at Hove, Durham 223, Sussex 316 for 4 in reply, so they lead by 93. And it's worth knowing that in that match Chris Rushworth has been concussion replaced because of a bout of concussion, and he won't play any further part in the game, so as an important bowler deprived of Durham there. And Dent pushes at that a little closer than he might have been outside the off stump. It went away from him, but he pushed at it and thankfully from a Gloucestershire point of view, no nick. 9 for no wicket it remains. This is the last ball of the over. Look at his shot here. Oh, was it a little jab, little nervous jab, wasn't it?
Yeah, Ian, you seem to have missed the fact that Hong Kong have got the United Arab Emirates 37 for 2 there. So.
Yeah, that's in the Women's International.
Yeah. Worrell from the pavilion end to Marcus Harris. And that's a thick outside edge, and that's going to run away on this outfield. No point chasing that. That's gone for 4 runs. As the gloved hand of Hassan Adnan signals a boundary.
Yeah, sorry. Understandably, they're going to give up some boundaries here because they want wickets.
Yeah, they'll attack, and they've got the runs to play with, haven't they? So, 4 slips. Point just backward of square. Mid-off's quite wide. Ashley Mamra at mid-on. Reece Topley mid-wicket. Oh, that's well bowled. And that's gone for a bye. I thought he had bowled him.
It was well judged by Marcus Harris. He knew where his off stump was.
It's gone for a bye there.
It was close, though.
It was very close. Perilously close to that off stump. Ho, ho, ho.
Left it on height more than anything else.
Yeah. Which could be a dangerous thing to do on this pitch because the odd one does sneak through. Just completing the field is Jordan Clark down here at long leg. So Worrell in to Chris Dent, first ball. And they've had a little appeal there. But it wasn't a serious one, was it? It was just a gentle press of the umpire, wasn't it? Little inquiry.
Polite inquiry.
He said directory inquiries. 192. Phone 192 up. Dan Worrell with that curved run. And Dent is right behind that.
So if you have a thought about Surrey's tactics today, particularly if you're a Surrey supporter, drop us an email, commentators@gloucestershire.co.uk. I think we've made our view pretty clear. And I think the last gentleman who said Surrey had over-batted was probably in line with us. 450 you might have stopped, 500 you definitely probably should have done.
Dan Worrell bowls to Chris Dent, angling across him.
Didn't seem much pointing going on after that.
No, just goes straight through to the gloves of Ollie. I can see why they wanted Clark to get his 100. I mean, you know, that's he won't get many in his career. No offence to him. He looks a better bat than a number 9, but at that sort of number in the order, your opportunities are limited, aren't they? But
he wouldn't normally bat that low, I would suggest.
No, I would say he's a 6 or a 7. Oh, and that's Chris Dent's behind that. Plays it late, plays it under his eye line, and that completes the over. 14 for none. Harris on 5. Dent yet to get off the mark, although he's acquired 8 leg buys off his hip to the total. And we're about to commence the 5th over. If you've got any queries, drop us a line, commentators@gloucestershire.co.uk. You're listening to Ian Randall and me, Dan Whiting, and we've got 20 overs left this evening at the Seat Unique Stadium.
Cloud just filling in a little bit, but Marcus Harris saw that all right from Reece Topley. I think it's been one of those evenings where if the cloud just breaks for a moment, we may see, some fleeting sun, and then it'll go behind the clouds again and then pop out again. It's going to be one of those late afternoons, but that was exactly as was forecast. The forecast is dry again tomorrow, possibly a bit sunnier.
Yeah, my sunglasses are on and off like the covers at Northampton on that first day where they broke 8 times for rain.
Topley left them over the wicket outside the off stump. Again, quite good carry, but again too wide. And Harris might like to play the cut shot to that, but he's his patience was the right call. And Sunday, possibly some light patchy rain from the north. Yeah, and when it's light and it's patchy, frankly, you can miss it all day. Topley pitched a bit further up, but straight to shortish extra cover. See where Dan Worrell is fielding, I think.
Yeah, he's at the third slip, I think. I think he's at third slip, Worrell.
Well, let's see when we get to the end of the over. Topley running away from our commentary position again outside the off stump, taken by Ollie Pope. It's I thought it was he might be at fourth.
Fourth slip, sorry.
Yeah, he might be at fourth. I think it's say Burns de Grandhomme and Will Jacks 1, 2, 3, and then say Worrell might be at four. They've got a man at long leg, but other than that, Surrey want wickets. They've got to attack. That's down the leg side. And the one thing about Topley today is he hasn't got his line right yet. If it's been too wide, Harris and Dent haven't needed to play it. If it's been on the leg stump, then they've got two lots of four-leg buys.
Yeah, he's had his injury problems, Reece Topley. He's had stress fracture to the back and he missed the whole season with a broken hand a few years ago, getting hit by Boyd Rankin.
Harris in again. Watching Topley bowl outside the off stump once more. There's the wide angle view from the Kennington Avenue side of the ground, looking across to the mound stand, and the clock, as you can see, it says effectively 4:46, and there are the opening bowling figures for Surrey. And look at that. There's the short details. You think trail by 589? Yes, that's quite correct. It's not a typo. Surrey did get 603 before they were all out. It is a bit overcast now, though.
It is, yeah, and as we said earlier, the runs are immaterial, aren't they? At the moment, there's the what matters to Surrey fans and to Rory Burns and his boys are the wickets column, which is currently empty. Dan Worrell in, and Chris Dent just defends that. Both batsmen will want to get in on this pitch. Get yourself in, see the shine off the newborn. There's plenty of runs in it. Outfield is like lightning. Worrell and Dent gets quite a long way across there, but manages to get the bat on that, and looks like Ryan Patel there coming across from mid-wicket to field.
Just to say that Jamie Smith isn't on the field at the moment. If you've joined us since Surrey were all out, Smith unbeaten on 234, and Ollie Pope is keeping wicket.
Worrell, and Dent's had a little nibble at that one. He's had a little, hung the bat out there a little bit.
Yes, Worrell does get quite close to the right-hander's leg stump here. Dent shouldn't really be pushing too hard at those.
If you look, Worrell's creating quite a bit of rough outside that off stump already, and I wonder if the left-handers in the Gloucestershire top order, so that's played down into backward point. The left-handers in Gloucestershire's top order will be keeping an eye on that, because that could come into play later on in the game.
Yeah, albeit, I say Surrey did not pick what you might call a front-line spinner. Will Jacks is a perfectly competent off-spinner, but 8 first-class wickets suggests that he wouldn't be running through a team. I'll give you Ben's email in a moment, another Surrey supporter, and that's through from Dan. Will get let go by Chris Dent. Ben says, Surrey fan here, agree with what you're saying about Surrey batting too long. Seems strange because they were sending in the bowlers to bat as well. Surely wanted them as fresh as possible. And what he thought was maybe it was a psychological thing of keeping Gloucestershire out there as long as possible and keeping the openers guessing as to when they would bat. And that's the only conclusion we came to when it came to them literally returning to the field after tea. That was the only thought we could come up with.
Yeah, Worrell to Dent, and that goes up in the air. And they're thinking about one there, and Dent is sent back, and a little bit of panic there. The only other thing that I can add to your email, Ben, is that Gloucestershire won the toss and inserted Surrey. And if you do that, it's down to you to go and bowl the side out. But with the league positions, I don't think any Gloucestershire fans will think that they're going to win the county championship this year, but Surrey fans have got their tails up and their hopes up as the ice cream van leaves for the day. Surrey fans will be wanting to be in a position where they're at the top of the table and they're going to be wanting points. And you're in a situation with Lancashire and Yorkshire and Essex and Warwickshire.
Topley or full toss, which Harris doesn't attempt to force away, just plays it dead weight out to Hashimamla.
And there'll be, you'll want to force victories when you can, and when you're in a position of, being at the top and you're also on top of a game, you want to win those games. You don't want sides to manage to squeak away with a draw, which is what Gloucestershire are hoping. Surrey might bowl them out twice in the next couple of days. You never know. Time will only tell.
Sorry, you've put in a leg slip now for Marcus Harris against Topley outside the off stump. Maybe that's an indication that Topley is not at the moment bowling solely one side of the wicket. That is Worrell, who's moved across there.
It's a leg slip.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then does go a long way across, and it's an interesting move.
Harris, though, on probably a leg stump guard, I would think, there to Topley. Again, gets everything pretty much in line.
We've seen a couple come off Dent's hip, haven't we, to down there? I know Harris is facing now, but we've seen a couple go off Dent's hip. But, he wouldn't be the first Surrey captain after Douglas Jardine to employ a leg slip now and again, would he, So.
Thanks for your contributions on the emails today. A steady stream of them. Topley staying over the wicket to the two left-handers, and Pope like the look of that from Topley. That's probably one of the best deliveries he's bowled. It was just that tighter line. Harris didn't look unduly bothered by it, but this is where Payne in particular was on the money for Gloucestershire at the start of the Surrey innings, but Harris played inside that. But
good shape from Rhys Topley, though. Yeah, really good shape.
That's probably fourth stump. That's a better line to be bowling. Topley again, quite a easy action. He has had his injury issues, as we know.
Yeah, he's got a very good Yorker, Rhys Topley. He gets late swing as well. We were talking in the Yorkshire game, weren't we, about swing when you can see it out the hand is one thing, and batsmen can cope with that. These batsmen are good enough to be able to cope with that. It's late swing that does for them, and Rhys Topley's got late swing, and that's one of his prime weapons.
Three slips alongside Ollie Pope. Topley, again, that is down the leg side. That'll go on the bounce down to Atkinson, who's on the rope there in front of the mound stand. Not an awful lot of spectators in there today, but there were a few waiting outside the gates at tea time, conscious of the offer of free after tea, and they're going to come in and see Gloucestershire bat this evening. 17 overs to go tonight.
We've had a couple of tweets in from David Mears, who was on the on Twitter earlier saying the only thing I can think of with Surrey batting on is to get the Gloucestershire batsmen so annoyed that they come out all frustrated, mentally and physically tired and make mistakes. What do you think? I really don't know, David. I really don't know. And I'm paid to give opinions here, but I really don't know. And Tom Rogers, FFC, he's a Fulham fan, I think, saying, I wonder if Surrey may realise the pitch is dead, meaning they know that getting 20 wickets is almost impossible.
That was one thought, but again, that's pretty
negative.
That's pretty negative, isn't it?
Yeah, I think, you've got to give yourself every chance of winning as possible.
It doesn't. No, are they calling for a helmet here? Is that why there's no play going on at the moment? And one of the Surrey backroom team, is that Verdi running out with some headgear, and Dan Worrell wants to have a man, when we get to it, in for Chris Dent at short leg. Is that Ryan Patel there, who's just
Verdi came on with a helmet.
Short. Yeah,
Verdi was told to lose weight a few years ago by Alex Stewart, who called it tough love back in 2019.
So a short leg in for Worrell.
Lovely shot there by Marcus Harris, straight down the ground. And he's going to get 3. Just punched, lent on that.
That's 15 all today, isn't it? We've both taken that bit of delivery in an over we shouldn't have done.
No, it's all right. I was half asleep there, Ian, anyway. I was thinking, it's my end. So, apologies, viewers. Dan Worrell with that. I want to know whether it's true that this curved run does come from a tree in his back
I have heard that story before.
Yeah. So if anyone can let us know. Here he comes into the crease. Oh, and Dent's had a little fiddle at that one. There's no need there. That's angled straight across him. His famous Australian Bob Massey had a curved run who went through England at Lord's back in 1972. And Worrell's approach to the crease is similar of Massey.
That's quite wide and going wider, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Someone's having a barbecue again. Same people as last night, because it smells exactly the same and making me rather peckish, Ian. That's very wide from Worrell and Dent.
Did you lunch well today?
Yeah, I'll tell you what, the food's very good here at Gloucestershire, isn't it? We get what the players get, don't we? I think so. It's all quite healthy. And when you're from Southgate in North London and you've got the Greek and Turkish communities there, when I come down to the West Country, I really go back to North London and I crave a kebab. Here's Dan Worrell. And that was in the air. I mean, that was a really sharp chance there to Ryan Patel at short leg. And it hit him rather than him going for the catch. It's hurt him, actually. It's hit him on the foot. But it was a chance, and it would have been an inspired bit of captaincy there. Let's see if that's carried.
It's a no ball.
Oh, it's a no ball. It's a no ball.
So it doesn't matter anyway. But this will be really interesting to get a shot of it from the other angle.
Here's Worrell. And Dent. Still on naught. Plays that out to mid-off.
I wonder if James can get the other camera on it, perhaps at the end of the over.
Yeah, let's have a look at that and see. It's immaterial anyway because it was a no ball, but it was nearly an inspired bit of captaincy there from Rory Burns. He'll be disappointed with his start to the season, Rory Burns. His Worrell into the crease, and that's just tucked Dent up a little bit. He'll be disappointed. He'll be after his England place back, won't he, Rory Burns? And he'll be disappointed.
Ryan
with
Patel, when Worrell was running in there, he was actually almost shuffling forward by another, 18 inches.
Yeah, the umpire should call a dead ball there. If a fielder moves significantly, the umpire should call a dead ball and ask him to stay still.
Let's just see. You see where
Here's Worrell in. And Dent's off the mark. Works that one. Back of the square on the offside. And that's 4 runs. Patel stayed still in that one. He didn't move there.
No.
I didn't see him. Cry of Gloucestershire, la la la. Emits from the seats below us.
So Worrell 4 overs for 13. Topley's, I say, he's had conceded 2 lots of 4-leg buys, but he's only taken 2 runs off his bowling.
Let's see if we can see this one. We're going to have a look in a minute, see if we can...
It was the clip that hit Ryan Patel on the boot. It was pretty sore. And Topley's going to continue from this.
He hit it firmly.
It was very, very firmly hit.
It would have been a worldie if Patel had held on to it, wouldn't it?
Harris waits again for Topley. And again, just letting that go. 4th stump outside the off stump. If you're thinking of coming to the game tomorrow, forecast looks pretty much set fair. I know that it's a Saturday tomorrow. Obviously, those of you who know the ground here at the Seat Unique Stadium, we're not far from the Bristol Rovers football ground. Rovers are away tomorrow, so some supporters who might have gone to Rochdale may be coming here instead. Harris defends once more, albeit Bristol Rovers right in the promotion shake-up in Division 2, so there'll be or in League 2, so there'll be a good travelling support no doubt tomorrow for that game.
Yeah, they travel well, Bristol Rovers, all the gasheads, and I'm sure they'll be singing Goodnight Irene up at Rochdale tomorrow, but any of you aren't, do come down here and let's make a cracking atmosphere, because we had a wonderful atmosphere on the Saturday for the Yorkshire game here, and it's a good crowd.
Still with that leg slip in, Reece Topley. Oh, and that's beaten Harris, who does prod forward at that. He was well outside the line, but it's gone through to Ollie Pope. And again, Topley's line just tightening up a little bit. It's been a bit wide both sides of the wicket, but just the odd one has really hit the mark. So he doesn't have a very long run. 9 strides only, and Harris plays inside that, taken by Pope, who's keeping wicket for Jamie Smith, who is keeping wicket for Ben Folkes. So Folkes not in the squad at all, and Smith having made today 234 not out, unsurprisingly a career best score. And he and Jordan Clark have made 137, just his second first-class 100, added a club record for the 8th wicket, 244. Club record against anybody. Harris under overcast skies, edges that into the slip cordon and taken on the bounce by Rory Burns.
Well bowled, Reece Topley.
Never a chance, but played soft enough by Harris that he made sure it wasn't one.
Yeah, very well bowled. Big man, 6'7", Reece Topley.
24 for no wicket, 13 of those off the bat. Harris waits again. Topley into bowl to him, and that's driven. That'll be 4. Yeah. Crowd in the Jack Russell and Mark Lane stands in front of the apartments. Like the look of that. I'm not sure he quite timed that, Marcus Harris, but because it's going to the shorter of the 2 straight boundaries, it had more than enough on it to reach it.
Yeah, Reece Topley's dad Don would have played here on a number of occasions, played for Essex from 1985 to 1994 and coached Zimbabwe, now a commentator, and he's a big strong man. He shook my hand last year at the Cricket Writers' dinner.
Hands like buckets.
Oh, only Mike Gattings hurt my hand more when he shook it. One of those where you're wringing your hand afterwards, counting your fingers, see if they're all still there. But no, he's a good guy, Don. Good guy. Here's Dan Worrell. And that's left alone by Chris Dent. Man from Thornbury. Right, we're going to have a look at this. Let's have a look at this this catch. It was off a no ball, so it was a material. But Rory Burns had just put Ryan Patel in at short leg, and Dent hits it firmly, and it just. Oh, I mean, that would have been an absolute worldie if he'd taken it. It hit him on the toes, really. Hit him on the ankles.
Almost on its way up. It's almost as if it might not have quite carried. In fact.
Yeah. Here's Worrell to Dent. Too wide there. Dent doesn't want anything to do with that. Shuns it.
Well done to James for pulling that out, because it did show that, I say it was a no ball anyway, but it was one of the ones that only with that camera angle could you really have seen whether it was a genuine chance or not, and it almost wasn't actually.
Yeah, we hope you're enjoying the stream here. Hope you're enjoying the angles we've got, and the team. Here's Worrell in, and Dent flashes that one, but backward point cuts off the boundary. Yeah, the numbers have been very encouraging on the Gloucestershire stream. Over 250,000 people watched the Yorkshire game a couple of weeks ago, and we're on for similar figures, maybe even surpassing that for this game against Surrey. We had 65,000 yesterday, and we thank you all for listening in, for tuning in. And we hope you're enjoying it. And we've had people from America, from Indonesia, from all over the place. Worrell in, and Chris Dent just blocks that. Yep, so it's great to be speaking to sort of people all around the world, isn't it, Ian?
Yeah, and people that just share a love for county cricket.
Yeah, because the love is there. It's definitely there, and it's much maligned, county cricket, and I think it's a wonderful competition. I really do. It's my favourite competition. Dent just prodding that back with a square on the offside. 28 for none. So they'll be pleased that they've got through the first 10 without any wickets lost, almost. One ball to go. But they'll be pleased with this start, won't they, Gloucestershire?
Yes, it's all about concentration and occupation of the crease here, and that's one of the reasons why I'm sure Marcus Harris was brought into the team.
Worrell in, and Dent just nurdles that one behind square, and that is the first 10 complete. No damage done. 28 for none. Chris Dent on 4. Marcus Harris on 13. And we were talking earlier about the new ball, and I don't know if it's this batch of Duke's balls, but there's been some sort of talk that they do go very soft after about 35, 40 overs. And I think the prime time for them to start swinging is possibly 10 to 30 overs. Once the lacquer has gone off them completely, and they're still new, they're still fresh-ish, and I think 10 to 30 over, or 10 to 25 overs might be the prime time for them to start swinging.
Well, here is Topley to continue. Oh, that's hit Marcus Harris on the body. He's not going to show any weakness, mind you. He hasn't got him out. And he will gather himself for Topley's return. I've got a picture on my Twitter feed of a dog resting his chin on what looks like a towel, and his two eyebrows are twitching one after the other. It's one of those things that just makes you smile.
He's dreaming, isn't he? I think he's dreaming.
Probably dreaming. It's not Benny. In comes Topley once more, and again Harris pushes at that and goes through to Ollie Pope. Topley in the last 2 or 3 overs has got his line much tighter. It's taken him a while in this spell to find that line. Again, that's a better ball. Just on that's more on angle than anything else. I'm not sure that did a great deal. And that's let go by Harris. Quite sharp pace from Topley.
Yeah, he's getting good carry as well. Ollie Pope's taking that around his head, and he's a long, long way back there. Talk about Don Topley nearly taking my fingers off with a handshake last year. I gave Benny a treat at lunchtime, and I'm glad all my fingers are still in one place, I tell you. I thought Labradors were supposed to be soft mouths and gun dogs. He was rather sharp onto the treat, it's got to be said.
Topley in, again Harris defends. Gloucestershire replying to this total of 603 made by Surrey, which included batting after tea, when they already had, I think, 5-7-4 on the board at that point. Topley definitely stops at the top of his run. It's clipped away nicely by Harris through wide mid-wicket. Amla's on the chase, he won't hold it in, and that will go all the way up to the boundary by the main scoreboard for 4. Time that a little. There was a drive earlier on off Topley which he didn't really time, and it did go all the way to the shorter of the two boundaries, up to the sort of wide long off boundary to the left-hander. That almost went to wide long on. It's a longer hit out there, and the fact that Amla couldn't haul it in, yes, it shows the outfield's really quite quick, but equally I think he shows that Harris timed that rather better. 17 he has, and Topley in to bowl to him, slightly slower, but he picked it, and that's gone away for 4 more. Square on the offside, that's all on the ground out to the boundary at deep point. So a couple of nice shots from Harris to complete Topley's over. 36 for no wicket, Gloucestershire. And go back to that Surrey supporter earlier on who suggested, and I'll just pull that email up. I find it quite hilarious that Surrey have continued to bat, but Gloucestershire aren't enjoying bowling. Don't think you're considering how difficult it could be for Gloucestershire to bat for 2 days. I think Surrey have over-batted, but we're in a rather good position, and scoring 600 never hurt anyone's confidence. That is true. The question is, how much have they over-batted? And I think one other correspondent said, is it the question that Surrey actually just don't think they can win the game, so why are they going to effectively put pressure on their bowlers when 2 hard days work is kind of almost unnecessary?
Worrell to Dent, and Pope goes sprawling across. But I don't think that they would have had that thought process. I think they probably think if they can't bowl a side out in 2 days in a session, then fair enough.
They've got to take 2. They've got to do that twice, mind.
Yeah. But I think Surrey will have come here looking to win the game, and I just think they've misjudged it. I think they've misjudged possibly how flat it is, but I have been wrong in the past. We shall see. Worrell in to Chris Dent. That 4 from Marcus Harris in the last over through the covers was trademark Marcus Harris. He's come here to Bristol, and I've been really, really impressed with him. He's got a beautiful 136 against Yorkshire here, and I thought his knock against Lancashire last week. These two put on, I think, 100 odd, didn't they, opening batting? And Worrell goes around the wicket to Chris Dent. There's a little thought at playing at that, but I think he pulls the bat inside the line. But Chris Dent coming back into the side makes a difference as well. Heavy run scorer in recent years. He gave up the captaincy. He's captain for the last 4 years, and he's a man who's well thought of on the county scene. He didn't have the best year last year, only averaged 27. As Worrell comes around the wicket, and that's down the leg side, and Pope takes that. He didn't have the best of seasons last year, but he didn't even get 100 actually. He had a top score of 91, but he's been one of the leading run scorers in the country. If you look at the last 5 years, Chris Dent is always there or thereabouts, and it's always been one of those things for Gloucestershire fans to wonder why he's never ever been given an England call. Is Worrell, And that is gorgeous from Chris Dent, straight down the ground. No need to run. 4 runs.
It's a good shot. It's gun barrel straight. Worrell coming around the wicket. And literally just leg side of the umpire here. Worrell might have thought he could have stopped that, but it was going so quickly at him that he was still on his follow through.
One of those you can dive for legitimately and rough the pitch up, isn't it? So here's Worrell to Dent. Oh, and that's a good response from Dan Worrell. Good battle, this. That completes the over. Score on 40. 12 overs gone. And
Harris wants a drink.
if they continue at this rate, they'll be, 110 overs, 330, 340. Gloucestershire will take that.
Yes, they will. They wouldn't, of course, be out of follow-on territory at that point, but in terms of getting bonus points, they would be in a good place. Going to see Jordan Clark for the first time, having got his century with the bat earlier today. He's going to have a go with the ball, and he's been a regular wicket taker for Surrey so far this season.
Yeah, he's been opening the bowling, hasn't he? I'm surprised
Took
he's been
4 wickets in the second innings against Hampshire, and then 3 and 4 in the win against Somerset. From the Ashley Down Road end, Clark. 12 overs to go in the day, so every chance we're going to be finishing at 6 o'clock. Again, not a very long approach. Right arm over the wicket. And that was quite, again, a good loosener from Jordan Clark. He just struck Harris on the arm, dribbling out on the offside. Topley in his opening burst. 6 overs, 2 maidens, no wicket for 14. Harris on 21. Waits for him, and again as the right arm, we're going across the left-hander. It's a slightly different challenge for Harris, not one that he isn't experienced in dealing with, of course.
Well, quite an extravagant follow-through, isn't he, Jordan Clark? He goes a long way. He gets off the pitch, but he goes quite a long way down.
Well, Jamie Overton was bowling off about 4 strides at lunchtime yesterday, and even then his follow-through was 3 parts of the way down the wicket. Clark in again, and outside the off stump. It isn't a really short sort of break of that follow-through, is it? It's one that he lets go.
Jamie Overton returning to the West Country, didn't quite make the side, but he's still here. And there was a speed gun at the Oval last week, and he topped 90 miles an hour at times. Average 83.8 in innings 1 and 85 plus in the second.
Clark again. Harris again defends. 2 left-handers at the top of the order for Gloucestershire. James Bracey due in next.
Joined Surrey in 2020, Jamie Overton, having spent his career with his twin brother Craig down the M5 at Taunton.
Still the 3 slips in. Bearded Clark back at the end of his run. Bowling in a short sleeve shirt, and again quite nice shape, but Harris able to let that go. Skipper, Burns, de Grandhomme and Jacks are the 3 slips for Surrey. A couple of the Surrey backroom team just down to our right-hand side, looking on from the short straight boundary. And again, Clark goes across the left-hander, but it's a bit too wide and taken by Pope. So he didn't. A sharp start to that over from Jordan Clark, but a couple of them not inducing Harris into playing a shot. 603, the all-out total for Surrey just after tea today. 3 wickets for David Payne, 3 for Matt Taylor, 2 for Graham Van Buren, 1 each for Higgins and for Jack Taylor. Jordan Clark 137, Jamie Smith 234 not out. And if he even has a moderate season for the rest of the summer, he's going to be very close to the top of any averages, I would have thought, with a score like that.
Yeah, and we're going to see Colin de Grandhomme have his first bowl for Surrey. He's going to take over from Dan Worrell from the pavilion end.
Worrell 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 17 from his spell. So de Grandhomme at Cheltenham last year was a real worry to the Gloucestershire batsmen.
Here he comes in, and that's put away. First ball by Chris Dent. Lovely shot.
Found the gap. Surrey are attacking, of course, so there are some holes in the field. So de Grandhomme's only got 2 slips. Point extra cover mid-off.
Lovely shot there. Here he comes, approaching the crease, and Dent just plays that one into the onside.
He's got the man in short at mid-wicket.
Yeah, no pace from Colin de Grandhomme, but we've seen a number of bowlers. Well, I know he's Zimbabwean by birth, but he's a New Zealand Test player, and we've seen a number of bowlers from that country, haven't we? With just no pace, but they still know what to do with it. People like Chris Harris, for instance. Here's de Grandhomme, and Dent pushes that one out to extra cover.
He'd be slower than Ryan Higgins, would he, do you think?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he's military medium at best. Here he is, and Dent just nudges that onto the onside. 4 gone in the over.
Ten overs after this one.
It's interesting. Surrey have gone defensive quite quickly, though. Only got the 2 slips in now. And after having 600 on the board, you'd think they'd want to attack a little bit more, perhaps. That is Chris Dent pushing forward. But it went through third or fourth slip.
That's them saying, OK, there's no pace in this pitch. We've got more chance of a catch in front of the wicket off a ball that's mistimed than we have off an edge.
Potentially. Yeah. Yeah, it is. De Grandhomme, and that's just played onto the onside by Chris Dent. 44 for none. Marcus Harris 21, Chris Dent 12. There's 10 overs left in the day. And Ian, it's sort of meandering gently to a close today, isn't it?
It is at the moment, and Gloucestershire will be quite happy that it continues to meander.
Yeah.
Because that means that Surrey have got no encouragement.
Yeah. Any last emails come in? Drop us a line. Commentators at Gloucester.
James is multitasking here. He's doing all the cameras, and we're asking him to check the emails as well. Here's Jordan Clark into his second over, and worked off his pads by Harris into the gap on the leg side. There's a long chase for Atkinson, and they'll come round for a comfortable 2. And these two, aided by a few extras, have added 46 together. There's our email, top right hand corner of your screen.
Yep, James being an absolute superstar today as usual.
I remember Gloucestershire last week against Lancashire had a very good start, and then the middle order rather crumpled.
Yeah.
Series of single figure scores after a century opening stand, so they'll be conscious of that in particular, and the job for these two is to get to the close still together. and then to start again tomorrow. Clark gets the ball back from the fielder at mid-off. So that's 3 slips. That's a bit tighter line, and it's gone past the man at third slip. Will Jacks couldn't stop that, and that will drift all the way to the boundary. And it's the 50 up for Gloucestershire. 50 for no wicket in reply to 603. Long way to go yet, but 50 up in the 15th over.
Yeah, well batted. It's never easy to come out, is it, after you've been in the field for nearly 2 days, and these two lots of experience there, Marcus Harris and Chris Dent.
Still with the 3 slips. Clark pitches that a bit further up. It was drivable, but Harris didn't climb into it. Just push drove it really up to Hashim Amla in the hat at mid-on. Gloucestershire might be thinking, not quite yet, but there might be the concept of a night watchman somewhere in their batting order. Well judged by Harris. Jordan Clark thought he might have bowled him there, but
I thought he might have bowled him.
Harris again left it on length as much as anything. He's done that a couple of times in this innings already. Here's a second look at that.
Oh, that's gone over the top and middle.
So he's judged it. And he waits once more for the bearded Clark in, and that's again found that the so far pretty reliable middle of Harris's bat. Pope's been a bit skittish with his work with the gloves so far.
Yeah,
I would say.
Yeah, he's made the odd wonderful take, didn't he, down the leg side early on? But you can see maybe it's just the high standards that Surrey fans have seen from Ben Folkes over the years. I don't know, but Pope.
So de Grandhomme and Clark first change at the respective ends. There are 9 overs to go. Sorry, I probably won't bowl more than 9 if the seamers stay on. They might give Jackson over or 2 just at the end, just in case.
Yeah.
They might just pinch a wicket.
De Grandhomme, wide off stump. Let go by Chris Dent.
To be fair, none of the Surrey bowlers have a very long run.
No.
So that should mean that the over 8 isn't too bad from them.
Yeah, I think we'll be looking at maybe a 6:10 finish. 6:15 perhaps. Got into Grandhomme, approaching the crease. Let go through to Ollie Pope. Mullet bouncing, reminiscent of Ian Botham when he had a dyed one back in that 85 series against Australia. You used to see it flopping up and down as he came into.
Do you have a hair like that, Annie, at any point?
I might have done. I might have done. Got him to Grandhomme. Cut. 4 runs from the moment it left the bat. Don't bowl there to Chris Dent. Yeah, I might have had a mullet haircut. I might have had never had the permed one. Remember the footballers used to have, like Chris Waddle, where you'd have the mullet permed at the back. That was really bad. Awful haircut. Awful style.
Yeah, Chris Dent, square of the wicket, probably his most prolific area.
Yeah. De Grandhomme going over the wicket at him now, and just the 2 slips. Surrey have got a backward point. They've got an extra cover mid-off. They've got a short cover as well. They've got Reece Topley in a short cover. Mid-on, they've got Hashim Amla, Ryan Patel at short mid-wicket. And then at what looks like quite a square fine or long leg. He's I think that's Jordan Clark down there, isn't it? Oh, that's well bowled, actually. Chris Dent rides that one quite well, and that's going to run away. No, he just hauled him back before the rope in front of us here. And they're going to get a couple, but that was well bowled there by Colin de Grandhomme, and Chris Dent played that well. Rode the bounce, took the hand off the bat. And the odd one has just kicked up, hasn't it? It'll give Surrey hope.
Yeah, de Grandhomme just changing the angle to Dent.
Yeah.
With that sort of short, straight mid-off. He's Topley.
And he'll retain the strike. 57 for none. Dent on to 19.
So we're having
27.
Sorry, Dan, so we're having Topley in there, but that was the wrong line to bowl. with Topley at that in that position, it was two leg side. They wasn't able Dent to work it, as you say, to deep square.
Well, I can't understand the thinking when you got 600 on the board. Is as soon as the side gets 40 odd, is pulling your slips out, and there's only 2 slips now. And you'd think, right, they batted on, and they've gone on, as we say, too long, and maybe they're looking to do that so they can set the attacking fields, but they've gone not one way or the other.
8 overs to go in the day. And Jordan Clark is waiting to get the ball from.
Got 3 slips to Jordan Clark though.
Yeah, Jack's at that's Jack's at mid-on. Clark in, defended by Dent, who's a perennial. I don't think he ever really marks the ground with any force, but he's a perennial scratcher. Having played the ball, if it's a defensive shot to no run, he will mark his guard with his left foot, literally after every ball, sometimes twice.
Yeah,
that's just habit, isn't it? It's getting him into the concentration zone that he needs to be in. Dent waits again, and there is the defensive push. And when he gets to his feet, there's the mark of there's the movement of the foot. I don't sure he's marking his guard, because we'd halfway to Australia if he was, but he's just literally.
Going back to my point about the slips there, Marcus Harris took 3 catches. All right, one was a long on, but 2 were that sort of floating 4th, 5th slip.
Clark in, let go by Dent.
And Surrey, and also how many catches did we see shelled in the slip cordon by Gloucestershire? I think 5 in total behind the wicket, weren't there? And, I think that's where the catches are going to be. And for Rory Burns to have 603 on the board, and then to just only have the 2 slips as soon as 30, 40 runs have been scored. Well, I thought he'd be a bit more attacking than that.
Good block again from Chris Dent as Jordan Clark almost tries the Yorker there, doesn't quite come off. Clark made just his 2nd first-class century today. Very good support for Jamie Smith. They weren't sorry to get this massive total. Get some watery sunshine, late evening. And cut away by Dent, but straight to the man at point. Sounded pretty good off the bat. Sounded clean enough, didn't it?
Yeah, he nailed that one, but straight to the fielder.
Topley is at mid-wicket. He's patrolling quite a big area there. There's nobody between him and a pretty wide long leg, almost a deep backward square actually. Clark in. Again, Harris defends. Certainly endeared himself to Gloucestershire supporters with a century here in the Yorkshire match. Batted well in that game.
Some beautiful cover drives in that, weren't there? And thought Matt Fisher bowled really well for Yorkshire. But
Interesting now, of course, he's out for 4 weeks, Fisher.
He is, yeah, but he was particularly harsh on Harris Ralph. He enjoyed the extra pace of Harris Ralph in that game. And Harris Ralph he picked up wickets. He went through the middle order.
He's got 5 wickets, I gather, in Yorkshire's current game, by the way.
Yeah, he went for 83 off 16 overs in that game, and Marcus Harris punished him.
De Grandhomme in. Dan's going pen hunting.
I've lost my pen. How am I going to cope?
There are the core details of the Gloucestershire innings so far. Bottom of your screen. And De Grandhomme is the bowler at the moment.
Yeah, coming in from the pavilion end. Oh, well, that's well bowled, and that's just a hint that Colin de Grandhomme's starting to enjoy his work here. That he's just nibbling the ball around. There was one in the last over which went outside, took the outside edge and went down, and that one just squared Marcus Harris up a little. De Grandhomme's not quite in. He's had some sort of haircut, hasn't he, since last summer? You saw him
since last summer. Oh, yes.
Here he comes in, and that is Marcus Harris all over. He's not going to get 4. He hasn't quite timed that one, actually. And they're going to come back for a third. They've got to be quick here. Marcus Harris scampers home.
It's a long boundary out there towards the mound stand.
He gets 3. It's ground here at Bristol, which is very big square of the wicket. It's not so big straight down the ground. In fact, it's quite a short boundary. As Seagull bombs down in front of us here.
Yeah, Harris, I mean, his first class average is very nearly 40.
De Grandhomme into him, and into Dent. He works that one down to long leg.
39.88, so within a fraction of 40.
Yeah. Had a good season for Leicestershire last year, and he's now down at Bristol, and very popular man around the place, isn't he? Amongst the club officials and the staff here and the fans, and I think he's enjoying his time here in Bristol. Here's De Grandhomme to him, who plays that into the offside, just prods onto the front foot and just puts that out into the covers. Defensively, no run. Hashim Amla there, wrapped up against the elements, got the short sleeve jumper, long sleeve jumper, floppy hat.
Yeah, he's generally mid on and mid off, isn't he? As a rule.
Yeah. He's 39 now, Hashim Amla. What a wonderful career. Colin de Grandhomme bowling to Marcus Harris, who defends that back down the pitch.
Don't really see the shadows of the players with the sun now.
Yeah.
A pleasant scene at nearly 20 minutes to 6 on this second day. And Surrey hunting a breakthrough. Jordan Clark continuing with his spell from this Ashley Down Road, and they've used 4 bowlers so far. Topley and Worrell both bowled 6 overs each, and we've had 3 each from de Grandhomme and Worrell. Lots to talk about the declaration on our emails today. Jazz says, can either of you find any sense over Surrey's decision to keep batting after Smith's 200 and Clark's 100? Jazz, in short, no.
No. No, absolutely not.
2 hours after that, he said, can you find any sense? And isn't that the point? That, you know, Surrey they might have wasted, if I can use that word, somewhere between 16 and 25 overs with runs they probably won't need.
Yeah. I'm not saying they've killed the game, because, you know, we still don't know what's going to happen, and the game might have ended up in a draw anyway with a wicket this flat. So, you know, we're not going to put it all out on Rory Burns, but I don't think they've done everything possible.
pulled away. That was too short from Clark, and Dent quickly onto it. He's not quite timed it. Amler's on the chase out towards the boundary at wide long off. They've taken 2, and they won't risk a third. There's a bit of relay work there, and Rhys Topley was the thrower. Stronger arm than Hashim Amler, I suspect. And Gloucestershire pick up another couple, 63 without loss. Dent has 22. Clark's going to stay over the wicket. Think about bringing Topley a bit straighter. He has done that now at mid-wicket. Clark post umpire Burns down the ground. That's a good shot. That'll be 4. Dent he picked his boundary to attack there because it's the shorter straight boundary down the ground. And again, it was just a punch, not played with any real backlift. Yeah, just a little more than a defensive push, but it raced away.
Lovely shot.
Past Dan Worrell at mid-off.
I'm off for dinner tonight with the Surrey contingent, Ian. Do you think I'll be okay?
Talk might be of the declaration, Dan.
It might be.
Or lack of it. Clark again to Dent.
It might well be. I'm going for dinner with the lovely Garrard family, who are down here in Bristol, and Phil Garrard's been on the committee at Surrey for, I think, about 50 years. Tricia Garrard's on the committee. Very nice lady.
They've got a daughter who's quite active on Twitter, is that right?
Rebecca, she's here as well. I saw her earlier. She's here, so yeah, all the Garrard family are.
Very short from Clark outside the off stump. Dent has pulled that into the middle of next week, and he's also pulled it to the mid-wicket boundary for 4. He could have tried to cut that, but he got so far across.
Yeah.
There was every chance he could just climb in and pull it through the leg side.
Yeah, the Garrard family, lovely cricket fans, follow Surrey all around the country, and they've said to me, come out and have a bit of food with us. And I think Mark Church from BBC London's coming. That's just played out to the onside there by Dent.
He's caught Marcus Harris up here. He's quite a long way behind him at one stage on the board, but now Dent has 31 and Harris has 30. Gloucestershire 72 without loss from 19 overs, so 5 overs to go. We're getting close to night watchman territory. We're also getting close to off-spin territory. Here's Will Jacks coming on. Not a surprise that we're going to see a little bit of off-spin before the close.
Yeah, here we go.
If there's anything in the pitch at all.
He called him Jack Wills there. That's a clothes shop, isn't it?
Others are available, we should say.
They are. Yes, they are.
But that, quite rightly, is one.
Yes. Yeah, Will Jack's going to join us from the join the party from the pavilion end. Bit of off spin, going to come around the wicket, try and get the ball into whatever rough has been created to these two left-handers. Not that much actually, because Gloucestershire have had a lot of their left armers, and they've bowled left arm over the wicket in their innings. But Jacks is going to. He's got a leg slip in place. He's got a slip in place. Here he comes, and Dent prods out into the onside.
I've seen Jacks bowl in white ball cricket before. The one thing you'd say, he is tall.
Yeah.
So he's not going to get a lot of loop, you would have said.
No. Here he comes to Dent, who rocks onto the back foot. Man out on the deep cover boundary.
Good to have the height, because the height might give him a little bit of bounce, but he wouldn't get the...
Wouldn't get it above the eye line.
No.
No.
Tend to be, if anything, dragging it down a little bit.
Yeah.
But, you know, bowls it at quite a slow pace, so gives it a chance to spin.
Here he comes. And Marcus Harris defends that one stoutly. Back to the bowler. 4 overs in the day remaining after this one. Jacks around the wicket. Harris prods that out to extra. And just a forward defensive. These two will want to see it out. They want to come back in the morning. 73 for none. Good start. But it's only a start, isn't it? As we saw at Lancashire last week. As Harris plays that. As we saw at Lancashire last week, these two provided a good platform, and Gloucestershire didn't go and take advantage of that.
No, and albeit, I think you made the point, if the attack, if you compare the Surrey attack to James Anderson, Saki Mahmood, Hassan Ali, Matt Parkinson, I'm not forgetting a seamer there, am I? Generally it was 3 and 1.
Yeah. Danny Lamb was the other one, wasn't it? Who's a decent seamer. He's good at county level.
But that attack would be a step up from the Surrey attack.
I'd say so. And he shows the strength of Lancashire. They've got Tom Bailey to come back into that, who's always there or thereabouts in the wickets every season. What a good cricketer he is.
Well, Topley's going to come back for a second burst here. So Jordan Clark had 4 overs for 17. De Grandhomme's 3 overs cost 15. So Topley with 2 overs in this second stint. You wouldn't get more than that, I wouldn't think.
Still 15 minutes to 6 o'clock again. What's going on here?
Well, he might even get another over in.
Yeah.
Topley's lost his run. Calls it as dead ball. Sun shining into the apartments, and towards the apartments now, as you can see from the glare on that shot from our camera looking at the wide angle from the pavilion end. Got a few of the balconies populated. That's up the off stump and swept away by Dent. Beautiful shot out, and Topley sees that go racing away to the boundary at cover for 4 more. This is quite a gentle ball out. I say gentle relatively, outside the off stump, and Dent with plenty of room to play that shot. Didn't hang about.
I was surprised he even took it on that wide. At this stage of the game, you'd think it would just let it go through Ollie Pope, but really, he nailed it.
He picked it quickly. Didn't be interested in that one though, and threw on the back on the full to Ollie Pope. Before I say full, it was a one bounce delivery. Topley not wearing a sweater. Probably is in the sun. It's probably quite nice now out there.
Very pleasant here in our commentary booth.
Topley again, it's given Dent another opportunity to drive, and he's driven that for 4 more. That's a bit squarer, but Topley floating these up, and Dent saying, well, okay, then thanks very much. If you're going to give me freebies like that, I'll pick them off even at this late stage in the day. That's the same ball. Sort of second set of stumps outside off, and Dent getting into line. And that was more steered than the other one. The other one was really cracked away, but that was more guided away.
Yeah, they put the man out at deep point. And Dent even gets it past him.
Topley, that's a better line. Dent having to drop onto that. But this has been a good response from Gloucestershire. They could easily have come out here with a slightly fatigued mental state, but they've come out really strongly. Yes, it's a big total on the board facing them, but they just have to bat the conditions here in the knowledge that they've probably got to bat all day tomorrow to be saving the game.
Yeah, Chris Dent, a popular man in this neck of the woods. From Thornbury up the road, just up the A38, a bit further up the Gloucester Road. And him and James Bracey from that sort of just north of Bristol area.
That's at the off stump from Topley. And just to be clear, that Gloucestershire may not even get as far as the follow-on figure tomorrow, even if they do bat all day.
No, that's what I was going to say.
But they'd be very close.
Or do they get 400 tomorrow? Am I really thinking outside the box here? Do they get 400 tomorrow? Another 200 and then set Surrey something difficult for the last couple of sessions? I think that's completely out the... I think I'm talking complete gibberish there.
Yeah, I think that probably is a little bit left field, Dan, if I'm honest. I know it's been a sunny day and that you're not wearing a hat, but...
Let's get back to the game. Will Jack's going to come and bowl from the pavilion end.
So 3 overs to go, 10 minutes to bowl them. That's probably about right, isn't it? So
yeah.
Expect finishing on time.
Yeah, perfect. Here we go. And Harris plays him out into the offside. I think it's de Grand on there with doing the fielding.
As it's been...
Maybe they've got a night out in Bristol, the Surrey boys planned. Jacks, as Harris leaves that one alone outside off stump. Maybe they've got a night out and a team bonding session. Plenty of good venues to go out in this city. Forward defensive there from Harris. Jacks a little bit flat. Accurate though.
And yes, he is, because he's tall and he's got quite a high action. It's coming down from good height there.
Yeah, that's defended. Yeah, he gets his arm nice and high, and he, as you say, he is a tall man as well. So he might get some unexpected bounce. We'll see. Still 2 days to go in this game. It's a long way to go. And that's defended again by Marcus Harris. Will Jacks.
Just the slip and the leg slip in.
Yeah. Wonder if we'll see Jamie Smith keep wicket tomorrow. Oh, as Harris just pulls out of that one. He's not ready yet. Be interesting to see whether he's fit to keep wicket tomorrow. Will Jacks bowls that one there, and it's played out to Hashim Amla at mid-on. That completes the over. It's a maiden over. 81 for none of 22 overs, so they're rattling along at 4 and over. Harris on 30. Chris Dent now on 40. And as I said, there's still a long way to go in this game, Ian, isn't there?
Almost actually, those scores are almost off an equal share of the strike.
Yeah, let's see where we are tomorrow at lunch, I think. I don't think we can tell anything about this game until lunchtime tomorrow. But I would say that the draw has to be the red-hot favourite at the moment.
You would think so. Not sure you can get a start tomorrow. But Surrey have got to bowl the best part of 2 sessions tomorrow with this ball, more to the point. Pushed down the ground, but at no great pace by Dent, past the stumps. Fielded at mid-off. Trying to work out where Sam Curran might be. Got 2 slips and a gully for Topley. Left arm over. We'll just tucks Dent up a little bit. That might be Curran there, actually, I think.
Can't bowl at the moment. He's got back injury, isn't he, Sam Curran? So forced him to miss the winters. Bit of work in the winter, didn't it?
It's interesting that that a bowler will still play even with a niggle that stops them bowling, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
Topley tries the Yorker, but spotted by Chris Dent, who just
You see that one swings late there, the Yorker. That's why he's got such a devastating full ball, Reece Topley. It doesn't swing out of the hand, it swings late. That's what's done for a number of batsmen over the years.
Dent just making him wait a moment. So Surrey aren't in any danger of being over the time on the overs today. Topley in again. Oh, and Dent just squared up a bit, but he's got that low enough on the bat. There was no risk in that shot once he actually got bat onto it. Didn't quite go where he intended, but he picks up one more. And Dent to 41. Gloucestershire 82 without loss in reply to Surrey's 603. They were 294 for 4 at the start of play today. So they added 309 in the end for the remaining 6 wickets. The vast majority of those were one stand. 244 for the 8th wicket between Jordan Clark and Jamie Smith. Topley into Marcus Harris. Again, just finds that fielder out at short extra.
Lovely evening here in Bristol now, really is. And
You're going outside for your meal tonight, or al fresco? Are you?
I don't know, actually. We'll see, it's a bit chilly. You told me it was going to be 1 degree. Yeah,
Well, that's the forecast I heard this morning. I mean, it won't be 1 degree when you're eating tonight. It might be 1 degree at 3 in the morning.
Right. Okay.
You might still be out then, I don't know. I can't speak for you. Topley in, and it's off the edge of Harris's bat, and it's just short of second slip. De Grandhomme. It wasn't a chance, but it was. If he'd have been half a yard closer to the bat, it would have been a tight one.
That's well bowled.
Look at De Grandhomme at second slip here. It's a bit shorter than even looked possible to the naked eye. 4 minutes to go. In theory, 1 over remaining on the day. And it will be Jacks to bowl it. Sorry, he might bowl 2, but they may not hurry to get another one in.
That goes to show the placid nature of this pitch, though, doesn't it? That just does not carry through to the cordon. So the bowling figures for Surrey. Reece Topley's bowled 8 overs, 2 maidens, none for 23. Dan Worrell 6 overs, 3 maidens, none for 17. Jordan Clark 4 overs, 2 maidens, none for 17. Colin de Grandhomme 3 overs, no maidens, none for 15. And Will Jacks is about to commence his 3rd over, where he's bowled 1 maiden, and he's just gone for a single run off the other over that he's bowled so far. We're going to see leg slip, put a helmet on actually, and
we're going to see all sorts of field changes to make sure this is the last over. That's what we're going to see.
Yeah, I think so. I think so. So we've got a short leg with a helmet on. We've got leg slip with a helmet on. We've got backward point, extra cover, mid off, mid on. Bit of room out on the leg side. Jacks comes in to Harris.
Of course, if a wicket does fall now, that will be it.
Yeah. I think we might well get another one in. And the clock's just turned to 58. Oh, and that's well bowled. That's a big shout for LBW. Against Chris Dent and that. Let's have a look at that one again.
Hassan Adnan has not shown an inclination to give many LBWs, to be fair.
See, you used to be a batsman, can't you? Going down the leg side.
Yeah, I would also argue, I think Jacks's front foot is outside the line, by the way, as well.
Yeah, front foot can be. If it's the back foot, it's a no ball. But front foot can be outside the return crease there. But if the back foot even cuts the crease, it's a no ball.
So we've got a man in now at silly mid off.
Here's Jacks in, and that's soft hands there from Chris Dent. You'll remember Nanette Newman back in the Fairy Lick, whatever. She had soft hands as well, Ian, didn't she?
Good memory.
Jax pulls out of the delivery. What's going on here?
Well, Dent also stopped.
Oh, something's happened out there. I can't quite tell what's gone on, but they're all laughing about it. Jackson, Dent cuts it away for a boundary. That puts him on to 45.
And it would also, importantly, take some valuable seconds off the clock, which stands at 17:59 at the moment.
Yeah.
And by the time that the ball is returned, the batsmen have had a chat, there maybe is a field change.
The umpire's still got to walk from square leg to behind the stumps as well, haven't they? So, just one ball, last ball of the day coming up.
Clock has ticked round.
Yeah. There's Jax to Dent. There's an appeal from Ollie Pope. I don't know what that's about. Do you think he got a full bat on that? But that's a really, really good response from the Gloucestershire openers. And they'd have not even looked at the runs. That they'd have just wanted to keep the wickets column empty, which they have. But there's also been 86 runs, and they've taken that away from that mammoth total of 603 that Surrey have set them. And they'll be really pleased that both these two are going to return in the morning. Chris Dent, 45 not out. Marcus Harris, 30 not out. And it's been a really solid response, and they're well on course to get some points, but it's going to be a big first session tomorrow, isn't it, Ian Randall?
It is unquestionably. I was just trying to do the maths here in terms of the follow-on total, the total that Gloucestershire have already got, and what that would leave them to make tomorrow. It would take some doing, but it's not impossible if somebody really got in and got going, that they could get very close to that follow-on figure tomorrow. I'm not trying to get ahead of ourselves here, just looking at the practicalities of the game as it stands. But at the close, Gloucestershire 86 without loss, Harris 30, Dent 45. Surrey didn't drop a chance. There was not a chance offered in that 24 over period, and fair credit to those two who would have been probably expecting to bat from 500 to 550, batting at tea, batting after tea. When was that call going to come? And then only have 10 minutes notice, and then to really judge their response well in that closing session. It's been a day once again for the batsmen. I mean, here we are 2 days into the game, and we've only had 10 wickets.
Yeah. I mean, all the talk will be about Jamie Smith, but he was aided and abetted by Jordan Clark with a fantastic 137. But Jamie Smith's 234 will be the talk of the town tonight in Bristol. And what a wonderful day. It's been an intriguing day. I know there haven't been wickets falling, but it's been an intriguing day's cricket. And I think tomorrow Surrey have got to come hard at Gloucestershire, and they've got to take wickets, because if they don't, this game's heading for a draw.
Yeah, I mean, the draw has to be, as Dan said, the red-hot favourite. The Surrey have to basically quadruple the wicket rate in the last 2 days if they're going to win the game. And that, you would have said, on the pattern of Bristol pitches, is going to be very difficult to achieve. So the subplot is, what bonus points can Gloucestershire get? And it's about their turn now to tire the Surrey bowlers. Thanks for your company today. Thanks for your contributions on the emails. Many and varied, including the Surrey supporters who were equally baffled as we were about the timing of the non-declaration and the fact that Surrey batted on probably well beyond where they should have done. But thanks for your company today. Thanks for James for his sterling work on the cameras. Pleasure, Dan, as ever, to be with you. And tomorrow we'll be with you as always from 5 to 11. Dan and I will briefly preview what might happen on Dan's Twitter feed in the morning. You can follow him at the Middle Stump on Twitter. But from BS7, where it's been another dry day, forecast good again tomorrow. Join us for that if you can, live or not on the stream, from 5 minutes to 11 tomorrow morning. So from a sunny Bristol on this Friday, from us all, goodbye.